the same at Howard in the middle of Washington, D.C. So many people went on to work for the federal government and governments around the country. So we decided collectively today that we were going to do a presentation on doing business with governments and using that as a framework for a conversation to discuss business development.
Sure.
Vince, you feel good pulling up the PowerPoint presentation
Yeah,
we
let me
co-created?
definitely let me hit the share button here.
And if you'd like to say anything before we jump into it, feel free to do so.
Sure. Well, let me navigate this.
Okay, no problem. Black Business Network has made this possible. We're thankful again to Dr. Eric Kelly and the entire team. You know, Mark is
Dennis, can
also
you see
behind the
that?
scenes.
Is that coming up on your screen? Do you see anything? You see the Black Business Group?
No,
Okay,
I
hold
don't,
on,
I don't see it yet. I'm sure it's here.
hold on.
Okay,
That's on me.
no problem.
And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit share.
So I think for everyone listening, we have about 15 slides, and we're using them as a framework for a conversation. So what I'm going to do while we're seeking to pull it up is I'm just going to discuss the first slide. And Vince, if we're unable to bring it up, no problem. We'll just have our conversation. All right. So the first slide that ideally will come up, but even if it doesn't, we want to talk about politics outside of government, right? Because ultimately we're talking about doing business with the government. But Vince, let's have a conversation. Let's leave the PowerPoint alone. Let's you and I talk. Let's have a conversation about politics outside of government.
Sure. I think it came up there for a second.
I raised the question, yeah, can we engage in mutual exchange? Right? So we know that the various professionals in their various businesses have all of these skills, these talents, and each day we go off to corporate America or other institutions and we exchange our time for money, our talent for treasure. Can we as a people outside of the framework of working through other institutions or working through the government, can we engage in mutual exchange, Vince Bayon?
We can, and I think the exchange to engage in mutual exchange is a basic kind of thing. However, we do that very well. A lot of times when we engage in conversations around how do we support one another in business, we really end up exchanging dollars for dollars, right? You come to my business and you support my service. I come to your business, I support you. We're exchanging dollars for dollars. However, there's another level. There are other levels to that game. When we talk about what does that look like, we have to figure out how you and I can come together to get dollars from other communities as well.
Yes.
And so the basic level of exchange and supporting one another in business is there. We do that very well. But the
Okay.
game is really played on another level. In other words, if I have lemons and you have water and someone else has sugar, then it's up to us to collectively come together to figure out how we're going to have the best lemonade. And a lot of times we fall short in that area in terms of collaborations and partnership opportunities that's going to allow us access into other communities, other institutions, other entities.
You're
Hope
saying
that makes sense.
something very powerful because the stats show that most African American owned businesses are sole proprietorships, right? So if you have five sole proprietorships and they have various skill sets, what's preventing those five sole proprietorships from coming together and having the beginning of a corporation or a small business with at least five particular skill sets that can be expanded upon, and where five will get you 10 and 10 will get you 25, and you can actually grow an employment base of our people. Dr. Frazier likes to say we're the only people that are not the number one employers of our own people. What's preventing us from five skilled professionals coming together and starting a corporation that we all can benefit from? What's preventing that?
Well, there's no doubt it's a mindset. Um, and it's an unfortunate kind of thing in essence, where a lot of times as sole proprietorships or as small businesses, we are constantly finding ourselves in the struggle, struggling to stay afloat, struggling to keep our doors open, meeting those challenges that are coming with us on a daily basis. And so what happens is we get so locked in internally about our own stuff that it prevents us from really wanting to go out and try to check with other folks. Number one, we don't want folks to know that we are struggling. And number two, the energy that it requires in order to be a successful business and managing all of that becomes a distraction from things that are bigger. I think that the desire is always there. Throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I've always had people to come to me to talk about collaboration and partnerships and how can we do it. However, the day-to-day grind gets real, and you have to be very intentional. It is not something, the conversation happens organically, but the actions behind the conversation does not happen organically. And if you think about it, when you think about your Black Chambers of Commerce, you think about all of the, and even if we step outside of the realm of business, we think about the fraternities and sororities, and they're all committed to some type of community service engagement. They do that individually, but not necessarily as a unified front. The same thing happens in business. You know, you get caught up with your stuff. And again, we miss the bigger picture. However, again, when you look at the broader and larger community, because they have the latitude, the flexibility to go ahead and not only worry about their stuff, but also the freedom to engage and talk about how they can come together and work together, it's a little bit different for us.
That's a very interesting point, because when I think of someone going to fish with an individual fishing pole, they're able to catch one fish at a time versus five people working with a net, and they're able to catch, hundreds of fish at the same time usage. So within the African American community, both in Durham as well as in other cities around the country and around the world, let's dive a little deeper into doing business with governments, right? So there are, I think the numbers like there are 85,000 governments in America. There's one federal government, there's 50 state governments. In North Carolina alone, there are 100 counties. Within those counties, there are 13 cities in Wake County alone. And you go on, you do the math all over the country, there are like 85,000 governments. And there's a lot of resources in play. And we'll start local and we'll go international, right? So here in Durham, the Durham County government has 43 active advisory boards that are referred to as boards and commissions. The Durham County Clerk's Office phone number is 919-560-0025. Boards and commissions at dconc.gov. How do people position themselves now that we have 5 business people that have come together and they're starting a business together? How do they position themselves to do business with, say, a local government like Durham, North Carolina? Or how can Durham, North Carolina's local government support those businesses?
Well, I think there are two questions there. You know, I am a supporter and a follower and a believer of the teacher, Dr. Claude Anderson. And as part of Dr. Anderson's Powernomics plan, he talks about these different levels. And level one, he says, and this is the language that he uses, he says the first thing that you have to do is that you have to buy a politician. He says you have to buy a politician. Now, on the surface, of course, you know, that kind of rings some alarms because we don't think about buying politicians. But in essence, in using that language, what he's saying is that those who contribute to your campaign when our elected officials are running for office, they have to be held accountable for something. And the people who get in office are being put in office by those who do expect something in return. And so again, when you talk about how is it that whether or not it's Durham or anywhere, those businesses that are looking to get the support of government, whether or not it's contracts, whether or not it's creating the proper zoning, whether or not it's creating and moving things around that's going to be beneficial for the business community, the minority business community, there has to be something on the front end. A lot of times we don't want to think about this thing about something for something, but that's the way the game is played. A lot of times I often use the scenario that, I give the scenario that if I invite you to play a football game and I say, hey, brother, Dr. Rogers, meet me. We're going to have this game next Saturday out in Legion Field, right? Wherever it's going to be. Meet me out there. And that's all I tell you. Well, we show up in shorts and T-shirts ready to play flag. When the game starts, we look across the field and the other team is decked out in full equipment, right? And so they came to play tackle. The game is tackle. And being tackled means that you have to be equipped properly. You have to have the right personnel. You have to know what the expectations are. These are the rules to the game. And a lot of times there's a gap in terms of what we expect from our elected officials and government. And after there's no expectation on the front end, and so that sets the stage for nothing to be delivered on the back end. I hope I answered your question.
You did. So I want to bring up this notion that with these 70, 85,000 governments, there are 10,000 Black elected officials. There are local Black elected officials that serve as city council members, that serve as mayors, that serve as members of the North Carolina State Black legislature, that serve as state senators, that serve as state members of the legislative house, representatives. And then there are people that serve the entire state, lieutenant governors across these 50 states, right? So we have elected officials. They may have gotten in office primarily funded by other communities, but they're in office. The Congressional Black Caucus members, they're in office. They have some level of commitment to their constituency, if for no other reason, but the voters, in addition to those dollars, for the most part, have been African Americans. There are instances where African Americans represent majority non-African American districts, but for the most part, Black elected officials represent Black districts, Black voting districts. So you look at the example of someone like a Maynard Jackson in Atlanta, and Maynard Jackson said, with the government funding, we're going to make sure that 35% of the budget for the city of Atlanta goes to Black-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses. So let's say their budget was just $10 billion. That means that 35% or $3.5 billion went into the hands of Black-owned businesses. So you have a H.J. Russell and the Herman Russell companies that are able to build the Atlanta, the Omni. It used to be the Omni back in the day. They were part of building the Omni Sports Complex. They were part of building the Mercedes-Benz Sports Complex, and they built up quite a few of the housing facilities there in Atlanta. And then you also had other businesses. And because of the elected officials' leadership, Atlanta is a hotbed for entrepreneurship. Is it the case that, and we want to look backwards, learn the lessons, and take them forward, is it the case that in many instances, our elected leaders did not necessarily institute the policy? They were being met with opposition from the larger community. As an example, once again, when I was in Atlanta once, and Mayor Bill Campbell was the mayor. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina. In fact, he grew up in my neighborhood. And the mayor, literally, I had someone from the Convention and Visitors Bureau saying, what's wrong with the mayor, with Bill Campbell? This was before any of the stuff came out. What he was really mad about was that the mayor was maintaining the policies of Andrew Young and of the other person we spoke of, Maynard Jackson, to make sure that Black folks got a cut of the pie that were the taxpayer dollars that all citizens paid into. So where does the rubber meet the road here? We have 10,000 Black elected officials. what's really good or what needs to be done next to get them to be more accountable to the Black business communities.
You know, when you were talking about the legacy of the Honorable Maynard Jackson, the word that you used was intentional. He was intentional about carving out that 35% that you said, right? From a business minded, from a business perspective and a business mind. A lot of times now, when you think about politics and the way that politics are implemented within the Black community and the way that it is viewed in the Black community, there is more attention by those elected officials to issues of social justice, issues of civil rights, issues of um, strengthening the political foothold of a particular party or particular entity. But there's not a lot of issue or a lot of focus from what you just talked about. So, for an example, I've been hearing for the longest about these empowerment zones, right? And whether or not it's here in Raleigh and in some of the other urban areas, right? And that's all I do. I hear about it. But in terms of what happens, I don't see it. I think recently here, for an example, again, there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of talk around, as they call it, historically underutilized businesses.
HUB.
And the lack of contracts that flow to Black businesses. Well, how much pressure, how much of a voice to address that is coming from our so-called elected officials? Because here's the thing. We have to remember that America is a capitalist country first, second, and third. Then it becomes all the other things we think, Republican, democracy, and all of them. In other words, capitalism is the driving force behind it. When you get into an office and you start doing things to disrupt the traditional way that money flows, you're going to catch some heat. You're going to catch that smoke, as they say. And that was proven by Dr. King. The Montgomery bus boycott is one of the most underestimated and movements or initiatives and its impact in terms of how things happen. And so a lot of times our elected officials, whether or not they're Black or white, when you get in or if they get in and they start talking about changing the dynamics of how and who, again, that's just as important. How the money flows, who the money's flowing from, and who the money's flowing to. This idea that, oh, you're about to take something away from me. Traditional seats of power where the dollars have been controlled, whether or not it's at the university level, whether or not it's at the business level, whether or not it's at all of those levels where dollars are going to exchange hands. There's some trepidation there. There's and there's not enough of the business, Black business community that stands behind our elected officials to say, let's make this happen. No. This is one of the reasons why we put you in office. This is one of the reasons we got behind. This is one of the reasons we donated to you. Okay. So that these things can happen. There's no accountability.
That's a point I'd like to explore a little further. Okay. So we know that Black elected officials are receiving heat from their colleagues in many instances. We know that all elected officials must deliver the bacon to those who got them reelected. It's a job. They want to keep it. They want to get reelected. To the degree that the Black elected officials are connected with the Black business community leaders, it takes two to tango. No matter how thin you slice bread, there are two sides to it. So the need for the Black business community, the entrepreneurial business community, to connect with Black elected officials and be a part of the process is crucial. In our PowerPoint presentation, I just like to share some information for my next set of slides. Okay, so there are 39 members of the North Carolina Legislative Black Caucus, and you can find them www.nclbc.com. And an interesting conversation to have is, which committees do you serve on that are providing oversight to which industries? How can we, as Black business owners, become a part of the process of ensuring that the legislation reflects our interests along with the interests of others who participate in the legislative process? And then I'm gonna jump into a few more numbers, and that you can duplicate across state legislative bodies: Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Mississippi, Arkansas, wherever we are. Let's talk a little bit about business receipts or government receipts. They're collecting taxes. Who pays taxes? Everyone pays taxes. The state governments collect $2 trillion in taxes every year. And if they're collecting $2 trillion in taxes, they're paying out $2 trillion. Often they have to balance their budgets on the local and state level. And the question becomes, out of that $2 trillion, minus those standard things like staffing, etc., how much of that $2 trillion are being procured by African American businesses? On a local level, there's $3 trillion. On a local, there's three. On the federal, there's $4 trillion in play, right? The total United States gross domestic product is $21 trillion. So there's 7 trillion 6 9. There's 9 trillion government dollars turning. There's another 12 trillion private dollars turning. And then, Vince, the global gross domestic product, America is 21 trillion, it's 87.5 trillion. Add to that, I know we're talking numbers, just hear me out. Add to that global wealth, that's accumulated reserves over time, top out at $360 trillion. So there's 360 trillion that's parked or that's being invested to grow other businesses, etc. Talk about how we as Black businesses are able to access those trillions of dollars in play. I remember when Jesse Jackson had the Wall Street Project, Rainbow Push Wall Street Project, and he said for the state employees, credit unions, or the state employees, retirement funds to be invested, some of that money should be invested by Black firms, because ideally they're going to connect with Black businesses and invest some of that in Black businesses. Ultimately, Maceo Sloan was the chairperson of that Wall Street Project. Jesse Jackson's, kind of star has risen and is declining, but that effort to ensure that Black investment dollars are going back into the community, where is that? I know there's a lot in my inquiry there. You can pick up whichever part of it you feel most comfortable grabbing first.
Yeah, there's a whole lot in there, bro. A whole lot. But that is, in essence, that is the $1 million question. No matter how many trillions of dollars that we're talking about that are available and flowing, the question always remains, it doesn't seem to be, quote unquote, trickling down to us, right? It doesn't seem to be trickling our way. And I think the bigger question here is, why is that? What are the things in place that are blocking that flow, that access? And even though, again, even as we talk about some of the names that you mentioned, when those dollars flow, they seem to flow up to a certain level even within our own community. And so, a quote unquote, the smaller businessman does not seem to be able to pick up. The smaller Black businesses don't seem to be able to access or engage in the kind of dollars that you're describing. And I think again, it comes down to a couple of things. Dee. It comes down to also policies that are in place. Um, when we hear that these dollars are flowing the way that they are. So, for an example, we know that there's this thing called the Community Reinvestment Act, right? CRA. And that's where banks have to be able to demonstrate that they are reinvesting in the community. There is nothing in place to actually prove or to vet or to check to see if those kinds of things are happening. And again, whose responsibility is that? Where is the commission on that? It has become such a quagmire. It's become such a complicated process as well. And that's important because that speaks to which banks are lending money to the small businesses in order for them to be able to say, hey, I can do this job. Because a lot of times folks are eliminated because they don't have the capacity to do the job. They have the skill, they have the talent, they have the desire, they have everything else in place, but they may not have what shows up on the books. The way you access what's on the books is through your banking institutions, your other financial institutions. And this is, as you know, historically is where we get cut off. So again, there's a lot in what you laid out in terms of how and who accesses it. But I think that's the question, and that's the reason why small businesses, Black businesses, have to come together to talk about how we can be more effective and strategic in engaging in our engagement of the political process.
Yes. So if you'll mute Vince, great. Thank you. I'm learning to mute, so we're good now. And maybe you're able to manipulate the PowerPoint presentation as well. That would be wonderful. So here we have a situation where small businesses, because they are stretched, you know, the one owner for so many of them and other owners, yes, thank you. They literally need to come together in coalition or in a chamber of commerce in order to be effective. Now, I had a conversation earlier today about the notion of have our networking experiences become parties. Like, to what degree are the networking experiences about rolling up our sleeves and doing the work, rolling up our sleeves and figuring out how an accountant, a lawyer, a business consultant, and the various finance people, these different individuals who have the skills, can work together as a unit and walk small business owners through the unit of having all of these skill sets look at their businesses from their various lens to prepare them to properly place their paperwork in order. So when PPE money comes along, they don't have to go back and recreate paperwork for years based on some receipts they have in a shoebox, but they actually have their business paperwork in order. If the small business owner does not have an effective chamber of commerce, does not have an effective committee on economic affairs. For example, in Durham, there's a Durham committee on the affairs of Black people. If the economic affairs committee is not effectively rallying the Black business community together, and they're not effectively engaging the Black elected official together with other units that represent these business interests, at the core of it, is it that we, and this is a tough one, is it that we just don't want to work together? Is it that we just don't want to be successful? Is it that we just don't believe we can be? Or is it that the wrong people are in leadership, or the wrong mindset, rather, not people? The wrong mindset is in leadership, and the mindset needs to be changed to get us where our businesses need to go. What are your thoughts on that, Vince? Your thoughts, Vince? I can't hear you.
I'm switching back and forth between screens here, so as we're working through this technology. Um, yeah, brother. And let me just go backwards a little bit to my time at the En-ROADS organization, right? One of the things about the En-ROADS organization, uh, En-ROADS built itself or build itself as a leadership development organization. And a lot of times we hear this phrase being thrown out, leadership development. And during the course of my lifetime, I really questioned exactly what does that mean in the context of what we're talking about now in some other areas as well. Because the word that you used is mindset. You know, what's the mindset? And a lot of times, and this might sound a little bit strange, but sometimes the smartest people in the room are the hardest people to teach. Okay. A lot of times we let our education block our courage. A lot of times, and I think about men like the Honorable Marcus Garvey. I think about men like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. These are men who had no more than 8th grade educations. Yet they were able to establish economic, entrepreneurial this day collectively. And the question becomes, well, why can't we do that today? We've got more technology, we've got more education, we've got more PhDs, we've got more masters, bachelors, whatever, you go down the line. But we're not seeing the same level of impact, because that's the key word. What's the impact in terms of all of our efforts? And that speaks directly to what you stated. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. And until we are able to address and speak to that mindset, the same things will happen or won't happen. I don't think that it is a lack of desire, but I do think, again, that these things just don't happen organically as part of our leadership development programs, wherever they may exist. Okay. It has to be, again, intentional. It has to be more than what the book, the what's in the book. It has to be more than my brother-in-law often says, you got to have something in you different that's going to make you push the envelope. And so again, it has to do a lot with culture as well. And I bring that up because there's a different mindset from those brothers and sisters that come here from Africa, that come here from the Caribbean, that come here from other parts of the world. And the statistics bear out that in terms of their entrepreneurial success and activities, how they build work within their communities, the numbers are skewed that they are more successful than not. And so there is a mindset. Now we to all the historic reasons for that is, and you and I have been in other conversations and other interviews where we've gone into the impact of slavery and all of that. But at some point in time, we've got to be able to look at other folks and say, what's different about them? What's different about those people there? What are they doing? You know? And I think that has a lot to do with it. That whole mindset. You know, there's a difference between having, you know, we hear a lot of talk these days, or I do anyway, about this mastermind. Everybody has a mastermind group. Everybody has the millionaire mind group. I don't know if that was the mentality or the jump off spot for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Marcus Garvey. I don't think they started from that place of, I got a millionaire mindset. I just don't, from everything that I've read about them and others like them. Sister, Madam C.J. Walker, she got there, right? She became that, but I don't think she started from that. There was something different. There was something different. If we study those folks who were able to make that kind of impact as it relates to the Black entrepreneurial experience, I think that we'll see that it has to be first the mindset. We've got to get back to that mindset, unapologetic. Okay. I'll stop right there.
So, I'm gonna just kind of pull the Howard card, right? So at Howard, so many of our fraternity and sororities were founded there. The National Panhellenic were founded there. What if the brothers of any given fraternity got together and said, well, we're going to start businesses in the name of their fraternity? What if the sorority sisters got together and said, we're going to start businesses in the name of the sorority? We're going to start businesses in the name of the links. We're going to start businesses in the name of the various other fraternal and sororital associations, right? And within the context of really uplifting our community and employing our children and ensuring that 100 years from now, we're not having the same conversation that we're having now. I mean, individuals are becoming wealthy, of course. On the internet, there's some guys living off the grid making $11 million, just kind of building their own intellectual property and distributing it digitally online. We can talk about that later. But the reality of our, 80-year-olds, our 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20-year-olds, 10-year-olds, and younger is that we have to step up to the plate to save our business community. We have to put pressure on governments, and our Black elected officials can be the tip of the spear when they're being backed by an organized body of Black business owners and Black community leaders. You made me think, Vince, about the marches on Washington. And the marches on Washington were about jobs and justice. I think it's time for us to now build the business community in a manner where the ecosystem really supports the cultivation of more businesses that employ multiple people and multiple generations. And just kind of what's your response to that, Vince, to that challenge, if you will, to all of our associations and our business professionals to work more together?
Brother, I am right with you, and it has been a puzzle for me for a very long time. I remember the good brother Tony Brown from Tony Brown's Journal. Way back in the day, I remember Tony Brown as you were speaking to the fraternities and sororities who, do their annual conclaves and conferences and stuff. I remember Tony Brown put out the challenge, and he said, "Hey, why don't y'all put that on hold? Each of the organizations put that on hold for a year or two. Take that same money that you would have invested to go, and let's build a conference center. This way, we can employ our own. We've got a spot that's ours. We're in there together. Every year we come, each of the organizations can come here." It didn't happen. Now, it made sense to me, and to this and I'm sure there are a sundry of reasons why it didn't happen. But again, it's the kind of what you just spoke to. Who makes the call? And we got to have some honest conversation here. Who makes that call? Who is positioned from our community? Because and the truth is we have a tendency to be a Messiah-prone people, right? Who is the one that we know of who have who has made the call? Now, Reverend Al Sharpton has called for jobs and justice. But if we had to flip that and said, who's calling for business and black business and entrepreneurs, who's in position to make that call?
Is it not the Urban League?
Okay, the Urban League, the NAACP, all of our traditional organizations, those organizations, in my opinion, this is the world according to Vince Bayon, are more on the social justice side, which is important. Everybody's got a lane. But I don't know if anyone has firmly planted a flag in the black business, black entrepreneurial landscape. No one has claimed that space. That's why we got 50,000 black chambers of commerce, or however many black chambers of commerce across the country, right? But, and there's some say they're national, some say they're local, some whatever. But in terms of a collective entity that says this conference is going to happen here every year, we're building this. No one has reached out to H.J. Russell to say, you know, this, that, or the other.
So it is true that there are black-owned hotels, and some of them are, you know, kind of the hotels with no conference facility, and some of them are the hotels that do have meeting space but may not be able to accommodate, for example, a 10,000 seat event. Your facts are there. We've had this year of no national conventions, right? During the pandemic, a lot of people lost their employment. And I know at some of these conferences, their employers are the ones that are paying for the hotels and et cetera. At the end of the day, we have hit a national reset button. And in the process of resetting our priorities and our behavior, and you could go to the next screen, I think. No, that one's fine. In the process of resetting our priorities and our behavior, this focus on black business entrepreneurship is crucial. We need major surgery. And I'm asking all professionals that are watching this video, if you're a lawyer and you want to be of service to the business community, connect with an accountant that wants to be of service to the business community. Connect with a business consultant that can actually talk businesses through how their businesses will be developed over time. Connect with professionals in marketing. I was actually even thinking about, what if African American professionals, those 5 in particular, got together and we started recruiting college students to walk that conundrum, to walk that, you know, the burning sands, in order to be prepared to be in business and to be effective. Of course, someone in finance must be there. Or there needs to be a firm that really has all of that under one umbrella. And I do believe there are efforts out there for, you know, those types of firms. At the end of the day, our businesses that are so crucial to the individual owner's self-identity and self-worth, and ideally their net worth, we have to figure out a way to turn to one another and work together. On the Black Chamber of Commerce, you know, in Washington, D.C., there's a U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce run by Ron Bugsby, and then there's a National Black Chamber of Commerce. So, you know, in some instances, they run along party lines. One is a Republican based for Republican business owners. One is, you know, along the lines of Democratic based business owners, etc. At the end of the day, in order for us to get more business, though, we have to work together. So could you just close us out with a few retorts to those comments I made, Vince, and then we can wrap it up with an assessment.
Sure, definitely. You know, everything that you stated was right and exact. This pandemic certainly has been, you know, there's a saying that this whole idea that the Chinese character for chaos, you have to be able to have the entrepreneurial mind that says, I'm going to hire myself. So if you have a band or you have a dance group or something like that, you come to me. A lot of times folks come to me and say, hey, Brother Vince, you can pay us. No, you can pay yourself. I've got the space. You've got 20 people in your group. If 20 people sold 10 tickets apiece, you do the math, whatever amount. But I'm providing the space. And let's talk about what we can do from there. So it truly is about collaboration. It truly is about creating those partnerships. It's truly about creating value, doing something and providing something that no one else can do. Definitely.
Excellent. So can you take us to our last set of slides there, Vince?
I'm going to try. I know that we're running short on time, but let me get down there.
On the last slide is your website, Vince, and your phone number, which is what Dr. Kelly's asking for in the. Here we go. Yeah, can you hit that one? Did I do that?
Yes.
Great. So there you
Can you
are.
see that?
And here's how you reach Vince Bayon. www.thecenter.com. The phone number is there, 919-348-1991. We look forward to connecting you with Vince Bayon and being prepared to do business with you. Ultimately, we believe in you as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, as someone who is a client of a business owner or an entrepreneur. We look forward to you working with the professionals in your community or digitally that you may meet in other communities so that you can build your business into what it can be. You know, Marcus Garvey, you mentioned him earlier. He says, the man, we can add the woman, the man or woman without confidence is twice defeated. So let us not defeat ourselves due to a lack of confidence. When we unite, there's an African proverb that says, when spiders unite, they can tie up an elephant.
Yes.
So it's in our unity that we have the strength to build the type businesses we desire.
Yes. Finally, brother, let me thank you, and specifically let me thank Dr. Kelly for always being, for his consistency in putting this expo together. I appreciate the brother, all that he's done for this community. It is to be commended. Thank you for inviting me, and I look forward to working together in the future.
Absolutely. And so we're going to call upon the Black Business Network to come online. There we are.
Hello, gentlemen. Fantastic discussion. We appreciate you and thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
Hey, as we say, we'll see you on the other side.
On the other side.
All right. Hello. Well, listen, another fantastic group of men on here giving us great information. I am going to move directly into our next guest, and our next guest is Stephen Walker. Stephen Walker is going to be talking to us about how to find your purpose. He is the CEO of Manifest Media LLC and mypurposemypower.com. So Stephen, come on in.
Hey, Maxine, how are you?
I am wonderful. And you, sir?
I am blessed and highly favored. I'm ready to go.
I like that. Well, we're going to let you get started, with you having all this great information. You're going to be talking to us about how to find your purpose. So I'm going to let you do the honors of continuing to introduce yourself, and I will see you on the other side.
Good deal. Well, I am Stephen Walker. I'm going to go ahead and try to bring up my video file here. Let's see if I can locate that. And I am the owner of Manifest Media LLC. We have been doing some research in purpose and really trying to define what that is for the individual. And I want to be able to share that with you guys. So I'm going to pull this up and we'll get started as soon as that file loads. But there's a lot of information out there on purpose. And if you're tuning in right now, you're probably asking yourself some questions in terms of, what's your purpose? What is it that you've been called to do in this life? What is it that is unique to you and your calling? And I want to help you go through that process of understanding exactly what it is that God's called you to and what it is you're supposed to do in terms of your purpose. And one thing that you got to look at when it comes to purpose is you operating in a divine calling, right? But the first thing that comes with a divine calling is the fact that you have a unique purpose from God, and you should know that. And knowing that you have a divine calling, this very moment that you're in is a part of that. So if you're watching this video, you should know that you have a specific purpose that God has called you to, and it's unique to you. It sets you apart from everybody else. And that's what you, in terms of even being an employee or a business owner, should understand that. So our platform is, you can find us on mypurposemypower.com. That's our platform. That's where we are. And you can look through the website. You actually can go through a personal assessment. It's on the website. And you'll be able to see exactly who you are in terms of your own personality. And then you'll be able to understand what it is that, in terms of the specific calling that you have for your life, how does it line up with your personality? So I want to be able to share this presentation, and I think it may be loading. Let's see. Okay. So not entirely sure why the file is not loading. Maxine, if you could pop back in here and just kind of walk me through what I might be missing.
Okay, so do you see a share button right at the bottom of your screen?
I do, and I'm trying to load a PowerPoint.
Okay, and when I think once you hit the share button, when the next screen pops up, I think there's like 3 different options. I think if you choose the second option, it might be application. Does that show?
No, I don't see that. It actually says that the browser's having trouble sharing it with the video.
Okay.
Not entirely sure why that's the case.
All right.
All right. So
yeah, I was gonna say, would you like to just continue as is?
Yeah, I'll do that. And I'll put it, I don't know if you're able to help out at all with that. But I'll put it in the drive file that I have set up for us.
Okay.
Maybe that's a way that we can get it pulled in. But while I'm doing that, again, when it comes to your purpose, you have to understand that you're uniquely created by God to do something specific here in the earth. And part of that is understanding that that calling is specific to you. And so there's certain things that you have to understand about yourself, about your skill sets, your giftings, that will allow you to operate in a way on the earth that no one else can operate. And so when it comes to purpose, you have to understand that as an employee or a business owner, there's some things that you're uniquely equipped for and that others aren't. And that's part of one of the gauges to what you need to do next in life. You might be an employer right now working within a company thinking to yourself, I don't know if I want to be here. You know, is there something else that I can do? And the answer is yes. You might be a business owner and you're also thinking about, you know, with COVID and everything that's been happening with COVID, you know, how do you get to a place where your company can become more profitable? How do you shift and pivot in this season? How do you keep your employees on board? You know, keep them in place, right? So that's some of the stuff that I think I can help you out with. And especially if I can get this presentation dropped in this folder real quick, I think that this will be helpful because I actually have some things outlined within the presentation that I think will help you guys identify some action steps to getting to purpose. And I do apologize for the delay. I'm not, like I said before, I'm not entirely sure why we're having a connectivity issue. But I am getting to the presentation as we speak, and I'm going to load it in the folder for Maxine to load up. And so it is loading. It says it has a minute left. So anyway, so in the meantime, what I want to do is I want you to think about at the age that you are presently, are there things that you have desired to do that you haven't done yet? Like, what's that constant thought that's in your head in terms of places you want to go, things you want to achieve, maybe things you want to learn? And you want to think through this process because those are hints towards purpose. When you get to a place where you are right now, where you can watch a video and you can slow down enough where there's no distractions, this is a moment where you can do vision building and you can look beyond your situation and your circumstance and think through that process of saying, you know what, there is something that I want to do. And there's this thought that I've always wanted to be a certain thing. That's the signal that what you're presently doing in terms of your job, your employment, is not a part of your purpose. If there's some other place you see yourself, and see, this is a clear sign. If there's another place you see yourself, that's a part of the future for you, right? So Miles Monroe once said that God gave us all an imagination so that we can go into our imagination and think into the future of what can be, and then come into the present and make it come to be, right? And bring it into being. So that's part of the whole idea of walking in purpose. Oh, it looks like the presentation did load in that folder, Maxine. So you should be able to go out and grab that and bring that up for us to view. And then we'll just kind of go step by step through the presentation. Hopefully we'll be able to do that together. And so anyway, so that's what I want you to think about is, you know, in terms of your own life, are there things that places you want to go? Like there's maybe some destinations in the world. Maybe you want to go to Greece or Dubai or China or Korea. There's some places that you want to visit, or maybe there's some things you want to achieve. Like maybe you want to become a chef and you want to take some culinary classes, or you want to get involved in martial arts or some other activity. Those are things that are uniquely linked to your purpose. And if you can understand that these are kind of signs that point you in a direction, and you start to walk in those directions, before you know it, you're walking that path to purpose. Part of the way you get there, a lot of people wonder, you know, how do I get to walk in my purpose? How do I get to a place where I can actually do the things that I believe God's called me to do, or the things I see myself doing? Part of it is understanding that in order to take a journey, you have to know where the destination is. What is the destination? So the first thing you need to understand is, where am I going, right? So where am I going gives you direction, gives you a place. If not, you'll just be like a boat with no rudder. You'll be just drifting around. You know, you'll be like a car with no steering wheel. You'll just be bumping into things, right? But if you can stop and say, no, you know what? I think I want to get to this place. Now, what you don't think about is, don't think about the time it's going to take to get there. Don't think about how are you going to get there, the money that's going to cost. So all of those deal with limiting beliefs, right? So you don't want to get to a place where you start to limit your own belief before you can achieve the goal. You want to eliminate that, right? So you want to be able to get to a part of your life where you say, you know what, I'm not going to think outside the box. And this is what I teach my business consulting clients. There is no box. So there's no thinking outside the box. You're only limited by your beliefs. And so if you can believe anything, believe the best for yourself. If you see others achieve things, guess what? That means that you can, because life hasn't been created just for them to enjoy their life and you not to enjoy yours. There's been plenty of people who have gone through horrible situations and have come out on top. For example, Steve Harvey. A lot of people don't know that he used to be homeless. He used to be homeless, and there was a long time where he didn't know where he was going to eat and sleep. And there was a couple who came by and invited them into his house, and he's a grown man. They invited him to come live with them and get back on his feet, and he did. And you see all the things that he's been able to do with the Steve Harvey. He had a radio show. He also has a television show and Family Feud. And there's been many others who have gone through horrible situations and circumstances, like Halle Berry. She went through a horrific past, but she was able to accomplish what she accomplished. You got people like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates who are making billions. Steve Jobs, of course, has passed away, but they had a hardship. But you know what else they had? They had vision. They had vision, and that's one thing that I like to teach. I like to teach to my business consulting clients is you have to get to a place where you don't live by sight, you live by vision. It's what is in front of you. It's what you believe you can do in the future that makes it happen. So that's, oh, great. We got the presentation coming up. All right. You guys are in for a treat. This is going to be awesome. So if we could go to the next slide, and I guess I'll have to kind of just say that as we go through it. I do thank you so much for bringing up the slide. So if we can advance it to the next slide, that would be awesome. All right. So let's see. And hopefully it's working well. We appreciate you guys being patient during the delay. Technology can be a tricky beast, but we are trying to bring this up so that you guys can see it. All right. So but this again is about finding your purpose, and this is session 1 for that. So we can go to the next slide. In terms of, by way of introduction, and who I am. And I just thank Maxine for really just going through this process with me to help me get these slides so you can see them. So we can go to the next slide. Let's see. All right. So, all right. And if we could, there's a bottom part to the screen there that if we could see the whole slide, that would be awesome. It may be kind of small, but it's better than not seeing it at all. So if we could zoom out a bit. Again, my name is Stephen Walker. I'm an executive business coach, spiritual coach, and mentor. I am the CEO for Manifest Media. And we also own the brand mypurposemypower.com. That's our website. And so there's a lot of information we're going to cover today. And so I want to go ahead and go through that because we are running a bit behind. So let's see if we can go to the next slide. All right. So, okay. Whoops. And this is not Maxine's fault. She is helping me. So this is my fault. She's bringing that presentation back up. And so what we want to do is we want to go through the exercise of understanding that our purpose is something that is calling to us each day. It's something that we're walking towards. And even today, with you just watching this video and enduring all of my technical glitches and all of that, I say kudos to you. I mean, this is for you to hang in here means that there's something special for you. And so we're gonna roll through the presentation. You'll get it one step at a time. But you want to get to a place where you understand who you are. And that's really what the presentation is designed to do, is to show you who you are, and to get through some steps of revealing that to you. So the first step is to understand exactly like where you are right now, all the things that you have, your house, your car, your friends, all the things that you own. They are not who you are. Those are things of what you have, right? That's what you have. And so, like Mark Twain said, the most important days in your life are the day that you are born and the day that you find out why. And that's what we want to do, is we want to use this presentation to kind of reveal to you who you are. We can go to the next slide. So why have you been created? Out of everyone that could have been born when you were born, to the family that you were born to in the neighborhood that you were born, why were you the one that came, and why were you the one that were born to that family? It's because there's something specific and unique that you are called to do here on the earth, and you needed to be here. That's why you're here. So number one, you're significant, and you have to understand that you are significant and you have tremendous value here on the earth. So we're going to go to let's go to the next slide. And so the thing that I want to show you as we go through these exercises is you have to first know yourself. If you know anything, you have to know yourself. So can we go to the next slide? I'm not sure if we maybe had another technical glitch and not able to move the presentation. So you know what I'm going to do is hopefully we can move through. I don't want to not move through, so give me just 1 second. So gotta love technology. Anyway, so I am going to try and get you guys caught up really quick. So just bear with me for a second while I move some things around my own screen. So Maxine is trying to bring that up for us on her side. So thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Not sure why the presentation wouldn't load properly. So anyway, let's go ahead and move through and understand this, that the thing that we're going to discover today, it's going to be worth it. If you hang with me, it's going to be worth it, because we're going to discover something that is a great mystery to a lot of people, and that is your purpose and finding out your purpose. And this is something we're going to do together. This is something that in today's session, if you have a pen and piece of paper and you can write these things down, that we are going to actually go through this process together. So that's actually the perfect slide. In order to know your purpose, you must first know yourself. In order to know your purpose, you must first know yourself. It feels so good when technology rolls the way it's supposed to. So the journey to purpose is the beginning of truly understanding who you are and why you have been created. A great philosopher named Eno said that. The journey to purpose is the beginning of truly understanding who you are and why you have been created. Now, there's one question that you must answer. There's one question that you must answer, and that's on the next slide. And that question is, who are you? Who are you? And that's really your starting point. If you can understand who you are, and this is the beginning of you understanding why you've been created. There's questions that you have to ask, right? There's 7 questions that can help you to understand who you are, right? And so that's on the next slide. So what company, these are the questions, and this is, if you can write this down and write these answers down, I only have a little bit of time left, so I want to go ahead and get through this, but the 7 questions to help you understand you is, what company do you work for? Write that down. This is the company I work for. What's your position at that company? Are you single or are you married? Do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? Do you own a pet? Do you own a home or rent an apartment? And this is slide 8, Maxine, just in case you were looking for that. Thank you. You got it right there. Perfect. All right. So do you own an apartment? Is this who you are? Right. So I want you to think about this. These questions define something for you. And I want you to know beyond a shadow of a doubt who you are today. It's the first major question to purpose. All right. So what company do you work for? What's your position? Are you single or are you married? Do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? All right. So the next slide gives you the answers, right? So the answers to those questions reveal something really unique. Those answers reveal what you are, not who you are. And we're trying to get to who you are, right? Those questions reveal to you what you are and not who you are. And you're so much more than you can ever imagine. I mean, think about it. Where you are right now, think about when you were younger, when you were a teenager. Did you know you would accomplish as much as you've accomplished in your life? And maybe you don't have everything you want. Maybe you don't have the bank account you want and all the fixings and trimmings that you want. But guess what? You've accomplished so much in your life, and you will accomplish more. But you have to stop and think about purpose so that you can get on the path to finding out what's the next steps for you and how you can get there. And so let's take a look at a picture of the daily grind. The next slide. So we're going to take a picture of what it looks like to go through the daily grind. All right, so here we go. Next slide. Here we go. So let's take a look at this. You see this person right here? They're an employee, they're a business owner every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, working hard, waking up every day, using every gift, every talent, every skill, working hard. The question is, what are you working so hard for? And I know you might be feeling the weight of that question. Like, that's a great question. Like, am I working just to pay bills? Or it seems like that. And some of us are so far behind bills, we're working to pay debt, right? But the question is, what is your goal? Do you have a goal in mind? Is there a goal? So that's the person that's working hard, that's going for it. Let's look at the next slide. And I want you to take a look at this next slide. And I want you to look at the 2 people in these slides, the person on top and the person that's on the bottom. What are the differences that you see between the 2? What are the differences in terms of their posture, their activity or lack thereof, their general attitude? What do you see that's a noticeable difference? Now, my question to you is, which one are you? Where are you at? Are you the one that's on the top, hitting it? You know where you're going. You got a goal. You're pressing forward. Or are you the one on the bottom? So let's take a look at the next slide. Let's see what's motivating the guy that's on the top. The guy that's on the top is actually focused on a goal. And his goal is that big old deposit of diamonds that he believes is ahead of him. It's that reward that's waking him up every day, driving him forward. You know, with my business consulting clients, one thing that I say is that you have to go to bed with a dream and you have to wake up with a vision. And what that literally means is every day, if you do this for exercise the rest of your life is going to be amazing. You lay down, and when you lay down, the last thing you do is not play on your phone and go to sleep or fall asleep watching the TV or anything like that. You cut everything off. You lay your head on the pillow. You thank God for the day. And then you start thinking about, what do you want your life to be? Why are you living? What is your purpose? And start thinking about all the things that can happen in your life if you can lock down into your purpose. That's going to bed with a dream. And then that programs your subconscious to know what it is you desire. And when you wake up, when your alarm goes off, or when you wake up and your eyes open, that moment is the moment that you have a vision for your future. That vision drives you towards your purpose. And so you go to bed with a dream, you wake up with a vision, and it is the reason why you're living today. You're getting up and you're pressing forward for a reason. Let's look at the next slide. This is the thing that you're seeing about the picture. Both of them put out effort, but effort without a clear end goal is just wasted time. Effort without a clear end goal is just wasted time. The path to purpose becomes clearer with every step and every purpose-filled step towards your destiny. You have to take those steps every day. It's time out for complaining about your life and what you don't have and what you wanted and didn't have it. Stop that. Today, that day has ended. Today, you wake up with a vision for your life. This very moment, you're going to change your attitude. Why? Let's go to the next slide. Because the guy that's on the bottom, the number 2 guy that's on the bottom, what you see in him is a person that no longer has a vision for their life. They no longer have a reason to wake up and do anything. And with that comes no energy. Your body gets drained of all energy because you're depressed. You're upset, you're mad, you're sad, you're frustrated. That's what comes with that. That person is almost burnt out. You know why? Because they stop pressing ahead. Now let's look at the next person. This is who you can be, and this is who you have to be in order to walk in purpose. You have to be focused, and you have to have focused effort, which is what you're doing right now, just watching this video. It takes time and effort to pay attention, and I thank you for the time that you're giving us. You have to be energized, and having focused effort will energize you. And you have to be vision driven. If you have a vision, you can be driven to greater heights and more success. You know, the Bible says that a city without a vision will perish. And I like to say a person without a purpose perishes. So that's what we've been feeling for a long time, because all we've done is worked and worked and worked, and we're not achieving anything. Even if you have your own company, you've been running your company for years, and you haven't achieved the goals that you wanted to. And it's because it needs to be a purpose-driven company, and that's something that we can help you do within my company, Manifest Media. We can come alongside you and help you develop that, not only for you, but for your staff. Let's look at the next slide. What it's going to take is something that you have the ability to do. What it's going to take is focus. And focus is something, and I'm going to break down that word for you. Focus is something that is very unique to all entrepreneurs. So let's talk about it. You must focus on who you are going to find. You must focus if you're going to find and walk in your God-given purpose, because there's so many distractions: cell phones, friends, phone calls, distractions all over the place. There's distractions, but if you're going to achieve purpose, you're going to have to be focused. So let's look at what focus means on the next slide. Here we go. So focus, as an acronym, means to follow one course until successful. You have to follow one course until you're successful. That's what's going to take. And that's what you see. All these other people out here who are creating companies and doing wonderful things in the world, nonprofit organizations that are helping so many. You got churches that are spiritually guiding people, businesses that are empowering people, creating products and services that are empowering people. That didn't just happen. That was a person who took time to focus on having a vision-driven life, and other people who saw the vision came alongside of them and said, yeah, my purpose is to join you in your purpose. And they came together and created all these things we see in the world. There's nothing that has been created by man in this world without vision and purpose. And you can be just like that, but you got to remove the obstacles and the challenges every day. And you got to know that they're going to be there. Okay, so let's not be mamsy-pamsy and feel like, oh my gosh, my job is so hard, or running a company is hard. Of course it is. If it was easy, everyone would do it. So stop making excuses. What you have to do is make a change in your attitude. The challenge is there to strengthen you as a business owner. Okay, if there's an obstacle there, there's an opportunity to overcome it and learn something. And even in your failures, you can learn something, right? If you're going to fail your way forward. All right, that's what I teach. Fail your way forward. And the reason is because if you look at the slide, he's not just chopping that dirt to be chopping that dirt. There's a reward for his obedience. There's a reward for your obedience, for walking in purpose, even for watching this video. If you're watching this video right now, there's a reward and you're getting it slowly. You're getting seeds planted into your heart for purpose. So now let's go to the second big question. Well, let's go to the next slide and see the three things that you must do in order to achieve focus and have purpose. Every day you must be focused, energized, and driven. Focused, energized, and driven. That means you go to bed with a dream, you wake up with a vision for your day and for your life, and you have focus on that. That's why I'm working this job, or that's why I'm running this company. I'm energized. I'm getting up. I'm going into my day. I'm not, waking up dreary and wondering why I'm working. No, you have a purpose. That's why you're up, and you're up early because you're excited about where you're going. You're not going to work. You're not going to your company. You're going to a place that's going to help you achieve your purpose. So you're energized and you're driven. And every day, that's your starting point. Every day you get a blessing of a new day, right? They said the past is history. Tomorrow's a mystery. Today's a gift. That's why it's called the present. It's a present that God gives each one of us to enjoy every day and to have a new vision for our life. And you have to always keep your goal in mind if you're going to find your purpose. Always keep the goal. And your goal right now might be, maybe you haven't clearly defined what your purpose is. Well, I'm going to walk you through some steps in just a second to help you do that. But you have to keep that in mind, that my life is getting better day by day, and I'm walking more and more in my purpose. All right, so let's go to the next question. This is the big question for you. Why are you here? Why are you here? And I talked about it briefly at the beginning of this session. Why are you here? That's a question a lot of people on the planet, they don't even know. They're just existing. They're just living, but they're not experiencing life to the fullest. But if you can answer the question, why are you here? That will help you understand where the path to purpose is for you. So let's go to the next slide, and we're going to take a look at purpose. We're going to clearly define what purpose is. Your life purpose consists of central motivating aims of your life. The reason you get up in the morning is because of your purpose. This is what you're saying to yourself. We're reprogramming you right now. You're going to reprogram your own mind, okay? Purpose can guide you through your life decisions. It will influence you, influence your behaviors. It will shape you. It will give you goals. It will offer you a sense of direction. A lot of people are like, I don't know what I'm doing. Now that we're thinking about purpose, we're having this purpose mindset, you will begin getting direction, and it will create meaning for your life. There's nothing like having a life that has value and meaning. Some people feel like life is meaningless because they're just kind of doing stuff. They're not focused. They don't have purpose. But if you do, you can actually walk into a powerful life. For some people, purpose is connected to their vocation. It's meaningful. It's connected to their job and what they do. It's because they have satisfying work. And that's okay. If your purpose is what you're doing right now, I mean, you could be, the principal at a school. You could be a janitor. You could be a teacher. You could be a football player. It doesn't matter. Whatever your job is, if the job you're doing fulfills your needs and you're happy and it's something you would do basically for free, and it blows your mind that people are actually paying you to do it, guess what? You're walking in purpose. That's a clear sign that you're walking in purpose. Now, but the question is, how is this true in your life? Is the company you're running right now exciting you? Are you driven and excited about it? Do you have a vision for that company? As an employee, is that exactly what you see yourself doing, like for the rest of your life? You're like, I love this job. I can do it the rest of my life. If not, you need to be seeking purpose. And this next step is really going to help you go through that. All right, so let's take a look at the next slide, and we're going to take a look at some of the steps that we can take. First step, I want you to stop, and I want you to imagine how your life would be if you knew your purpose and you had the power to walk in it every day. If right now you knew your purpose, you had the power to walk it out. You had all the money, all the knowledge, all the resources, all the connections. You had everything you needed. How different would your life be? Where would you live? Where would you go? What would be different in your life? Who would you ultimately be if all those things came into place? All right. That's what we want to get at, because right now we're kind of edged out of this reality we had before you watch this video. We're now beginning to see that there's a pathway to purpose, and we're about to get into our path of purpose, but there's a step we got to take. Let's go to the next slide. And there's something I want you to do. Actually get a pen, a piece of paper, and I want you to write some things down. So what I want you to do is I want you to take 60 seconds, and I want you to take that piece of paper, and I want you to write skills, gifts, and talents at the top. Skills, gifts, and talents at the top. This is a compass that will give you clear direction to purpose. This is a key. This is a key to purpose. Now, let me break down skills and talents. They're different. A skill is something that you acquire by learning. All right. And for those of you who already know it, go ahead and write your 1 through 7 and start writing out your skills and talents. And then the talent is an ability that you are naturally born with. It's something you're gifted with. It's something that you do naturally, instinctively. It's easy for you. Right. And so just write down those 7. And what I want you to do, once you get your 7 skills, gifts, and talents, is those are puzzle pieces that if you can put them on the same page, which you should be doing right now, if you can write them all out and get your 7. I myself, when I wrote mine out, I had more than 30 I wrote down on mine. I just kept writing. When I looked at it, I was like, oh my God, I can do all of this, and I know how to do all of this. Like, wow, why am I working for somebody if all of these skills and talents are within me already? I could do this on my own, which is why I now have my own company, Manifest Media, and doing exactly what I'm telling you to do. That's why this purpose and power process I'm taking you to right now is something that actually works. My business clients are getting tremendous success. You can go to my website, mypurposemypower.com, and you'll see some of the results that we're getting already. And you can find me on LinkedIn as well. And you can look at the testimonials at the bottom of my LinkedIn profile. And you can see just all of the people that are getting this tremendous response and change in their life and in their businesses. So you got your 7 down or more, because I'm stalling to give you time to write it all out, because I want you to see who you are. Because this right here is what I did. I wrote all that out and I looked at it and I was like, well, these are things I actually can do right now. So why do I need to be an employee for someone when I can actually run my own company and hire people to come work for me? Because that's now my purpose, is to do that. And so once I wrote this list out, it gave me a clear picture of the things that I can do to walk in my purpose. And it's not just about making money. It's about making impact. Because I discovered that in terms of ministry, I'm a pastor. And I'm actually a pastor here in the Richmond, Virginia market for Thrive Church. We have 2 locations, and I'm at the Richmond location. I'm one of the pastors there. So from a spiritual standpoint, I can mentor people spiritually. And I was like, yeah, I could do that. And I love doing that. And I've been doing that for free for like 30 years. And I'm like, wow, so I could actually be a spiritual coach and people will pay me and I can guide them through their life, year after year, year after year. It's almost like having a private pastor, a personal pastor. And I was like, I like that. I can do that. And then I looked more at it and I said, I love helping mentor people. And I looked at all the people that I was already mentoring, and people were calling me and I talked to them about different things, and I would guide them through processes and steps to, create positive change in their life. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm a mentor, so I could do that too. And then I looked at it from a business standpoint. If you go to my website, mypurposemypower.com, you'll see, once you click on the About page, you'll see all the companies, well, some of the companies that I work for, because now I've been doing this for 30 years. So I've literally worked with thousands of companies. But I work with small businesses, Fortune 500, 300, 100 companies, and I've been doing it for 30 years. So the things that I've learned through working with those companies, the marketing strategies and techniques, and all the skill sets that comes along with that in terms of copywriting, doing market research, being able to look at a company and see in terms of their structure and the sales staff, how to restructure it for increased sales, how to help management become more in line with their employees and salespeople to get in line with the vision for the company. Like, all those things are things I've been doing for 30 years. And I said, wow, so that's something that's of value that I can offer to companies now. I can help companies build out this vision plan for growth and scaling. And I was like, well, it makes sense. I can see it on the page. These are things I actually can do. So your page should be just like that. You should have at least 7 things that you can actually do that are your skills and your talents that is going to help you move forward. And let's look at the next slide. Let's see what you actually, all of these add up to something. What does it add up? It adds up to a new beginning for you. This is a new vision for your life. If you want to know your purpose, you've actually started that process of writing those things out. These are things you love to do, you want to do, things you can do. It's something that you actually should be doing. But the difference is, and the only way you can walk in purpose is you have to stop living by sight and start living by vision. You have to start living by vision. Why? Because what you see is temporary. These things certainly have come into your life, but they have come to pass. They haven't come to stay, right? These things will pass, but you have to believe beyond what you can see. And remember, I talked to you about imagination. You have to see beyond what you currently have. Think about it. 10, 15 years ago, you had no clue you would have everything you have right now. That's what I'm talking about. If we were to go 10, 15 years in the past and you were to tell your past self that you were going to get all the things you have now, that's what I'm trying to do for you right now. I'm telling you right now that 10, 15 years from now, your life can be so much better. You can be walking in purpose and you can have the life you want, but you have to first have a vision that drives you, because that's a part of your purpose. All right. So the question that I have to ask you is this, and this is the most serious question. Are you ready? Because I will tell you, for years, I procrastinated. I made excuses. I was like, you know what? This is a great job working for these companies. I've worked for television companies, radio companies. I've been in digital advertising and print advertising and got great paychecks and great benefits, had great employees and coworkers to work with. I was like, this is pretty nice. Year after year, I would make an excuse of why would I leave? I'm making great money. My last job, I was making great money as well. And I was like, you know what? This is pretty good. If it wasn't for COVID-19 and the COVID downsizing that occurred within the company that I was working for, I probably still would be doing that. Why? Because I had medical benefits and dental benefits and had a nice little area to work in, a workspace. I had one of the vertical desks. I was like, I'm great. You know, free coffee and great coworkers and managers to work with to help me, you know, carry the load of doing business. Why would I leave? Right? The reason is because I wasn't walking in purpose. And so that situation that came that caused me to have to step out on my own and do what I'm doing now was a blessing in disguise. You know, the Bible says that God would take what was meant for evil and turn it around for your good. For those who are called by him, called according to his purpose. And so purpose is the point. It pushed me into my purpose. I found myself at home thinking, okay, so now what am I going to do? I'm 50 years old and, you know, I've still got like half a life to live if I make it to 100. So what am I going to do? And I started doing exactly what I had you do. Write that list out. Try to figure it out. Look at what I actually can do right now. And God guided me through that process. And now I'm guiding others through the exact same process. And this is just the beginning. So, but there's something you have to do. You have to answer the question, are you ready? And that's what happened to me. I had to realize, am I ready to do this or am I ready to go get another job? And there's nothing wrong with working for people as long as you're working for a good boss at a good place and you're doing good service and selling good products and you're happy and you feel like that's a part of your purpose, you can do it, you're good. I'm not saying for you to quit, but others aren't. And they know something's calling and something's drawing them like a magnet. You feel a pull away to do more, to be more. Let's see what you got to do. Let's go to the next slide. This is what you have to do. For those who are business owners and employees, they feel that pull. You have to control your thoughts. You have to control your thoughts. There's limiting beliefs that makes a person think that they don't deserve success. Like, yeah, this is good enough. I'm okay. I don't need more. But think about it. Why should others benefit from things that belong to you? Why should you give your stuff to others because you don't want to act like it's yours, right? Hey, Dr. Kelly.
Hey, Stephen, how you doing, man? You know,
I am doing good.
you know what, man? I'm sitting here watching you, and you are giving up the fire. I'm not talking about a little bit of fire. You know, you got people in the audience just kind of, I know they rumbling about it, right about
good.
That. You
Good,
know,
I'm glad.
we're going to, and I made this announcement earlier in the week. There are certain speakers that we're going to be asking to come back and do shows on this network. And I believe that, you know, and listening to what you had to say, I think you would be a great candidate for that. I know
Wow.
I know you're a busy guy. I know you work with a lot of great companies and that whole deal. But one of the things that we want this network to do is to be an everyday network. We want it to be every day. You know, there are enough people, enough Black people in this country for it to be every day.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, right now we're doing it quarterly, but we're going to do it every day. And I want to tell you, and I know you got more slides to get to in the whole nine, and I know you're saying, well, Eric, can I do just 2 or 3 more slides? I'm sure that's the case. But would you give people your name and number so that you can continue this conversation with them as they get in touch with you?
Oh, absolutely. My number is 919-208-5478, 919-208-5478. And you can also reach me on my website at mypurposemypower.com. Of course, you can go to my contact page and let me know exactly what you have in mind. And you can look through all of our services and everything that we offer as well. And we can help you that way.
And you know what I really like? You were so high up in the air, you just came on down.
When I saw
Calm
you,
down.
I saw you. I was like, "Oh my gosh, it is the Dr. Eric Kelly." Oh my gosh, I'm honored that you even
Came down and
what's
said,
the
okay,
interruption.
I know what I got to do.
Yeah.
And we truly appreciate you. As I said, with the time aspect, we want to get you in. What I'm going to do is I want to come in and let you know that in case I don't get a chance to talk to you, I'm going to let you go for another 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then see what you can do in terms of wrapping it up and bring it. I believe in closure.
Okay.
I'm that kind of guy. I believe in closure. But I did want to come in because we had a conversation earlier, and I know that the ladies, when you got ladies waiting, they're ready to do their thing. But
Sure.
I wanted to make sure you knew you had 10 more minutes. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And I'll see you on the other side.
That's right. That's right. Wow, that was amazing. See, look at that. I'm walking in purpose, and Dr. Kelly drops in, and he tells me that there's a place for me on the network, and whatever I can do to help build that and grow that, I'm excited to even be a part of that. And so, anyway, again, I'm a purpose and power coach. I'm an inspiration coach. I help people not only through coaching, but through our company does graphic designs, web designs, as well as developing marketing and advertising plans. You can go to our website and you can find out more about that. It's mypurposemypower.com. But limiting beliefs can stop you from getting to your purpose. Just like there's a lot of things that could have stopped me from doing this presentation today. And I wouldn't have gotten here, even with all the mistakes. And now that I think about it, I thank God for it. Even with all of the challenges to even get the presentation up so you could see it, we endure that. And I thank God for people like Maxine that's come alongside me that's just helped me lift my arms up and push me forward, because she's the reason why I'm here on this network today. She invited me to come, and thank you so much, Maxine. It's such a blessing. And then Dr. Kelly, as a reward of all of that, look what God did. He came in and he said, "Stephen, you got 10 minutes. But you know what? Before you get off, I want to let you know I see you, I hear you, and I want you to be a bigger part of what we're doing." And I'm thankful for that. So that's what happens when you start walking in purpose. Doors open that you have no clue that they're going to open. You don't know what's going to happen. Your job is to wake up and just keep walking forward and take the good with the bad. Something changes, you change. You got to be adaptable, right? So let's go ahead and get through the slides. I only got 10 minutes, and so we'll get through the next slide. So let's take a look at the next slide. And Maxine, as soon as my time is up, pop in, let me know. We'll end it right there. No big deal. I'm good with that. So, all right. So here it is. What story are you telling yourself in your mind every day? What are you saying to yourself about yourself? And these are things I've had to deal with too. Every motivational speaker, every pastor, every person you see in front of a camera on a mic, they deal with these limiting beliefs, and we have to fight them with something. And I'm going to show you what it is. What are you thinking about your purpose? You think you don't have a purpose. That's a lie. The fact that you're here living, we've already talked about it. You have a purpose. What are you thinking about your life? It hasn't been a waste. No, it's been a learning experience. You know why? Because you're still alive. So that means you're still learning, which means you can still change. You can still do better, right? And so watching this video, you know that. All right, let's look at the next slide. All right, so part of changing is not just changing the way you think. There's things you have to do in terms of changing your actions too. And what I want you to do is I want you to take a look at this next slide. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? Who do you see? And whoever you see, that becomes your perception, and it becomes your reality. And it may not even be true. You could be a big old bad wolf, but because you've listened to other people, you feel like a little puppy. You could be a little sweet little fluffy kitten, but in the inside, you're a lion, and nobody better mess with you because you're a lion on the inside. But the question you have to ask yourself today is, which one do I feel like right now? Let's look at the next slide. We're going to move pretty quick, people, so forgive me for going fast, but I want to make sure I get you guys all this. The only thing standing between you and your goal is the story you keep telling yourself as to why you can't achieve something. You know, there's a saying that the man who believes, or the person that believes they can, and the person that believes they can't are both correct. Think about that. If you believe you can't do something, well, it's true, because you're not going to allow yourself to do it. If you believe you can, you're going to keep trying until you do it. Both persons are correct. Just be the right person. And so let's click on the next slide. And this is a story about two wolves. And you can click on the next slide. I'll just give you the summary of the story about the two wolves. But basically, there's two trains of thoughts that's in your mind each day: negative thoughts and positive thoughts. And the thing is, the thought that dominates is the one that you feed. The one you think the most about is the one that dictates your purpose in life. So let's look at the next slide. And this will probably be the end. And this is the one right here. Watch your thoughts, for they become words. Watch your words, for they become actions. Watch your actions, for they become habits. Watch your habits, for they become your character. Watch your character, for that guides your purpose. Focus on your purpose, for it becomes your destiny. And I want to get you guys this, and I want you guys to comment, and if you want to just say, I'm in, or send it to me. And I want to make sure that you guys get this so you can print it out. You can put it in front of you every day. And I also want to invite you to come and be a part of our Purpose and Power workshop that we're going to be doing the first week in March. We're going to continue on this thought here. We're going to kind of expand it to not only purpose, but how to get purpose and walk in power. And would love for you to come. It's free. And I'm just going to continue on the same thought throughout the process. And actually, if you can jump to the last slide, Maxine, we can just go ahead and get past this. I brought up some stories I wanted to show you in terms of case studies that involved Steve Harvey and, Colonel Sanders and Bill Gates and Elon Musk. There's a lot of people that have been through a lot of things and they've achieved a lot of things, but they started off small and they ended up making big impact because they had two things. They had vision and they had purpose. And that's what we want you to get. That's why Dr. Kelly is doing this Black Business Network. That's why he has us in here with the Black Business Expo USA. He's trying to help you get the tools you need to know what you need to know so that you can achieve greatness in your life. Where you are is your starting point. Every day you wake up is the beginning of your race. And you're going to wake up with a vision and you're going to run with purpose. And that's going to get you to your destiny. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to go ahead and stop right there. If there's any questions or anything, Maxine, you want to ask me before we end, that's my information. My cell number and the website, again, is mypurposemypower.com. I am Stephen Walker, CEO of Manifest Media. I would love to talk to you and help you in your business and help you in your personal life, spiritual life as well. Maxine Phillips McCoy, the Maxine Phillips McCoy.
Hey.
How is it going?
And you talking about passion and purpose, and you are talking my language.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned something about if you're doing what you love to do and you just happen to be paid for it. I make that statement all of the time.
Nothing like that.
When we can help individuals understand who they are, whose they are, walk in that purpose, understand their gifts and abilities.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's what I'm here to do. That's my ministry. That's my calling.
No better life than that.
And of course, we're gonna guys, ladies, we're gonna drop Maxine off.
Thank you.
Maxine.
Hey, Dr. Kelly, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Because when I heard about this, Maxine told me about this, and I knew it was you. I was like, oh my gosh, Dr. Kelly has been doing this for a long time, and you're still motivating people to do more. And I just commend you for what you're doing. And I want to put out a challenge. I told Dr. Kelly, guys, everybody's watching, I said, I am going to donate $50 to the cause for the kids. And Dr. Kelly said, no, step it up, do 100. And I was like, oh, no, I'm going to give 50. But you know what? I'm going to give a $100 donation as a challenge to everyone that's watching to give to what Dr. Kelly is doing with his network and reaching those kids and giving them what the tools they need to be successful.
Well, we want to thank you for that. And, it takes a lot for us to understand. I talk about Barack Obama and how he won. Senator McCain wanted him to do campaign finance. And Barack said, no, I'll do the $5s and the $10. And those $5s and $10 gave him a war chest to win the presidency. Nice. And a lot of times people don't think about that. The people that you showed earlier, you showed Bill Gates, you showed Amazon, and you showed Steve Jobs. Mm-hmm. Now, Bill Gates was working with Macintosh. He was their marketing guy, and he paid $50,000 for his dream, and now he's one of the richest men in the world. Look at Amazon. Amazon was spending money on the internet, and all of a sudden he created a business to make the money. So we as a people have to understand when you get opportunity to do things, you got to step into your purpose, and your purpose today was unbelievable. Want to thank you. Want to thank you for being on the show. I will be giving you a call a little bit later because I do want to set up the television show, see what kind of time you got. And as I say to all of my guests, thank you so very much, because my kids are the ones that reap the benefits of y'all sharing this information, because y'all are building a nation. And when you build a nation, then all of us eat. And that's what's important.
That's good. But you got to tell the people your secret, because when you and I got together, it was about 20 years ago, and you look exactly the same. You haven't aged a day. I don't know what in the world you're eating and drinking, but let me know about it.
Well, I tell you, I'm a vegetarian. Man. And people say, well, when you gonna eat some meat? And I said, well, you really don't have to eat the meat. Which gorilla eats meat?
And they're huge and strong.
Boom.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got to get out of here. I got to pick the ladies up. Thank you so very much. And we'll see you on the other side. And of course, I'm not going to take too long. I want to bring up Maxine. Hello, Maxine. How you been?
I'm good.
I want to tell you, you've been doing an outstanding job today. You've been behind the scenes. You saw today what I go through every day when you do something like this.
Yeah.
And Max, in November, there was nobody back here but me.
Wow.
So we're going to change. We're going to change that, and as you said, we're going to add more people. I think one of the speakers said earlier, you got to have a team. And so if you want to join this Black Business Expo team, you can reach us at info@blackbusinessexpo1.com. But I'm going to get out of here because I know you have a guest that's coming up, and I promised y'all to go and get that 40 minutes, and I got 1 minute to get off of here. And you know what my saying is? I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, it's been an awesome day, and we can't stop doing what we're doing. We have some awesome speakers and some great information. So I'm Maxine Phillips McCoy. I'm serving as the host for today, but this hour, I am going to bring up a guest that I'm going to have an engaging conversation with, and none other than Miss Lisa Green. Lisa is an entrepreneur. She's a her name of her company is Marketing with a Twist. And I would ask her, I'd say, Lisa, is that the twist, just a W-I-S-T, or is that a twist in your step? And so she said, as her marketing professional specialist, and that's her ministry, that she walks with a twist so that she can help other business owners excel in their business. So let's bring Lisa up so we can engage in this conversation about entrepreneur resume. Hello, Miss Lisa.
Hi, Maxine. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. I trust that you are.
Yes, I am. And thank you for asking.
You're more than welcome. Well, Lisa, just tell us a little bit more about who you are and what your company does.
Well, I am Lisa Green, the CEO of Marketing with a Twist, how to network to build your net worth. And a little bit about me. I told people I come from a techno background. I got a man-made side. I got a God-made side. So I have a BS degree in computer science and a minor in math. And how I found myself in marketing and helping people was back with my mother. She was a single mom, and she just taught us that you could be who you want to be. Can I is not a word. It's attraction, 2 words. You can do anything you set your mind to. So when I was in Zaxby's, to tell you a little bit about myself, I came on marketing from Zaxby's. Zaxby's used to be area marketing director for Zaxby's. A lot of people know me by my Z's. Put a Zantastic smile on your face, make your belly feel delicious. And you just have to put that thing and leverage the playing field. So not knowing that God was setting me up for a bigger, people kept saying, Lisa, you're bigger than Zaxby's. Like, well, okay, what, okay, whatever. And so not knowing that he was setting me up, because when I was over there in Zaxby's just allowed me to go out there and just engage in the community and to get their name out there and drive footprints into the store by stepping outside the box. I heard the speaker before said there's no box, is how you set your mind up, but it is. So I didn't know at that time that my mind could go that far. So Zaxby's gave me the opportunity to step out there to do different things and put myself in there, insert myself in other people's lives to take them from $1 million stores to $4 million in 3 years.
Wow.
Yes. And so we was in unfamiliar territory. We learned I taught them how to like the unlike-minded person. And it's like, who would never known that we was out in schools giving computers away, doing less for more.
Okay.
Like that. So that would allow me to go out there in the byways. We was in the first restaurant to be in the Universal Soul Circus.
Universal Soul Circus.
Yes.
Right, all right.
Yes, we was out there giving food away, and we selling food, to help, stand in the gap and different things. So that my company, Marketing with a Twist, teach you how to leverage the playing field, how to like the unlike-minded person, and teach you how to be in two places at one time, and just basically kill 5 birds with one stone, and just telling people how you are. And community engagement brings the foot traffic back to you, giving back to others.
Excellent, excellent. Oh wow, Ms. Lady, 1 million to 3 million. Well, I tell you what,
4 million, 4 million.
to 4 million. Ooh. Wait a minute. 1 million to 4 million.
In 3 years, 7 stores.
3 years, 7 stores. Phenomenal. So that brings me to the conversation we're going to have today, and that's about entrepreneur resumes. So
Yes,
I'm sure that's on your resume somewhere, Miss Lady.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You have to show what you put out there and show people what you can do and put it on paper. And I'll not put it on paper, but put it in action.
Yes, put it in there. So you have to have action before you can actually put it on the paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Action is what helps you come up with the resume achievements.
Yes, ma'am. It does.
So if we start thinking about a resume in this way, majority of the time when we're getting ready to go to apply for a job, they want you to submit your resume. And there's a format that you usually need to submit that resume in. So the first thing that they always say put on a resume is a summary. And the summary consists of information about what you've done, just a little mini paragraph, your objective, or a summary highlights in a little mini paragraph what you've done. But if we start breaking that summary down, you can't really write that summary until you've actually achieved those goals that you said that you were going to achieve.
Yes, you're certain correct about that. You have to put things in action so you can have it to write down. And then, like I tell a lot of my clients, I need you to show up in your market and just not attend. Step outside and make yourself more noticeable and more attractive for someone to come to you.
Wait a minute now. Show up in your market before you can attend.
Yes, that's it. I teach them how to show up and just not attend. You know how we just blend in with everybody else that's doing things? Do something to set you apart. Like this COVID. Most people went dormant. I said, no, you got to be relevant. I know you're trying to be safe, but you can still be relevant. If you just give $1, like giving $50 to this scholarship, you stay relevant. They're going to say, what did you do to stay relevant? What are you going to put on your resume after COVID that you show that you were relevant that's going to make them pull back into you?
All right. Relevant. I like that because relevant is part of what I call the SMART goal, SMART, and the R in the SMART is relevant, realistic, and relevant. So how can you stay relevant? You talked about, staying relevant, but give us some suggestions or some tips and techniques on how we can stay relevant as a business owner in order to add that to our resume.
So in the business owner, you can stay relevant by donating your time. Going out and doing things like food distribution, or going out and just helping somebody, a next door neighbor, or either helping another business owner. Maybe you're dormant right now, and say like marketing is a big bucket, right?
Right.
Things, elements in marketing. So say like, for instance, you're a person like myself, community engagement, and you do drafting and websites. A lot of people are not doing websites right now because they're dormant. So hey, come on out here with me and just do some food distribution, or let's go stay relevant, or either, hey, let me do some content for you to put on your marketing tools so you can stay relevant. So just helping each other out, forgetting about what you do there. Don't be afraid to step on the other side and help someone else out. And you can put that on your resume. That's another tool you can put on your resume that expand your horizon. And
not just one particular business, but take into consideration more than one, because there's so many opportunities out here, including our nonprofits, including our students, mentoring. So there's some other. What do you think about that side of it, the mentoring?
Most of them, you can go out there and mentor. You can go out there and like so many kids has really suffered by being virtual. Why not? And most of us business owners have the experience about being on a computer. Why not take one of them under your wing and say, hey, let's do a creative way to help you stay motivated and pay attention to the virtual school? Because I know it was hard for some of those kids to sit still in front of that computer screen, because it's hard for me sometimes. I'm a moving and shaking on my hands-on person.
So as I'm hearing you talk, it comes to mind that we're talking about the entrepreneur resume. And when we start talking about what are some of the things we can put on the resume that, yes, it is nice to also put when you've done what? Customer service.
Service.
What kind of service have you given? And what type of compliments you received, commendations you received, awards that you received?
Yes.
So talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, if you get out there and people are going to notice you, for instance, you just hit a key point. While we was out there, I have an initiative on my business called Stop Hunger. While I was out there doing our thing, being a willing vessel, that I call it, people was noticing us. And then we got awarded, this is the first time it's happened in the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. We got nominated by 2 different chapters, didn't even know, for Citizen of the Year.
Okay.
So by staying out there and doing the services and things like that, it'll get you noticed. So when you're not thinking that somebody's watching, they're watching. So that's another thing. When you get those awards, that's something else to add it to your resume and to make you more noticeable and more sellable.
I love what you said, that you were noticed. When you think people are not noticing you, they are. So
Yes,
be careful what you do. Be careful how you talk to individuals. Your approach, that friendliness means it goes so much further. If you're friendly, you're approachable, and individuals feel like they can come up to you and ask you a question while you're out there volunteering.
Yes,
So,
and also when you get up in the morning, you might have had one of those bad nights. Check yourself before you go out. Go in the mirror and say, you know what? Because I even tell kids when it was open and we used to go to schools and do different things in the school system. I said the way you come out, if you're coming out with your pants all sagging, that's the way they're gonna say. If you pull your pants up and walk stern, even if you don't feel like it some days, guess what? Somebody's gonna pull on you and take that unfeeling out of you. You'll say, oh, I can do this thing. Ain't nothing can stop me. So that's what I mean by showing up and not just attending in your market or in your everyday life.
Awesome. Show up, show out,
There you go, Ms.
and do excellent work regardless.
Yes.
As business owners, we all must think that is it quality or is it quantity? It could be a little bit of both, but if you're going to do the quantity, it still needs to be of quality.
Yes, got to be of excellent in order, because you don't want to put messy stuff out there, because you know what, it's going to paint you as a messy person, even though your heart is full of joy. But you got to do it in excellent and in order, as even God says.
Right. And I often think of you are the brand, and the brand is you.
Yes, ma'am.
No matter where you go, you're being watched.
Yes, ma'am. And don't be afraid to, like I say, help, like you said, stay relevant, and understand that there's no I in team. There's E for effort for everyone, even though it's an E and me and we. It took the efforts of your naysayers and your supporters to say, hey, you can do it.
Okay. So with you being on the fast track, and we talk a little bit about proposals, because many times business owners might have to put in a proposal.
Yes, ma'am.
In order to be awarded the business. So when we do that proposal, I always look at when you put in for that proposal, that's a little bit of your resume.
Yes, ma'am.
Put information on that's going to talk about, well, how are you going to quantify the data? And so help us to understand, how do we even go about maybe collecting some data in order to put on a business resume?
As you go about your day, make sure you record things so you can have, because your memory always don't serve you right. So
right.
As you do your things in your daily life, if you help a client, say you're in marketing, you help a client increase foot traffic, write that data down. Say we went from, like, for instance, in Zaxby's, took a store that first year now, Maxine, check this out, 950 stores, that first year it was 145. place, and normally they down and below. For that first year, they did $2 million. So you write that compliment down and say, okay, that's my data. So you keep a record of what you're doing in your life, and don't rely on your memory, and just write that data down. Someone like myself, I said, well, that's kind of boasting. And I had to realize that's not boasting. That's just your accomplishment. That's what God, as Stephen said before, that's what God put your purpose in your life. So you write that down. It's okay. I had to learn that it's okay to pat yourself on the back. I say, why are you patting yourself on the back? I said, it's okay to write that data down. So that's where you're going to get your data from, your day-to-day experience and how you excel in your business, your accomplishments. Write that data down, because they're looking for it. And also, when you go to apply for that position or go to that client, sometimes we have to hush up and listen, because they already scoped you out and looked at what you got to offer. You just listen to what they got to offer and insert yourself in their lives.
Oh, you just hit a word, insert.
Yes, ma'am.
Insert yourself in their lives, in their environment. What is it that they need from you? You also said a word, you said, listen.
Yes, ma'am.
Listen to the voice of the customer. Listen to the voice of those who you know that you are going to be serving. And when you do that, then they know that you're paying attention. They see what, well, I think there's a saying that goes that people would purchase from those who they would like, trust, believe in.
And don't sell. Now, in the bottom of my email, if you ever email and some of those know, don't sell your moral for your business. If you say no to something that you don't believe in, and they have you, like, okay, I just lost that dollar. Guess what? They're gonna come back and say, you know what? If she protects her morals, she's gonna protect my morals. Let me go back to her, even though she doesn't believe in, some of my stuff. But you can turn, like I was telling people, you can turn them into a like-minded person real quick if you just believe in yourself.
I'm hearing you say, don't sacrifice your values.
Yes, ma'am. I say morals and you say values, but yeah, don't sacrifice what you believe in for your business. Because you guess what? If you stand firm, guess what? God is going to bring them on, and you can turn them. Like I said, I'm turning them to a like-minded person because they're going to say, well, if you trusted and guarded your values, guess what? You're going to guard my company. You're going to guard my business. You're going to take me up a level out. You're not going to do anything to undermine me, or you're not going to nickel and dime me to get my business.
And that, again, you build in trust, you build relationships. And as you build those relationships, then people will refer you. Perhaps maybe they can't use your service right now, but they know someone else who can. And so they'll refer you to that person, or that person to you, vice versa. And the whole thing of it is that word of mouth
is something else.
It's compliment that you can receive.
And there's also relationship building. You got to, I tell people, build bridge and close the deal while sustaining a successful relationship. You may treat them as a solution and close the deal, but check back on them. Guess what? They're going to say, hey, you know what? She checked on me. Hey, Maxine, Lisa from Marketing with a Twist, help me. Can you do this? And, this is all about referral. And again, there's no INT. There's E for effort for everybody. And also on your resume, you can put them down as a reference.
There you go. A reference, and then you do need those references, and they check references. Being a 35-year vet in HR, they check references.
Yes, they do, and they have a funny way of doing it. They'll drop your name and see what somebody else is going to say out there. And also, while you're building your resume, keep your Facebook page clean. Keep your personal from your business. If people want to join your Facebook page and then for the business, send them to your business page. Lock your personal down because they're looking for every little thing, and that's how they go back and check up on you, and your resume to see what support on your Facebook or your social media to support your resume.
Right now, we're talking about entrepreneur resumes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
But you have the LinkedIn. LinkedIn is your first business resume.
Yes, ma'am.
As a business owner, put that information out there. If you do not have a LinkedIn profile, create a LinkedIn profile. We heard this morning from the Executive Talk, and we had Michelle Weathersby, who's known as the LinkedIn
Queen. Yes, she is.
There's no reason to say you do not have a contact or someone that you know of who's actually can help you with your LinkedIn profile, because it was revealed this morning.
And she's a guru at it.
Yes, the LinkedIn Queen. I like that title. Okay, so you talked about, we hear often, I can't be in two places at the same time. But you told me, Ms. Maxine, that is not true. So help our viewing audience to understand why that is not a true statement.
It's not true because, again, you got to use your imagination. I told people, they say, well, one of my clients, I asked them, I said, can you be in two places at one time? It's like, that's a trick question, Lisa. I said, no, just think about it. Settle your mind. And then you say, when you do that, it's still like you've got two engagements that you need to be there that night. It's like, wow, I really need to be here. So you look at the two that you need, leverage your playing field, and say, okay, this one I need to be there to put my hands on. This one over here, I just need some representation.
Okay.
With the representation, you create a co-branding card. That's what I call it. And you ask them, say, you know what, Miss Maxine, how are you telling them thank you to come to your event? Watch this now. You're going to take the X out of the SKUs, the X out of the expense, and put the I in incentives for you. Watch this. You can say, hey, let me create a thank you card for you. You say, for coming to your event. You can say, thank you for coming to the event, and guess what? You can put your advertisement on the other side, and maybe say, hey, here's a free consultation. And so what you get them to give the person that you can't, the event that you can't be at, get them to hand out that material, that marketing material for you. They're gonna say, hey, every time somebody comes in the door, you don't hit everybody there that you wasn't even there to hear them because they said thank you. Here's my thank you card for coming. And so you just help that company that you just assign them with to take the expense out of that budget because you paid for that card. It's pennies on a dollar and put a value on the other side and say, thank you for coming. And that's the same thing we did with Zaxby's. We did things like, thank you for coming to this event. Thank you for being an employee of the month. So I didn't have to be there. I thanked the employees and I gave them a thing. And guess what? They brought them back into Zaxby's and they're going to bring them back to your business. So it releases you to be over in another place and give them that personal touch that you need. So yes, you can't be in two places at one time.
I love that. I love that concept. So you can be in two places at
Yes,
one
ma'am.
time. It's just that physically you're one there, and then the next time you are there in your card in the co-brand.
Yeah, you're in a mental state, the mental, physical and mentally.
Right. And so you gave us a little scenario prior to giving us that story. You say you took the X out of
Excuse
and the X out of
expense
expense
and
and
put
the I in
incentive. So it was an incentive for you to do that. To give them that card because and they brought it back to you. It's paying it forward.
I like that. XXI. Okay.
All right, Ms. Jackson, give it another word. Give it another.
I like that. Okay. So I mentioned about listening to the voice of the client. And so we talk about branding yourself, and then there are slogans that we can use. Anything that you can give us some tips and techniques that when we do that, how it's going to then help us on the resume side later?
Slogans make you attractive. You can also put it in your resume. Just keep it clean. So some of the things I used when I was at Zaxby's, like put a fantastic smile on your face, make your belly feel delicious. I'm 2 years out from it now.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember some of the things I did. The slogans, just put some things that apply to you, like networking to build your network.
Okay.
So those things, look at things that as a snag to your business. Like, you put a twist in your miss that's going to make you lucrative at the end.
Right. And that's why it's called marketing with a twist.
Yes, ma'am. And you don't need to look when you look up their website, you don't need to put the A and the E in there. The A and the T in there is MRKTING. So I took the A and the E out, and there you go. You still got marketing.
MARKT.
MRK.
MRK. That's all right. Abbreviation for marketing. All right. Okay. So you talked about way to serve and as volunteer. And we, one of the things that I always think about, and one of our very first speakers this morning talked about partnering and having a partnership.
Yes, ma'am. It's very important to have a partnership because you can use that partnership to leverage the playing field for your business. Work together because there's no I in team. And you're going to work together. And also, guess what? While you have that partnership, guess what you can do? And take more. I can shoot 5 birds with one stone. Bring your coworkers or your employees, and do a team builder concert. You teach them how to work together in an environment like that. So you leverage them, you're killing 5 birds with one stone. You're doing partnership. You're also teaching team builders with your employees. And while you're out there, take some marketing material with you and hand it out to people. So you just stay expense of marketing. Hey, you right there on the field, leverage the playing field. Get your rat card. I don't have one on my desk, but a rat card. It's a 4x6, and put your business on the other side and your service on the other, and hand it to them. So you out there killing 5 birds with one stone with that partnership.
I like that because you got team building, then you're handing out your cards and you're building relationships with the team itself, and they're becoming a cohesive team. They're communicating, and you can also, should you need to put that on your resume, you can talk about team development and how you took maybe a team who was having some challenges to a team who's now performing in a high performance manner. So that would be good.
And also collect data while you're out there, because not only you can put it on your resume, guess what? If you're a nonprofit, you take that data and they say community outreach. When you look at your application, there's your data to put on your application, your grant application. So you leverage the playing field while you're out there. Also, while you're trying to build your work resume. So you're killing another bird with another stone, with the same stone.
With the same stone. That's adding additional information to that nonprofit proposal that you're putting in, because you want to be awarded at the end of their selection period. So what about social media? How can we use social media in order to help us from an entrepreneur's perspective with our business resume? What can we take from that?
Take this stuff off your resume and post it on, put your experience on the on your Facebook page, sharing it from one another. And I told people, share from your business page to your personal page. Don't go the opposite way. Make them, come up, get them off your business, your personal, and put them on
Go
there.
to the business first, then share to the personal.
Yes, ma'am. And then you can do that for your Instagram and your LinkedIn as well. But you're taking your resume and just placing it strategically and creatively onto your Facebook page. Make a post out of it. Go to Canva. I know some artists, some graphics like Lisa, don't say that, because Canva now has like given them a run for their money, because you can go on Canva and create things. If somebody like you and I may not be that's as artistic, Canva is you can post it and take it right there. So that again, but take it right there and just make it creative, and you can just take it from there, from your resume, and put it on your LinkedIn and keep it updated, keep them engaged.
Mm-hmm.
So also, when someone asks you, you go to your, client, do you know how to do this? You may not be a marketing person. Well, I need just a little help to do my Facebook page. So it's going to also something to increase your resume as well.
Right, because you're going to get those views, and you're going to get those responses, and it'll maybe move you up in what they call the algorithm. So that would be good. So how can they use LinkedIn as far as referrals? Has that been helpful for you, or how has that been helpful for you?
A lot of, like I said, on LinkedIn, it has a lot of, Michelle is not up here to help us out with that, but there's a lot of things up there you can use referrals, and people go and then look at you and they say, oh, and they put comments, and they got referrals on LinkedIn, which you can use as well. You can say, go to my LinkedIn, like when you get clients, say, hey, go to my LinkedIn and make a referral or a comment about me. So that will help you as well.
Oh, okay. All right. You go, girl. You just rolling them off. You giving us some fantastic information. Listen, I sure hope you all are taking notes. All these speakers all week have been coming up with some golden nuggets, and you should have a whole tablet or a whole journal of nothing but fantastic notes. But please go back and apply them. Please go back and put them to use. I used to say a plan are just words on a sheet of paper until you take action.
Yeah, put them in action. They should have a whole jar of nuggets right there to take to the bank.
There you go. Take them to the bank, and they should convert into revenue. Or they convert into additional clients.
Yes.
Or referrals.
Additional clients, additional revenue, and all that. References and all that above.
Right. And there was some maybe some sites in which business owners might need to decide to maybe they can join that can also help increase their visibility. Do you have any of those that you can
go to Alignable? Of course, you got your Facebook, but Alignable is a good one, and what it does, it challenges you to get more referrals, and it make you a highlight. They make you a star user on the Alignable. So it also lets you know when people view you.
Okay.
And people are asked, can they be a part of you? So that's also building your network. And also you put that on your resume. Hey, that might be a referral from one of those places.
Yep, that's true. And I think you mentioned, well, I know one of the things that I do is I use LinkedIn quite often.
Yes, LinkedIn is a really good tool.
Right, because I ask for what they call referrals, or I ask for it's another word that they use where they go in and they write information about
it's a referral on a reference and
on LinkedIn, and then that way that's documenting their satisfaction with your work.
Yes, it does. And that's, like I said, it's showing your worth as well. And it's also, again, a referral. It's how can I say it? What's the word I'm looking for? It'll come back to me. I have one of those brain memories.
And also it would show your achievement. And so as you're documenting the achievement on your resume, the business resume, it also will substantiate that achievement that you just put on the business resume. So when an individual go out there and look at your resume out there on LinkedIn, they can immediately see, oh yes, this is what this particular company is saying about her work or his work. And
also, as you see the awards on my wall, you can take that and transfer it to your LinkedIn and just show your different, and it shows your worth. It shows your worth. It said that you was really out there putting the pedal to the metal and making that happen. So that's more. And again, showing up out there and just not attending in your market, just being that extra, go that extra mile, not afraid to step out there in waters.
And the other thing I was thinking of also is the fact that when you've done this work and ask for a video, ask for a letter of reference, and then hold on to that as needed. And the video you can post on your website, you can post on your LinkedIn profile. If someone needs to see your work, especially if you say that you're a public speaker or a keynote speaker, or they want to validate what you've done, you already have that in your possession and you don't have to ask for it.
Yes, ma'am. And, you know, and also while you're out there doing your work, get somebody to follow you and take those pictures. I mean, you can turn pictures now into a video. You don't have to have somebody actually recording you, but they can turn that, you know, with the way technology is today, you can take a picture and put it in there and make a video. And then there's Canva again, as I tell people, it's published on steroids.
Steroids, okay.
Yeah.
And telling your story. I know for years I never did tell anything personal about myself even though I'm in a business world, but no one knew anything personally about me. But that personal hardship to show the things that you've overcome in order to get to where you are today. Many times individuals can relate to you when you start telling that story. So how has telling your story helped you from a business perspective?
Telling my story going from childhood and how I went from LabCorp. Like for instance, I started at LabCorp. Most of y'all know LabCorp. It was Roche Biomedical and Copychem. I started right after my mother had passed, left me with a 6-month-old baby, even though it was my baby. I started at LabCorp in data entry, and I said, you know what, I want to move up. And it's like, okay, I can. And you can't with it being a single mom. Yes, you can. And so you just tell a story about your endurance. I applied for this job, Maxine, and I tell you, for marketing and sales rep. And I had a BS degree behind this. And I beat out people that had a master in marketing and sales rep. And I got in there and I did that. And I was the only Black woman and the only Black person, and I'm African American. And I was number one sales rep for 6 years in a row.
All right.
So, you tell your story, and it's all going to be encouraging someone. And again, telling your story, you can turn that into your information on your resume. Show where you came from into where you are today. And don't be afraid to fall and just pick yourself back up. It's okay we fall. And your resume is going to help you to carry you where you got to go, even when you feel down and low.
Yeah, and that story is so powerful because, like you just said, other people need to hear it. Because you're not alone. And sometimes when people are going through something, they think that they are alone. But when you start looking back on where you've overcome, how you've been resilient and pushed forward, when you know your purpose and your passion behind it, and you're able to pick yourself up,
yes,
moving forward, when they tell you no, you can, and you know you can because you believe it. As that you see, you believe, you can achieve.
Yes, and that go to efforts. And that go to efforts. I said, there's no I in team. There's go to E for effort. There's the effort somebody to help push you up. They told you no. You said, watch me show you.
I love what you said. You said like push you up.
Yes, ma'am. Elevate you.
Elevate you. And the other thing is reach back.
Here you go.
Reach back and pull someone up. That's where the mentoring comes in at. Yes.
Pay it forward. And then, like I said, as you're building your business resume, let somebody else help you write it. There's a resume writer there. Pull them forward and let them, help you write your resume. But you be missing out on some things.
Yeah. I know I do a lot of executive resumes. I do a lot of, leadership resumes, and I've done a lot of just individual resumes in general. And when I tell them that if I'm going to help you with your resume, I don't write your resume. I help you to write your resume.
You help them, remember what they forgot. And that's why I say it's important. It's important to write that data down. Like you mentioned earlier, it's important to keep a record. It's okay. You might say, well, I don't want to, glorify myself or say I'm boosting on myself. You're just retaining what you did. So remember, as an entrepreneur, write down everything it took you to get where you got to go. Because guess what? Somebody's going to believe in your story in that resume. So I want her business. I want to deal with her or him.
I want some of what she's doing or what she's done. I want to be where she's at. And the other thing I talk about is journaling. You're talking about writing it down because you can have a career journal. And the career journal is tracking you. Is you're recording your travel, your journey, the pathway that you've taken to get where you're going, the vision that you've seen for yourself, the aspirations that you have, and then what is it that you already know about yourself? Make a list. We just had a speaker right before us talking about your passion and purpose.
Your passion, your purpose.
Right, right. 7 things, right?
Yes, and if you didn't catch him, go back on the recording and catch him because he said everything we're saying here. So it's just supporting each other, just as they say, confirming it.
Yes, but you still have to have that one main ingredient.
And
Believe.
There you go. And content. And your content.
Yeah. But even if you write the content, if you don't believe in that content and it's on the paper, how are you going to take actions?
There you go. If you don't believe in yourself, who's going to believe in you? If you don't believe in yourself, who's going to believe in you?
So that business resume that you are creating is what you believe, and you showing what you've done that can substantiate all the things in that career path that you've done. And no matter who looks at that business resume, whether you put in for a proposal, whether just showing that, you know, you're putting in for a loan or a grant, whatever it is that they're requesting, or RFP, request for personnel, it does not matter if you
make sure,
have it.
Yeah, make sure you
start writing it down and be prepared. So when an opportunity presents itself, you are ready, and there's no reason to have to get ready.
And make sure you be true to yourself. Don't be making up stuff that's not there. Or either, you know, or emphasize or glorify what you did, because guess what? Somewhere back there, somebody was watching and they got a document and say, you know what, that person is not, you know, all that they said. And so make sure, like, again, don't sell your morals for your business. Keep it true to yourself, because it's going to elevate yourself.
Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. So do we have any questions? Any questions coming in? Any thought process? What are you going to do differently now that you've heard this great information? What are you going to take away and start implementing immediately? Let us hear from you. Any shares on that? Let me see. Anybody making any comments? No comments yet.
I saw one comment, but it wasn't anything asking a question. They sent awesome information.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we don't mind you asking questions. We have just maybe a minute or two and see if there are any questions. Your story is your success. Your story is your success. And with my company called Level Less, it means continue to achieve success on your own terms. And that's why your story is your success is so true. It is so true.
And it's unique. And it's unique. By being unique, you know, you stand out and you get attention. It's like, but she's not, again, blending in. She's just, you know, really stepping out and showing up in the market.
Yep. So what would be some of your parting words that you like? First of all, give us a website. Give us some contact information on where you can be reached.
Well, my name is Lisa Green. As you said, I am the CEO. I'm Marketing with a Twist. Somebody just said something. How to network to build your net worth. Understand there's no I in team. You may reach me at www.marketingwithatwist, MRKTING with the twist.com. And you can reach me on Facebook and Instagram, and also on LinkedIn.
Okay. Okay. All right. So Dolores asked, do you need a business resume if you're starting your business in full time? It's not that you're required to have a resume. I would say always have that resume ready. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you got to be ready and prepared. Even if you just did your business part-time, you still have a resume. You've been doing stuff for years. You just have a resume. So whether you're part-time or full-time, you have to do a resume. Even when you apply for a part-time job out there in the private sector, you still have a resume. They don't ask, I mean, they do ask you is it part-time or full-time, but you know, you still have to have that resume ready and ready to go.
Right, right. And we have another question that says, you were traveling across the state to do work. How was that? What was that like?
Oh man, somebody must know who I am.
They peeked into your story.
Yes, they peeked into my story. It was good. You have to, make the best out of it. They say make lemon and turn it into lemonade. It was good. I mean, I've learned over the years when I was traveling for LabCorp, going on to different things, and you just have to take it all in. Don't let it beat you. And just seize the moment, leveraging the playing field again. Even with Zaxby's traveling all over, even while we was doing this pandemic, when things in marketing was dormant, God came to me and I had to pivot. With the season and go out and give back. And like I said, with my Stop Hunger initiative, Stop Hunger One Community at a Time, we served over 24 counties with 86,000, served 86,000 people. So that's just, you just have to, I just took it and ran with it. God will give you the provision, He'll take it and give you the provision.
All right. Someone asked about the freelancing and should that be on the resume? And I have an opinion. What about your thoughts?
Yes, I think freelancing shows that you stepped outside and you can leverage and it shows that you can do it by yourself. You don't have to be micromanaged and they can trust you with your business. And I think freelancing should be up there. What do you think?
I agree with you 100%. Whether it's volunteer, freelancing, being paid, unpaid, you still did the work. And that work needs to be on the resume because that's who you are. That's what you've done. And it also is going to depend on what position are you applying for, what proposals you're putting in for.
Yes,
you want to keep what's on your resume relevant, and you want to keep it applicable to what you're applying for. So they can see all the experience that you have. And that's one way they calculate it.
And also put your accessories of what you did, your awards on there as well, because it shows that somebody saw your excellence in you.
Yes, you expect your certification and your awards and any speaking or any publications that you've written. I see Mark says, should all resumes be one page? What do you think of folks using LinkedIn profile as their resume? Well, the LinkedIn profile is your first business resume where all recruiters can see, but you still need to make sure that it's formatted where it's easily read. They can understand your accomplishments, and does it need to be a one page? Well, it's going to depend on how much experience you have.
And some people say you frown on that, but I don't think so. I think 2 pages is okay, as long as you got the content in there. Anything over 2 pages, I think is a little bit much. You can probably condense stuff. But yes, like I said, LinkedIn is a good place that you can practice on building your resume, your business resume, because there are people up there that's looking for business owners and to pour in and if you put it up there, hey, and lay it all out there, I think you do get attraction. LinkedIn is very helpful and
very, very helpful. Not only that, a lot of them are looking for board members, and they're going to look on LinkedIn to see who's out there that maybe have board interest on their resumes as well. So don't underestimate. Let them find you. You don't always have to find them. Now, Lisa and I, we've talked about business resumes, but I do just general resumes, executive resumes. If you need a resume for a job that you're applying for, I do resume workshops, and the resume workshops that I do are all online. And one of the main features that I add to that resume is that if you're just applying for a regular position and you're not trying to, go up the corporate ladder, but you're trying for a regular position, then you need to make sure that you can get through the applicant tracking system.
Yeah.
So that is an applicant tracking system. And sometimes with the executive resumes, the executive job openings, it's not necessarily that you have to go through the full-blown applicant tracking system. That depends on their search, right? Their search for the job openings.
And also put keywords so they can find you. Keywords that they're looking for so they can find you. Because most, sometimes they type in a keyword to see that you got it, then they'll draw them into your resumes.
And those keywords need to be what's on the job opening and not what you think the keywords are.
And that's what I was getting at, that the keywords that they are looking for.
Yeah, what they are looking for. So make sure that when you create your resume to submit for a job opening, that those keywords are the words that's actually on the job opening, and tailor the resume to the job opening.
And also, when you're out there as an entrepreneur, when you're looking for your client or the client looking for you, and you turn in your resume or they go looking, make sure that keyword that they're looking for is there or something that will draw them to you. Or either revert and see what they got going and then insert yourself in their lives with your resume.
Right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So let's see. Do we have any other questions? So again, give us your website and just give us some parting words, because I know we're coming up on the hour, the 6 o'clock hour. So give us some parting words.
Again, thank you for allowing me to be up here as an entrepreneur. I guess a fresh entrepreneur. Even though people said I was an entrepreneur when I was working for Zaxby's, and they just put it in the works. And I want to challenge you up here, other business owners, to give $100. I'm going to give $100 back into the scholarship. And also those who have connections with computer companies like myself, I'm going to work on some computers. I know they're getting computers with the scholarships.
Right.
And reach out to Dell and see what they give you some on the behalf of you, and donate it to the Black Business Network. And that's another way to put things on your resume. Say, hey, I donated this to support the Black Business Network and the Black Expo, and that's something else you can put on your resume. So I challenge you, all those that listen to me, to give $100. If you can't give it at one time, do $20 a month until they get ready to collect it. I'm quite sure Maxine and Eric would love that. Pour in $20 every other month or every week that you can, and plant a seed, because it's going to come back to you. Again, my name is Lisa Green. I am the CEO of Marketing with a Twist, how to network to build your network. And I challenge you to leverage your playing field and go out there and just get it. Build, bridge, and brand, and close the deal successfully and contain a successful relationship. And I get you to benefit you every time.
Well, Lisa, you have been awesome. And thank you so much for the challenges you just put out there to the Black Business Expo Scholarship Fund. That's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com/scholarship. Hey, you can start right now and go out there and make the donation. I thank you so much. Now I'm talking about the general public. Start right now.
I'm telling them to go out there and do it.
And do it. Let's make this happen.
Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it as a kid.
Be about it. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Maxine.
Is on his way up. Yes, indeed. This is awesome. I truly enjoyed having you and talking to you about entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs' resumes or business resumes. How do you get yourself ready and keep yourself ready?
Yes, stay ready and prepared.
Right. All right. Well, thank you. I trust that you took notes. I trust that you're going to get that business resume ready and have it ready so that when the opportunity presents itself, you are ready to take advantage of it. I will see you on the other side. Well, look like I want to remind you again to go out there and make your donation to the scholarship the scholarship fund, so that we can award 10 deserving graduating seniors or a student that's starting a business or already in business. The application process is going to open in June. We'll have the next Business Expo Olympics. This is going to be held in June again. So we're opening applications up so we can be ready to award these scholarships in the fall, get these students back to school and help them pay for that education and get that business started, because we know it takes money to get started your business process.
And of course, great job. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to yell at Lisa Green. Wanted to thank her for being on and being patient with us. I've been working with her on that cross-country tour, and I wanted people to know more about what she was doing, because, a lot of times you hear about what people do, but she truly does what she says. And as I continue to talk, we're going to let you drop off, Maxine. So
okay.
Get ready for the panel that's coming up next. And of course, as we look at the Black Business News, the Black Business News Network, as we look at it, we want you to understand that as you look at your business, we are actually training people or giving people information before they get trained. The National Black Mastermind Group is a training organization. Make sure that you look them up on the internet. They are out of Atlanta, Georgia, and they have 12 chapters across the country. And they have a chapter that will train you on your business. There's no need for you to have an idea, get the information, and plan, and then you can't execute. That is the most, I would say, the most hurting thing to any business owner in the country, when you can't execute. It's kind of like a basketball player. Yes, he can shoot a jumper, but when the game is on the line and he has to walk up to the free throw line, the easiest shot in the book, not a hard shot, they call it a free throw for a reason. And that guy walks up to the free throw and he misses a free throw and the game's on the line. So basically, he could not execute. You need to be able to execute. And right now, I'm going to be bringing up our next guest. It's a panel on diversity. I'll bring up again Maxine and her panelists as they continue to talk about diversity in America.
Hello, everyone. You just can't get rid of me. We have a phenomenal panel today. And if we can start bringing our guests up, we have Crystal Keys. Crystal Keys on her own trucking company.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, we're so glad to have you. We have Miss Sharon Campbell. Hello, Miss Sharon. Is she there? There she comes up. There she is.
Hello, everyone.
Glad to have you back. And then our last is going to be Miss Angie. Is that Devon? Did I pronounce that right, Miss Angie?
Yes, that's correct.
Glad to have you all. How are you ladies doing this evening?
Great. Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. It has been an awesome day talking to all these phenomenal speakers. And so we are here to talk about diversity and inclusion. But before we get started, let's just take a little time to tell everyone who you are, your company name, and a little bit about what you do. So let's start with Crystal.
Hi, everyone. My name is Crystal Keys, and my husband and I own a trucking company, Affluent Logistics and Transportation. We've been in this industry about 8 years now, and I've decided to try and get more women into the business. So I've actually decided to start a trucking academy that teaches women how to enter the trucking industry.
Okay. As they say, a dominant man, world, and you have entered into it. Phenomenal. All right, Miss Sharon, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
I am Sharon Campbell with Sharon Campbell Solution Group and the host of Plan to Prosper Show. And we work with entrepreneurs, business owners, 9-to-5 hobbyists, faith-based, helping them and developing them to prosperity.
All right. And after we get through introducing ourselves, we're going to put our a mic on mute so that we don't get the echo. How about that? All right, Miss Angie, how about you? Introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Angie Devon. I'm the founder and executive director of a nonprofit in Raleigh, Proactive Patient Advocacy Incorporated. And our goal is to help people to navigate their healthcare and the healthcare system proactively.
Awesome. And I am Maxine Phillips McCoy. I am the CEO and owner of GAMS Unlimited. And I have a division that's called Levelist Women Succeeding. And the whole objective is to transform generations, leave legacies, but also to help women to know their worth, advocate for themselves, and achieve success on their own terms. And we do that through coaching, assessments, and consulting and team development. Okay, so ladies, that's a little bit about us. Now let's talk about diversity and inclusion. But this evening's twist on diversity and inclusion, we know that there's a pay issue, right? We know that we can talk about gender. We know that we can talk about race. But what are some of the other things that fall within the diversity realm?
So often people can look at your being a full figured woman going into a job interview. They'll just look at you and say, there may be health issues there. Or people can size you up and start judging you before they even get to know you by your hair. And so, or because you may have a disability or where you graduated from. So there's the word diversity and inclusion is a hot topic now. And so we can talk about that all day, every day. So those are the things I see that's out there on diversity and inclusion. I like to hear from the other ones.
Okay, so Miss Angie, since your mic is open, why don't you tell us what you're thinking about some other things that go into diversity?
Well, sometimes I think with diversity, being an African American woman in the workforce, sometimes I feel like I have to work a little bit harder than my counterparts. Sometimes I can be a bit fitting. Sometimes, I don't know, like talking about the hair, I have a short, natural style, or sometimes I feel like I have to work harder than my counterparts sometimes. And I don't think that's fair, but I've had to fight for a position years ago where I had a counterpart who was not African American that was from me, and I had more experience than she did, but I did take it up HR, and I did eventually get that position. But if I had to fight for it, and it's just come naturally, but I had to fight for that.
And so how did they make you feel knowing that you had to really put forth that effort in order to be promoted into that position?
It's very frustrating, but for me, I'm an outspoken person. So if I feel like someone's doing me wrong, whether in the workplace or not, I'm always going to stand up for myself. And because or credentials than she did, but yet they gave the position to her. So that made me some kind of way. It really did.
Did you find that when you had to fight for yourself, what was it, documentation that you had to show? Was it achievements you had to show? So how were you able to get them to see that you were the candidate for that particular, that you felt that you were the candidate for that position, and then they decided that yes, you actually was?
Basically just told them what my credentials were, my prior job experiences that I had. I mean, all this was already indicated on my resume. So I felt like, why do I even have to come in here and go over those with again? Plus, we were both doing the same job, so I didn't understand why I had to speak out to get this position. But it was very frustrating because I was a woman of color and the other person was not. So sometimes you have to speak up for yourself or you can get passed over. That's a big problem sometimes that African Americans have, uneducated or not.
Yeah, I like what you said. You have to sometimes speak up. And why is it that sometimes that so
Yes.
Crystal, why is it that sometimes that we see ourselves not are hesitant about speaking up when we see that we are so deserving of the position or so deserving of the recognition? Why do you think that is?
I will say for me, and I'll give you an example, a company that I used to work for here in the Triangle. And when it came to getting promotions, it's almost like no matter what I applied for, I didn't get it. So I went above and beyond. I got 2 masters, I had the education. And because I was so vocal, it was frowned upon. So a lot of times we are reserved because we're trying to play the corporate game, but not lose who we are or not feel like we are suppressing our thoughts and ideas, because that is not fair. But I have been looked over for positions to someone who only had a high school diploma and less experience than me, but because they were a white male and they fit the mold of what the company was looking for, that's who they chose. So when I started to understand that this really has nothing to do with my knowledge or my experience or what I bring to the table, it's more so what they think it should look like. I decided that corporate was no longer for me because that was not what I was going to do. Like I am very vocal and no. I could create my own income and my own legacy for my children. I have been blessed to be so educated and have the drive to go out here and not only start companies for myself and my family, but to help others so they don't have to go through that because it is
Yes.
not fair and we face it all the time.
Right, right. Oh man, that made me think about one of the sayings that I say, and I think it sort of like echo what the ladies were saying earlier about a seat at the table, because I always say, listen, if they don't invite you to the table to have a
Create your
seat,
own.
then you create your own table and invite others to your table. And that's what we have to start thinking like and doing, and have a totally different mindset and not wait on corporate or wait on a president of an organization or wait on your boss to say you're top talent. So we're going to deem you as top talent. Well, I beg to differ. When I walked through the door, I was top talent. When I
Correct.
submitted my resume, I was top talent. So
Correct.
what makes you think that we need to wait to be told we're top talent? So that's what we have to sometimes come to our own understanding and understand our worth, understand our
Exactly.
values, understand the achievements that we have made, and how to not make them recognize it, but as long as you know it, and when you're able to present yourself, then you do exactly what you said. You stood up, you talked about it, and you shared with them why you were the best candidate for that particular position. So, Miss Sharon, you have so much experience,
Echo
Miss
something.
Lady.
I want to echo something what y'all just said on that. Even as an entrepreneur, business owner, when we are out there in the same space, other nationalities, it is as if we have to do more, or we have to have more, or we don't bring the same value. And one of the things, and this is one of my pet peeves, now, and I'm gonna get off on this pet peeve, and I'm gonna leave it alone for the night. It is when you go to these workshops that is being put on by these chambers, commerce, and the whole panel is white, but they want you to spend your $75, and then they're going to say to you, "Well, we can't find anyone qualified." And I want to look at them, and am I not standing up here? Because I know I got more than one, two, three, four, five of those, and it's an insult, and they think it's okay. But if they come in the room and all the panels up there are black, it's assumed this is a black event. And we have to address that culture and change that, because um, people bring value. And as entrepreneurs and business owners, we have to, even not on corporate America, but we can't allow for someone to think because you are a coach and business coach and you've been doing it for 15 years, someone that start out as another nationality 1 year, that they have more experience and then they can get 30,000. And they're like, well, you can just work up under them. And you have to say, no, 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 no. I cannot work up under them. They need more training. They can work up under us. And so I think that goes across the whole spectrum for people. I look at Crystal and the trucking industry. I'm sure they look at you and like, let me talk to your husband. And you're like, no, I don't know where he's at. So it's me.
And, being in that dominant, male environment, yes, I'm sure that happens quite often. So, Crystal, speak to a little bit of that side of it.
So yes, you do get that a lot, but they know speaking with me that you're speaking with the person you need to speak to, and let's go ahead and get this resolved. But I can say a lot of times, even like with some of my staff, I have a white guy and a white lady that also works with me. So some issues, sadly enough, I have to push to them to handle because it's better received from them than me, simply because I am black. not even sometimes because I'm a woman, simply because I am Black. You know, there are things that I may say and they say, okay, we're completely done working with you, but he could say it and it's no issue. So at first I didn't really want to believe it. So I started just testing on different situations and documenting it and how different the responses were versus me versus them. And it's really sad and it's terrible, but I'm just glad looking at my kids' generation that they're less focused on race than the generations that we have um, before us. So it happens a lot, even when it comes to trying to get contracts. They're like, well, who do you all work for? Well, it's our company, sir. Are you the right person or not?
Right.
And so you often get thrown around. It's kind of like being put in a maze just because they don't want to give you even the opportunity by putting you with the right person. It's because they don't want to see that space penetrated with women or minorities of any color. To be honest, it's just a good old boys club. And we see that a lot, especially during natural disasters. Believe it or not, when it comes to anything dealing with the government contracts, it's absolutely terrible. And you would think that that was an avenue that was kind of guaranteed because they have all those set asides, but it's not. It's all about who can play the game, who's giving kickbacks. So if you do get something, it's because one of the larger corporations said, "Oh well, we don't want that. That you can give to a set aside."
All right. So, ladies, so let me ask you this. You know, they have all these different certifications out here, you know, like small SBA, you have DBE, you have SAM, you have the Hub. So, how important are you finding that to be when you are putting in for bids?
It doesn't really matter because I have
It does.
Hub,
It doesn't.
I have
I have not
NS,
seen it.
NDC,
I have not
I
seen it.
have minority business enterprise, small disadvantaged minority enterprise. So I have them all. Well, not all, but I have quite a few of them. But it's a matter of, my grandmother used to say, it's not about who you know, it's about who know you. Because you could think you know somebody, but if they don't have a clue who you are or what you do, then you're nobody. So it's a matter of getting in front of the right people. And sometimes, and I'm just going to be very honest, even when we are in places that we can help pull each other up, that does not happen. Because in corporate, you get so brainwashed on thinking, okay, um, these are the people that we're looking for, that they kind of forget, hey, help someone that looks like you. Or they have helped someone that looks like them and had a bad experience. So now they're like, nope, we're done.
Right. Okay. Okay. So, Miss Sharon, it sounds like to me that you're going to add to that a little.
Oh yes, I totally agree with her about when people have bad experiences. We change. It seems that we are judged even harsher, and like we have. If one person had a bad experience, so I'm Black, then all of us must. And so why do we have to, like, we have to be the example for everybody, and that's not reality because people are, are people. And I have noticed that in the world, and diversity and inclusion a whole lot. I had one client said, well, in order for me to stay in the coaching business, I got to lose this weight. And I'm like, you got to lose weight? Why you got to lose weight? And I'm looking at, because they don't want to see a full figure woman on a stage. Not that her knowledge was not here. And so she wrestled with this and lost this weight. But she wasn't happy because she wasn't happy because she lost it for the wrong reason. And she would have lost the weight because that's something she wanted to do. I'm sure she would have been happy. But it was as if she was forced to have to do that. And an experience I had with the university, I had an undergraduate degree working on a big project, but I was working with PhD people, and I couldn't understand why they could not. What was the issue? Every time I was trying to help them understand community engagement, I had the skill set, but they didn't have that. But they felt because they had a PhD, they said, "Why we got to listen to her? She only got an undergraduate." And it took a whole year for someone to tell me that was the struggle. It wasn't that I didn't know the material. It was I didn't have that degree. So when I went back to get my master's, I let all of them know it, and the whole array changed. Oh, it was like now I'm your equal. I'm just like, how does that change my knowledge base? And so a year went by being non-productive because they couldn't get past that PhD. But when I found out, I had to do something extra just to get the project moving for a whole year. What does that say about diversity and inclusion? The
Yeah.
university was that whole year off trying to, and no one said, Sharon, you only got an undergraduate degree, they don't want to listen to you. But someone finally told me with I had a PhD, and I was like, oh, well, I can go back and get my master's. That's all I was going to tell you. I got paid for a whole year fighting them.
I tell you.
And did not know why I was fighting them.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not going to be obvious. They're not going to reveal it to you. It's just hidden in so many different ways. And Angie, I'm so glad that you made it back. So
Yes.
I remember when I was in, I had been promoted to a manager, and I was promoted to manager without a degree because, you have God-given abilities. Some things you don't need a degree for, certifications for, and so forth. Some things just come natural to you. And so here I am in a department. I have 4 clerks reporting to me, and then all the account managers I was responsible for. And that means we bringing in all the business into this telecommunication company. They have to come through us first. And when I got my first review, the district manager, she told me, she said, you will not be promoted to a higher level without a degree. And I looked at her, I said, I am now responsible for you all meeting $12 million in this department, and you telling me I cannot be promoted without a degree. What does degree have anything to do with the level of knowledge that I have to help you all make $12 million and running the Colonial golf tournament? So it gets right back to, it's not always the education. It can be camouflaged around the education. So one of the things that I want to ask you all about is, how are you documenting your performance? So when someone does try to use education as the breaking point of not moving you forward, how are you documenting your performance to keep that from happening? So Angie, let's start with you because I know you dropped off and you've not had an opportunity to talk.
It's funny that you bring that up about not having a degree, because the experience I was talking about before, that was like 20, 30 years ago, something like that. Anyway, I didn't have a degree, and that job did technically require I had the work experience under my belt, and I was doing it. So I agree with what you said. It's not always about the degree. I've had several jobs, several positions that require a degree, but I have the knowledge and the experience of. Just because I don't have that piece of paper does not mean that I'm not qualified. And sometimes it can be a problem. So, some jobs, they want you to have a degree or certification, and gotten some jobs just because I didn't have that piece of paper. That's a problem too.
Okay. So how are you documenting your performance to show the achievements that can substantiate, even though, so is the degree required or is it preferred?
I think it's what they prefer. I've had, with the many jobs that I've had, awards for my work. All of this is, documented on my resume. Awards, accolades, job recommendations to get certain jobs, and just doing the job or jobs that I've done well. You would think that that would be enough, but like I said, sometimes I feel like being an African American woman, I have to work harder
Right.
than some of my counterparts, and that is super frustrating for me. Very, very
For
frustrating.
all of us, not just for you, but for all of
Yes.
us. So I see there's a person who said, Mark says, I know some jobs, oops, it went away. Some jobs in education where a degree is required, but in truth, it is not necessary for the job.
Mhm.
So one of the things, because I help individuals, with the applications and performance and resumes, one of the things that I tell them when they're looking at the jobs to see, does it say required or preferred or equivalent? You have to read that statement, because many times we think is required, but it actually says preferred or equivalent. And that preferred or equivalent does not mean that you have to have that bachelor's or you must have that master's in order for you to be considered. And the other thing I tell individuals, do not self-eliminate. Put in for the position, because you just never know. You might be the only one. Unfortunately, what's going on right now, you're probably not going to be the only one. But in the past, might be only 4 or 5 of you who would have put in for it, because not everybody put in for the same type of positions. And so with that being said, so tell me some of your experience when you have looked at job openings, because what I want to hone in on is I don't want it to be where we are overlooking something that we read into it that wasn't there. Because remember what I said, preferred, required, or equivalent. And sometimes we see that, equivalent or preferred, and we do a self-elimination, but it needs to say required.
What Max saying, being that all of us are entrepreneurs, and I tell you, I'm being an entrepreneur is like having a job sometimes, because you have so many bosses, and depending on which one have the biggest need is what you want to address. What I hear from Crystal being in the truck industry is that she didn't go to school and got 2 masters, but she's a master at that business. She's a subject matter expert, but she didn't go get 2 master's degree to do that. So that tells me that she picks up stuff quickly. She learns fast. She pays close to detail. So you can put her in places, in spaces that federal contracts should look at her and look at her experience as a business owner, as a minority, with all of these different certifications. That should help her rise up and float up to the top. But then she said, sometimes that does not. And I look at Angela being in the nonprofit world, saying, hey, as nonprofits, we face diversity and inclusion. As an executive director, that I got to write a grant against these other companies that works in our communities that's not like us, and what they want to do is give us the pennies, but they're going to give the other ones the big dollar money to hire, and they do not hire minorities, the working minorities community. And so for us, corporations, I tell people, you own a business, you like a corporation, but you're a lot of bosses. And so being diverse inclusion, we have to have so much. We got to have the right weight, the right hair, the right color, the right thing. We can't be the angry Black woman, but we well, we're not. We just being assertive. We just speaking our mind. And how do you get an angry Black woman? Well, what did that look like? Because I ain't seen one lately. So I'm just like, well, I don't know what that look like. Because the women I see, they are very smart, intelligent, bright. They're sure of themselves. So we are like misunderstood for so many different labels that they have placed on us.
Sound
And
like
so,
she took herself off of mute, so she has
go
something
ahead,
she said.
Chris. Go
Angie,
ahead, Chris.
Angie,
I
let me
will
get you
say
to put
this.
yours on mute. Let me get you to put yours on mute, Angie.
So I would
Yeah.
say this, as I stated earlier in the week, we also have an insurance agency. And I have been in trainings where I have trained the trainee. So it's it's so interesting on some of the things that companies require of people because, and I guess it's all in also how it is written. To be a school teacher, you need to have a degree in that subject matter, and that's understandable. But you cannot tell me as a female who is very educated that I don't have the ability to come in and manage your benefits because your company is Fortune 500. It's almost impossible to find minority women, especially in the insurance industry, that they don't put in a box. They don't say, oh, okay, you go over here, just sell your car insurance and life insurance and make a couple $100,000 and be quiet. But you have these bigger firms who one contract has given them $2.8 million, and the only thing they're doing is managing pension funds. Or, companies who say, okay, we're going to partner with this agency because someone in this agency knows someone who works at the state who can get us a contract. But we still are not in those spaces to even have the opportunity to partner. So that is another thing that I'm working on. And I think I shared this information with you, Maxine, about the Women Business Collaborative. And how do we get minorities to those spaces? How do I get a meeting with, Governor Cooper to sit down and tell me, how do I bid on these state contracts? How does the process work? Because nobody seems to know. And so you have these educated people with all they have is book sense. But when it comes to common sense, there's nothing there. If we are doing disparity studies and we are constantly harping on, hey, let's be more inclusive of African Americans, but then on these jobs, you put all these stipulations. Oh, we need you to have a PhD to manage a call center. Why? Why do you need a PhD to manage a call center?
Right.
Or why
Right.
do you need to have a master's degree to come in and teach someone on sales? Those things I think just are ways to weave minorities out of the equation. Now, and then when we do get in those circles, we still have to play by their standards.
The rules. Yep.
So if you don't look the part, as Sharon said, if you are full figure, they don't want you there because that's not what's attractive in their eyes. That's not what's going to attract people to their company. It's very rare that you go into let me see, what's the name of the makeup place?
Mary Kay. I mean,
Ulta Beauty,
Ulta.
and the first
Okay.
person you see is African American, unless you're in Crabtree. But everywhere else you go, they are going to be petite white women.
Okay, so
But you guys, today is my husband's birthday, so I have to hop off.
I was getting ready to say, so before you leave, so taking what you just said into consideration, what would be some of the things that you think that we could start helping or become a part of? You just mentioned an organization that you talked about, but how else can we become a part of to see if we can get this mindset, because that's what it is. It's a mindset change.
It starts from within. I mean, I read articles all the time, and a lot of the minorities that are in the 1% are saying, oh, it's so lonely here because they have tried to help other minorities and been burned, myself included, to the point that you're afraid to help people because you're afraid to be hurt. You're afraid to be sued. I have a colleague who hired a young lady and she stole checks and went and wrote checks. The young lady was struggling. She paid for the child care so the lady could work, and that's what she did to her. So it starts with the mindset and having a mutual respect for people, not just
Right.
people of color, but people, period.
Period. Yeah.
So that we can bring people up. Because one thing we have seen is that companies now, they are looking to diversify. They are trying to bring Black women into the fold. One, because they know that's what's needed to sell, because we spend the most money of any other ethnic group when it comes to our disposable income. So there is not a company that is functioning today that does not win because of Black dollars. Not
That's
one.
right.
So they know that they need us.
Yes.
So if we could just get that understanding and use the power that we did in this last election, then we would be 10 times further than we anticipate just in the next 5 years, just by helping those who can show you. No, I may not have a PhD, but I have successfully ran a trucking agency who has a trucking company that has grossed over $10 million for 8 years with no contract. So
Right.
you can't tell me that I don't have the ability to come and teach anyone anything.
Well, before you get off of here, put your website and how do we get in contact with you? So those who are interested in looking into your business and hiring you to do some trucking for them, they need to know how to reach you.
Okay.
So put it in the chat and we'll run it across the line so that people will be able to see it. So you just say it. What's your website?
It's affluentlogisticsandtransportation.com. And we are also on Facebook, so you can reach us there, send us a message, schedule a meeting time. Or even if you want to talk about how do I get into trucking, maybe I get a lot of people say, oh, well, my boyfriend or my husband had thought about getting into trucking, but we just didn't know the right avenue. So even if you just have questions on, how do we get into this industry, feel free to call me or whatever contact method you choose.
All right. We thank you for being a part of us this evening and tell them we said happy birthday.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. We'll be talking. Take care. All right, ladies. So shall we continue? So, okay, Miss Sharon, tell me what your thoughts are. I see your mind moving.
I think that we are in a space now that is front and center, the injustice of people being labeled, and that we have to have those type of conversations. And I like what Angela said. We got to call it out. It's more than the color of your skin, your hair. It's all these labels that we have been put under, and no one should have to work harder than someone else for nowhere near the same pay that we're not going to get. We're not getting anyway. And so my whole thing, if I got to do all this work, I won't double the pay. And we have to call out injustice, no matter what, and be okay with that, because how do we build our wealth if we don't talk about it? And then how do we build our neighborhoods? And I look at nonprofits, and I tell you, my heart is nonprofits. We have great minority nonprofits. And then we have other nonprofits. And it should not be that, oh, they can't manage no money. And I'm just like, that is not accurate. We got to stop saying and labeling people, because other races, they do not manage money too. They do bankrupt just like we do. We probably don't need to do that bankruptcy, okay? But they can do bankruptcy one day and go buy a house, car, and everything else the next day. Okay, so our whole thing is we have to have these conversations, because everyone should have the opportunity to build wealth, have wealth, and to be the best, because it is the people that's missing it. When you hold someone down because of an ism, it's not that one person, but it's all the other people they could have worked with you. So it's not, and one thing Crystal said about the election, look what we did as women. We are voters, but we don't want to, but nobody want to pay us for what we want. But we get up, we vote, we take care of our kids, we do what we need to do. We go get it. We get 2-3 degrees to try to get ahead for our children. But now we have a generation of kids that don't see it that way. And they had a conversation today that they was talking about, was it today or yesterday, about how children see stuff different than what we are. And when they see racism and they look at it, they're like, I ain't gonna put up with that. I'm finna create my own. Maybe for y'all don't let that. And we lose power with that. But we are the biggest spenders. We spend millions of dollars. But our income in the bank doesn't say that. And so we're going to do services like Angela, the nonprofit. I want to talk more about her nonprofit, what she does. And it's going to make this impact. Then why not say invest? Why not team up with her or her nonprofit, because I see it down here, and say she could be the holder of the money, and another organization could be just someone that provides service. Why do it? Why have it that she's not responsible? Wait, guess what? She got a car. She got a job.
Well,
She got a house.
Well, it goes back to like what you said. But Sharon, it just goes back to like what you said. We have to start thinking differently too. So we have to be willing to start partnering and collaborating with each other. If we want, the other side to start looking at us differently, we also have to look within differently and start doing things differently. So Angie, talk just a little bit more about your nonprofit. Just tell us a little bit more about it and some of the challenges you see yourself, having gone through or still going through.
Well, when I started the nonprofit a couple years ago, and like I said, it's to help people navigate the healthcare system and their healthcare proactively. I see a lot from working industry. A lot of times I have seen it when people, I feel like sometimes, can you hear me?
You were breaking in and out, but
can you hear me?
It's stopped. Uh-huh.
Oh no. Okay. I feel like sometimes the reason I started the nonprofit was because I've seen over the years from working in the insurance industry and in healthcare that our people of color are sometimes talked over when they go to purchase insurance or when they go to buy a car, they go to a doctor's visit, being explained to them. Sometimes, that they're using language or terminology over their head just to get it moving. But I've seen those same people talk to people who are not of color in a different manner and break terms down to them so that they can understand. And I'm like, that's not right. So I want to help people to navigate the healthcare system by teaching them through seminars, teaching them about how to bills when they get these outstanding bills from the hospital after they've gone to the doctor, as well as if I have to go to the doctor and be, to help them, navigate that healthcare system, or is saying to them about their tests that they're ordering or medications that they're prescribing for, understand that. And I've seen too many patients come out of a room and they don't understand anything that questions.
Okay.
Really want to do that.
All right. It sounds like to me that you're giving us some great information, but you're coming in and out, so we can't always get the full.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. So
I don't know
okay,
what's going on with that.
Sharon. So what are your thoughts about about some of the things that maybe we can, because it's a mindset change. It's a mindset change, and I know that there's some things that they're trying to put in place, even from the government perspective, because it's already being acknowledged, even in that high up. One of the things that I talked about levelless is about the African American woman being paid 75 cents to the dollar of a white man. We know the white woman is paid 81 cents to the dollar of a white man, and the black man is paid 85 cents to the dollar of a white man. So even with what's going on right now, so what are some of the things that we could put in place, we could give thought to?
I have an answer to that question. First, we need to work better collaborative of each other. We have to stop thinking that we as blacks are competing on this level. And when I say to folks, like in the real estate business, you cannot sell all the houses you're a realtor. You just cannot. I cannot coach all the people in business. I cannot. And I cannot start adding services just to make money. We ourselves, when we start talking about diversity inclusion, we need to start talking about diversity inclusion with ourselves. We need to say, well, this is my group, and I'm going to only give to my group. But Maxine and Sharon over there, I don't know. We're going to keep it over here. We got to stop doing that. We have to start sharing. And what I do is like, I'm not a finance person, and I'm not going to get on that online and try to learn how to do nobody budget. So I'm going to send it to someone else, and I'm not going to count their dollar. I'm not. And I help my clients, whether they have finished paying me, they still need some services. I'm going to help them, because the better they do, the better our community is. And so we have to stop this internal fighting and be more diverse and inclusive of ourselves. If we're going to want that respect from other people. And we have to support our Black nonprofits and give them money. Like this, what we're doing tonight. You have
Right.
a scholarship. And for me, I challenge everyone to do money. I say I'm gonna do $50 every month for a year. And that's my challenge. The $100 is great, but I'm gonna tell you something. You need to work for nonprofits all year round.
Right.
Because you're gonna find a child, not just this time, but that semester that they couldn't start is gonna need, and they need somewhere to go. You
Yes.
have ways that we need to do better with helping one another. So whenever our nonprofits come, we need to invest in them. If they say have a donate button, go ahead on and donate to them. Empower them, help them. If it is like I have business assessments, don't go out there and create one because you say I'm doing one just to get some money.
Right.
Just send the client over here, because I have over 15 years doing it. I'm not going to try to go over there, Maxine, and try to learn how to do resume. I'm not. I don't know the Maxine. Or try to do the Halley. We got to stop this thought process that we need all
mindset. Yep.
And so when other people see that, they use that even more against us. And it filters even in corporate America, or if you're out in your own company and you bid it. There's no reason why two coaches that's doing coaching starting with startups cannot come together and go after a bigger contract. And we don't have to split the money equal. I told somebody, if your skill set is not all of that, then get the 20% that they vote in. For some reason, we want to have half and half, but it doesn't work that way. If that is not your skill set, and yes, we coach in small businesses, but you may be a $50,000 coach a year. I'm a $300,000 coach a year. So there's no way where we can talk about going half and half. We can't even have that conversation. But am I going to take care of you? Yes, I'm going to take care of you. But you can't get taken care of as half, because you don't bring all that I bring to the table. And so we have to be honest about that type of conversation with each
right.
other.
And I love what I love what you're saying as far as it does not have to be 50-50. Because at the end of the day, if you write it up as 50-50 and then you don't produce, you still have to produce. You still must execute. Because if we're going to be helping these nonprofits, and like I'm for profit, and I always say when I go to the nonprofits, I say, I know you're putting in a proposal, write me into your proposal. I'm willing to help you, to collaborate, to partner with you, that if you want you awarded, let me help you execute it. Because at the end of the day, we should all be moving in the same direction. It's about standard of excellence. It's about executing. It's about doing what we say we're going to do. Hold true to that. We have to bring that excellence to the table 100% all the time. And the nonprofits, yes, I agree with you. Climb on board, come together, help them. We all, and I love what you said, because you said, let's start now within our own community. And the Black Business Expo is a prime example. The Year of the Black Entrepreneur is another prime example. I think the entrepreneur dot something is another example, that you got all these Black individuals coming together for a common cause. Is a common cause. And that's to make sure that it's a win-win for everybody. Everyblack.com. That's what it's called. Everyblack.com. So yeah, so I love what you all are saying, because it is so needed, and it's a change of mindset. We have to stop thinking about me, what's in it for me, and what can I do to help you? What can I do?
All of us get money. Everybody gets money.
Yes.
The more work is built in, everybody. And I just want to add this part of going in partnership on a proposal. Somebody got to be the lead agent. That means they got to be responsible for all that overhead. That means the other person cannot get that 50% because they got that up. And it's like that part just leave people's brain. And I'm just like, wait a minute. I'm responsible for all the overhead. And you want 50%? Oh, no.
Yep.
This is skill set and stuff. And if we can stop ourselves, oh my goodness. But there was a time that we studied history.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but we only have about 5 minutes to go. And so I want to make sure that Angie get an opportunity to share with us your contact information. I see that you have www.proactivepatientsadvocacy.org on there, but is there somewhere else that they need to reach out to you and connect with you?
Sure, they can reach me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn.
All right, under the same wording, using the same word.
Proactive Patient Advocacy. Yes.
All right. How about you, Ms. Sharon? How can they reach you?
They can reach me on my website, which is SharonCampbell.com, simple, or plan2 with the number 2, prospershow.com. I am on Facebook also, LinkedIn, Instagram, but the most important, I'm here with this organization supporting it tonight.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. And you can reach me at Maxine@levellessco.com or www.levellessco.com. And it's all about us moving in the same direction, making this world a better place for everybody, because guess what? It's enough people for everyone.
Yes,
so here we go.
Ladies. You were brilliant. People need to hear more of what y'all gave us tonight. Angie, your perspective was just outstanding. You know Sharon is going to talk us to death, but she always brings the fight. And Max, what can we say about Maxine? You know, it's almost the end of the day. She's been a trooper all day. She's did the whole day. And I just want to tell everybody, it takes a lot. Yeah, let's do it, ladies. It takes a lot to do a whole day. And you know what was real funny? You know, I told her, I said, in November, it was only me. And she said she couldn't believe it. So we're gonna work with everybody and get more help for June. And we look forward to seeing you ladies again. We're going to do diversity again, and we might just make this a show that we do every time. So I loved it, and I know that the fans love it. And of course, I'll see everybody on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
And of course, as we get ready for our next guest, last year we had this same guest on last year, and a lot of people really enjoyed the show. You know, sometimes the Black News Network, what we do, the Black Business Network, what we do is we partner with other podcasts and bring them online to share their perspective with the public. You know, when we look at the numbers that we've been able to get last time, we want to share this very, very special couple. The name of the podcast, you know it. Let's bring on Sherelle James and her husband. Hello, guys. Hello, ladies. Hello, Derek.
Hey,
Hello,
how you doing?
How y'all doing?
Excellent. How are you, sir?
Doing just fine. You know, I brought y'all up 2 minutes before time so I can go ahead and get my little 2 cents in. You know, talk a little bit about, before we get started, about your relationship as husband and wife and business owners.
Absolutely. You want to go first, or you want me to go first?
You go.
You know, it's not something that we thought that we would be doing together when we first went down the aisle 16 years ago and been in business for 9. We didn't think we would be in business together. It was not what we had planned. But as we were in our individual careers and would bring projects home and kind of help each other work on them, we realized that we had something special and we worked very well together. And not only did we work well together, we took time to listen and hear what the other one had to say, what they brought to the table, and then incorporate those things in as well. So we helped each other kind of in the different projects and stuff that we had from time to time. And that kind of showed us, wait a minute, we may have something here bigger than what we think.
Yeah, totally. You know, when I married this lady here, I knew she was smart. I knew she was special. But man, when we started working together, it was just like a different level for me.
He's trying to get brownie points, Eric.
Hey, that's what you're supposed to do. Look, I don't fault the brother. You know, I remember, hey, Derek, I remember when I first met your wife, and we were doing the expo. We talking about the expo in November, and I think it was Mr. Stanton said, well, Sherelle is the smartest one in the room. And she has proven to be one of the smartest and brilliant ladies that I've met as we keep moving on. And hey, man, I really appreciate you allowing us to share her from time to time as we've done this project. And I do like the way y'all took over the banner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you get when you deal with Sherelle James. I just want y'all to know. I'm gonna let all y'all know.
It's a takeover. It's a takeover for the Black Business Expo.
When you deal with Sherelle, you're gonna get the top of the line, the very best of what she has to offer. And when you get the very best, only thing you can do is sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Derek and Sherelle. Hey, I hope y'all have a great time. And as I continue to say, I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Hey, it's Thursday. That means it's the More Than I Do virtual live podcast with
Derek
and Sherelle. We are super happy to be here once again to take over on the Black Business Expo USA.
Yes, we took over back in November and they invited us back. So therefore, hey, they must enjoy the takeover as well.
They must enjoy the takeover. What we're here in our podcast is called More Than, in quotations, I Do. Why? Because we're talking about being married and in business.
Yes, we've been married for 16 years and business for 9. And we have something to say. We don't know it all, but we can share what we've learned over this time with you.
Yes, absolutely. So our podcast is More Than I Do. You can go to morethanIdo.life is our website, and on Facebook, More Than I Do podcast. Check us out, like and follow us. But more importantly, we want to hear from you tonight, but every Thursday night at 7:00 Eastern time. We want you to tune into us and listen, because we have guests who knows who's going to be on the show next, as well as we spill all our beans.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're open book. We're here. Our ministry is to help others, and so there's no judgment zone between us. We are an open book to share what we know with you.
That's right. And there's not too many of us that are out here that's working in business together, that have good marriages and good businesses and are willing to share it. So with that said, are you ready?
Hey, I'm with you. I'm always ready when I'm with you.
All right. Sounds good. Let's start it off. So today we want to talk to you about two things. The first thing we want to talk about is being married in business and the lessons that we learned.
Yeah, we've learned a lot of lessons. You know, I start thinking about the number of married couples that we actually find in business. And you're right, we're few and far between. And I wonder, is it because it's a difficult thing to do?
It's a difficult thing to do. And if no one is talking about it, or very little people are talking about it, where do you find places to go to get, those resources to help you out, when you're going through the tough times? Because every day is not roses.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And there's no referee or mediator in between here.
It's just the two of you. So there's a couple lessons we learned. And the first one we learned in marriage, and then we learned it all over again in business. And that was communication is key.
Man. And for somebody like me who typically don't really like to talk, I did not communicate well in the beginning, guys.
You don't say.
I did.
So what are some things that you learned to help you be a better communicator? Because naturally, that's not who you were.
No. So one thing I know for sure is I had to trust you. I had to trust you that anything that I was going to say towards you, you wouldn't take it as I was attacking you or trying to hurt you maliciously. As a married man, I always want to protect you. I want to protect you from getting hurt, whether that's physically or mentally, right? Or verbally, right? But sometimes there's some things in the beginning that I should have said, but I didn't say because I was worried about your feelings.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So did you find not saying those things cause more conflict or less conflict?
Oh, it definitely caused more conflict. It's one of the things you say all the time. You need to address the elephant in the room, because
Absolutely.
If not, you keep those things inside, bottled up, and before you know it, you snap on the smallest thing, and it's really not about that small thing. It's about what you've been festering that you did not say.
Oh my goodness, yes. That is true. That is so true. That's a big one. Communication is key. It's not just about saying what's on your mind all the time, right?
Right.
But it's also a place where we had to find the balance between you and me. One of the things that I had to learn, you talked about learning about kind of saying some things and not protecting me as much so that we could talk about them, because you would fester or things would happen and it would get worse. One of the things that I had to learn is just because I wanted to talk about it may not have been the time to talk about it. And one of the things that we started doing was saying, well, I see that you're a little upset about this, or this is bothering you in some kind of way. Let's give each other some space to think about it, to cool down a little bit, and then come back and revisit whatever it was that was an intense conversation. It wasn't always that we were arguing or anything. It could just be an intense conversation that we needed to have about something in the business or something at home, or both at the same time. And I had to learn how to, just because it's on my mind and just because I wanted to talk to it right now, you may be in the middle of something. You may have something else that just happened, or it may be emotionally too much for you to talk about right now. And you need to digest how you feel and what you think about it before we have the conversation?
You know, I remember when we first started that, and you know, I actually really appreciated that, guys, because you know, sometimes I just needed to sit back and gather my thoughts, and Sherelle sometimes would just be like, "Hey, go, 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 go," because she's a fast pace. She's a goer. She's a goer. And so yeah, you're a goer. And so when I began to appreciate that, because she's kind of always go, and you know, I'm gonna sit back and think about it kind of guy. And while let's be fair, I can't always take a lot of time, because some things are just have that sense of urgency. But I appreciated her doing that. I remember my mother telling her, well, you know, you're going to marry my son, and if he tells you he's going to do it, he's going to do it. Now, it might not be on your time, but he's going to do it. And I remember that because sometimes, again, I tell you, I'm going to talk about this, or we're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
And it's not that I was putting it off, but I didn't prioritize it at a high level as you did.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. Okay, I'll take that. Yes,
at a high level as you did.
Which I think happens a lot in couples, whether it's at the home or in business,
Mm-hmm.
because something may be urgent to me, it's not urgent to you, because you don't care about it the same way, or it's not right in your face like it is in the other person's face.
Or I've had the whole conversation, both sides in my mind, and I'm like, I don't want to have this conversation.
So you've already figured out what I was going to say. Maybe right, maybe wrong.
Before you even said it. And so I had to learn to stop doing it.
Right, which goes back to that trying to protect, or
right.
whether it's trying to protect you or trying to protect me, the conversation of I just don't want to go down that road, or no, you know, I want to save her feelings in that way.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to that. Isn't that interesting how that goes all the way back to that?
It is.
Wow, that's amazing. So, okay.
Okay.
So another lesson that we learned being married and in business was knowing your role.
Yes. You have to know your role and stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane?
Yeah. Know your role. Well, if you know your role, you have to stay in your lane in that role.
Stay in your lane, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hey, sometimes I'll be swerving. I know.
I think I swerve more than you. Yeah. I really do. And I'm just being honest. You guys heard it here. It's recorded. So you have evidence that I'm saying that I sometimes, most of the time, okay, I'm do this. He can't see us, right? He can't see us. Most of the time, I'm swerving in somebody else's lane, and it's usually his.
Hey, like I said, guys, we are an open book, and that is a true statement there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's usually for the good.
In your case, it's always for the good. It's always for the good.
All right, we're gonna take that. I got your brownie points. I've been writing them down over here. I'm taking. I got them for you. I got them. But yeah, when you knowing your role is all about we're on the same team.
You're right. We're on the same team. We've decided where we're trying to go, and we know you know your role to get there, and I know my role to get there, based on what we've discovered. Now, sometimes roles change.
Sure.
And so then that's another meeting and another conversation, because sometimes your goals change.
Right.
And as your goals change, you keep having that conversation. And once you have the conversation about what is the goal for marriage, what is the goal for the business, then you evaluate, okay, this is my part to help us achieve that. And so once you get that ironed out, then you stay in your lane and you know your role, and try not to swerve like you be swerving.
Try not to swerve. You know, I had to learn really in knowing my role that just because I'm the wife at home in the business, that doesn't mean I just bust open his door and be like, hey, you need to pay attention to me right now. Right? Or he could bust in my door and say, hey, you need to pay attention to me right now. Hey, I need this right now. Hey, can you do this right now? It's that respect that goes along with knowing the roles, respecting those roles, respecting the people in those roles. Mm-hmm. But more importantly, it's so easy because you're husband and wife to blur those lines a little bit and not give that respect.
Yep. And then that festers right over into the other relationship, whether that's the marriage or the business, and then it rolls over to the other part of your life.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And so the last thing I want to say about knowing your role is, because somebody may say, well, how do you know what your role is in the business? So define the different things that need to happen in the business, and then figure out strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, we tell everybody, just because we're married doesn't mean we don't treat the business like a business. We have a partnership agreement that lays out who's doing what, when, and how. And we're married.
I don't know you like that.
Right. And it's so amazing to me that so many businesses have partners, but they haven't even laid that out.
Right.
And we're married.
Right.
And we have a partnership agreement. And so, you know, I remember we decided years ago that she's going to be the boss of the business. She is the boss of the business. And I remember her firing me in one part of our business, and we hired in that part of the business.
We did.
I got fired and we hired.
Yeah.
And so
it wasn't your best. It wasn't your strength.
Role. Yeah.
I mean, you could do it. The thing is, but it wasn't your strength.
It wasn't my strength. And it wasn't the passion of what I really wanted to do inside the business. It was one of the necessary evils that had to be done. Is necessary evil the right word?
It was a necessity.
It was a necessity that had to be done. But it really wasn't my passion.
Right.
And so I didn't put forth the effort like I should have.
Like any employee or any person in any job, if it's something that they hate or don't like, or something that you're like, you put it off, or you don't do the best job of it, and you try to do your best, but it's just like, oh my gosh, I don't want to do this.
And the reality is we have clients that go through this all the time. They have job descriptions for their employees, and then they have that last sentence that says other duties that as needed and come up. And then you start giving them some of those as needed duties, and you realize they love that part, and they start focusing on that part of their job. But the true descriptions,
those roles and responsibilities
that they are truly hired for,
Yeah.
they go on the back burner because I like these things better.
100%. So yes, he did get fired. Let me just say, I think it was a shock at first, and then there was a celebration. I think I saw balloons and confetti and fireworks.
Oh, I was happy.
I think I saw it. And I think he then came to me, if I recall this right, I think you then came to me and said, hey, can you fire me for some other things?
Actually, I did. I was like, I came prepared for a meeting. Look, I want to be fired here, here, and here, so I can focus on this, this, and this. So yes, I was like, fire me more.
No, you're good right now.
Well, as we continue to grow.
As we continue to grow,
I will
yes.
I will get fired many more times.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it.
But that's understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses, respecting them, and respecting the roles that are put in place, and moving forward in them, right?
Yep.
So if you know your role and you're respecting them, then the third thing that kind of we talked about and we said that we kind of felt like was a lesson learned was supporting each other. But supporting each other, regardless if you understood, regardless if you saw the vision, and regardless if you fully agreed with the decision.
Yeah. You know, sometimes we can be stubborn. I know I can be stubborn. And the reality is there's more than, you've heard the saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Yeah. But I look at it as a map. We're in North Carolina right now. If I needed to drive to California, there's many different routes we could use, but still get there. Absolutely. And so I had to learn that my way wasn't the only way.
Your way is not the only highway.
That's right. My way is not the only highway.
And so with that being said, how do you support your spouse in business, just like in marriage as well? Because these things go both ways, right? It's not just a lesson in one. I don't think that we're one person in marriage and then we became business owners and we became these different people. I think we're the same people that walked down the aisle and were married and then decided to go into business together. And those, whether they're issues or good things about the marriage or bad things or ugly things about the marriage, I think they get magnified a little bit more when you go into business with each other if you don't address them from the marriage side. And then you kind of have to learn some of those things over again, you know, from a business perspective. But how do you support? How did you support me? Because I know a lot of times I come up with stuff that you're like, I don't even know what you're talking about. They don't make sense.
Yeah, you know, in the beginning, honestly, I was like, okay, whatever, go do it. And whatever you ask me to do, I'm going to do it. And maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. If it won't, I'll try not to rub your face in it. But if it does,
maybe.
Yeah, and if it does, I'm along for the ride. But then I realized that wasn't the proper way to truly support you. And so I started, even if I couldn't see the vision or I didn't agree with the way you were going, I was there. I was present. I would listen. I would add my 2 cents if it was asked. You know, it's just like using the same analogy on the way in the car driving to California. I would gladly sit in the passenger seat. I will pass you your shades. I will give you your sunflower seeds, your water.
Yeah, you be the co-pilot.
I'll be the co-pilot.
Yeah.
Whether you're going the speed limit or faster than the speed limit, whether you take a road that I would have taken or not taken, and just support you in that way. Yeah.
I think the best way you said is just to be a good co-pilot at that point, right? Because whoever's decided okay, you're going to drive that piece or that part of the road, then you're a co-pilot, and then you're there if something happens.
That's right.
And it's not, oh, I told you so. I knew this wouldn't work. It was no. Okay, babe, what we need to do? How do we regroup? Where do we move forward? And because every decision is not going to be a right decision on either end, but you know, as long as you're doing it together, it makes the journey so much better. Better, sweeter, and smoother. Absolutely, 100%. Because you have to realize we're one individual, even though we're different in the business and different at home. Because you know, at work I'm a different animal versus than I am at home or machine. Oh my gosh, yes. At home. And so all of this that we're talking about continues. We said it earlier. It bleeds into the other area as well. Yes, it does. You know, and you bring up a good point. And this is like a bonus of working together. We learned the work side of our spouse because there's a home side and there's a work side of everybody. You know, everybody, and it doesn't mean that you're a totally different person. I'm not saying that, but you do have a work side to you, and usually you don't get to see that side because whatever they're expert in and whatever they do, they go off and do that, and they may come home and tell you about how was work. You know, you have those conversations. How was work? What happened? Oh no, she didn't. Oh, he really did. Oh, that's exciting. Oh, honey, it's gonna be okay. I know you guys have sat around and had these conversations. Yeah. And when you work together as a married couple, okay, it's not for the faint of heart, right? Not. It's just like marriage. It has to be worked on every day, but you learn the other side. So now we completely know the whole person, not the half a person, but we know all of those things, which was amazing to find out. Frustrating too on some accounts, I'm sure, for me and for him, right? Yeah. You know, I think about just my character. My character at work, I'm a decision maker. I make decisions and go. Feelings, who cares about feelings? This is what we need to do to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. At home, I was a little laid back. It was whatever you need, dear, wherever you want to go, dear. But when it was at work, this is the decisions that need to happen. And so she saw that and was like, who is this guy? Where's this guy come from? Do I know this guy? But it happens because if you think about it, look into your life. You're different in the office or at work than you are at home with your spouse and family. Yeah. And it was so different that people you work with didn't know like the funny side, because it worked in finance. So finance is very stiff. And it was corporate. It was pharmaceutical corporate. So you're really stiff. You know, the first time I think I walked in and I hugged like somebody, one of these, everybody's looking like, oh my gosh, did she just hug them? I didn't work there. And I'm like, I don't care. You know, hey, how you doing? But that's not the culture for corporate. So they knew you as a corporate person. And then at home, when I would say, you know, well, Derek told me this joke, or he said this slight thing to me, you know, that was kind of off funny, or talking about me, you know, in a funny way, making jokes. And they're like, stop lying about Derek.
There
You know,
jokes.
laughs.
He's serious.
He's serious. That didn't even sound like Derek.
Yeah.
But your family, on the other hand, only knew the lighter side of Derek.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one thing that happened when we got married, a lesson learned that we've had being married in business, is we've both been able to bring the serious and fun side
Mm-hmm.
to not just business, but to our relationship as well, in a totally different way, because we not only learned the other side of our spouse, the work side, but we actually embraced it,
Mm-hmm.
and then found ways to incorporate the whole person
Yeah.
in business.
That is true. That is true. And you know, the pandemic is bad, right? But there's some silver linings in this pandemic. There are businesses that's still thriving in the business. There are marriages that are still thriving. We haven't laughed this hard
Oh my gosh.
in like forever.
I don't think we
Right.
spent this
But
much time together.
That's right. That's
This,
right.
even in being in business together, I don't think even we spent this much time together as we have, because I traveled a lot. You stayed more in the office a lot. Even when I was home and not traveling, I was out, you were in the office, you know, that type of thing. We drove separately to work, things of that nature, because our schedules were so different.
Yeah.
That it has been a blast. And we laugh at the crazy old folk stuff that we do lately. Yes.
Yeah.
So in that, as you talk about that, that brings us to our next lesson learned of being married and in business, and that's taking a pause.
Yeah, you definitely have to take a pause. And when I think about taking a pause, is we can't think about work all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have that boundary, that separation. We have a saying between the both of us is, don't start nothing you can't keep up.
Hello.
And
Wait a
and
minute.
so-
Hello. Say that again.
Don't start nothing.
Don't get soft now.
Don't start nothing that you cannot keep up.
That started in marriage. That
That
did not
started
start
in-
in business.
That's right. That started in marriage.
And we carried it over.
It is Friday night is date night.
Yeah.
You know, after about 5-6 o'clock down, no question, nothing about work. Reconnect with your spouse or your partner,
And has been so for 16 years. So that was something we started, and we're like, okay, don't start unless you're gonna keep it up. And we've been keeping it up for even when I was on the West Coast, living on the West Coast, and he was on the East Coast, we still have Friday night dates.
Yeah. I would take her video. I tell you, these phones are something serious. We used to video chat for hours, whether I was decided to stay home that Friday night, or even if I went to a restaurant and sat by myself at the table, I would be not FaceTiming because I'm an Android, I'm not an Apple, but we would be video chatting.
Yes, we have that ability on our phone as well.
Yeah,
the video
I tell you,
ability.
those
yes.
Apple people.
That's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother show, baby. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Yep.
So with that being said, it is taking a pause. You know, you can work so hard in your business that you miss the marriage. Like the marriage goes barren. It's just like having kids and not taking time for yourself in marriage because it's all about the kids. Then 18 years later, the kids leave and there's no marriage. It's empty because you have grown apart, have done stuff separately or with the kids, and you hadn't kept growing together.
Yeah. And that's one of the benefits of owning your own business. I mean, we would take time. We take time and go to the park in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes you have to take a pause to reconnect.
Yes.
Because if not, the business will consume you.
And then it's not just taking a pause to reconnect. Like lunch was a nice, he'd come to Maya and say, I miss my wife. I'm tired of my colleague. I need to spend some time with my wife. you know, and we would take that time to maybe go out to lunch every once in a while or to the park and have a picnic or whatever it was. It wasn't a picnic in the time y'all thinking. We just go pick something up, go sit on the bench. That's what we do. But, you know, we would figure something out. But then also taking a pause from business. Now, y'all stay with me here now, because if you're really building a business and not a hustle, you should be able to take some time away and the business still run.
That's right.
Very key, right?
Very, very key, very key. So often, and we might hit on it on some of the pitfalls, but so often you start a business and you are the business. So really you just created yourself a job.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to take a pause when you're waiting on you. If you don't go, that those funds aren't coming into your pocket. Or if you go down with sickness, you know, I think actually one of our clients just got sick.
Yeah.
And they were just so thankful that we helped them put some things in place that the business didn't even miss a beat. But before us, and that person got sick, everything came to a complete halt. So,
yeah, you know, it was not missing a beat. I remember last summer, I was down for the whole summer. I had a surgery, and like every 2 weeks I was back in the emergency room, and not for the original surgery. That was fine. That went good clean bill of health, but something else, right? Every 2 weeks for about a month and a half. And so I ended up in June, July, and half of August just being in the bed. Like I could not do a whole lot of stuff because of the recovery. And it left a lot on you as far as running the business. You know, when we talk about knowing your roles and then sometimes having to take over, that was an example of you kind of having to take over a little bit. But at the same time, business still ran when you took those days off to take care. Because it wasn't that he just ran the business and left me alone. He cooked me breakfast, lunch, dinner. He was there at every doctor's appointment that I had. And this was 2019, not 2020.
Yeah,
he was there at every doctor's appointment I had, because you can't go to the doctor with me now. Every doctor's appointment, he was there.
I'm upset about that.
I know. He would just take time during the day to just sit upstairs with me to keep me company, because all I had was the four walls in our room. So I was definitely on a hiatus, but he was taking pauses to take care of me. And that was 2.5 months that the business was still running. Didn't mean that there wasn't stuff that he had to do, or when I could, I would maybe answer some things or do some things, or he would ask me questions. But it wasn't like he couldn't take care of me and had to just be in business full-time mode.
Yeah. I was definitely happy at what we had built up to that point, and what we continue to build. But I was happy at how we built that, because, you know, essentially no one really had to know that you were sick.
Right. No one really knew.
I didn't have to call the clients and say, oh, give me a little while longer with this, or so on and so forth. We had processes and procedures in place that allowed it to run whether you were 100% or 15%.
People helping and working and in the background and all kinds of things. Yeah, and you're right. The clients, no one knew. I think I maybe next year when I kind of got better and started talking and some of it came up later, they were like, what, huh? I knew you were gone or missing, but we didn't, you know, we didn't know you were down. We just thought you were traveling or something.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things, but taking a pause together is what we're talking about. Family pause, marriage pause, with kids and without kids. Take the pause, take a week away, take a weekend away, get away. Figure out a way to spend that time together that's not talking about business. The last thing I'll say on this is we even have no business on Sundays.
Yeah, that is definitely important to have a day of rest. You know, that now, granted, sometimes there's a project, but we try not to make a habit of working on Sunday. And the reason, guys, these taking a pause is so important. Most business owners, and I will venture to say almost every business owner, they start their business to, one, for financial freedom, and two, time freedom, freedom to spend time with the ones they love. But when they start the business and trying to get to that financial freedom, they started spending all their time there, and the family is just kind of left without you. But you're building this for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to make sure you take some time out to spend with that family, because as Sherelle says, we've seen business owners, they get older in business and they built this business and they worked this business for years and years and years, and now they're ready to sit down, and their children don't want it because their children saw how stressed you were, how you were never there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so they don't want any parts of that. So make sure you take pauses, so and show them the fruits of your labor and enjoy time with those loved ones that you started the business for.
You know, to add to that, I was talking to a mentor of mine, and he's in his mid to late 70s, and very successful man, has done very well. And, you know, we were talking and he says, you know, I've talked to a lot of my friends recently that have done well in business, very well for themselves, big houses, and big houses don't mean you done well, but just, you know, some things that show that you've done well. Nice houses, nice cars, nice clothes, can kind of leisurely do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it in retirement, right? Like I said, they're not the Walmart greeter because they have to be. You know, if they're going somewhere and hanging out, it's because they want to, you know, in that way. He said, but they look back and they recently had a conversation, a group of them, and he took time to make sure his marriage is intact as well as the business. But he was talking to some friends that said, you know, I look around and I look at all the success that I have, and I have no one to share it with. The kids aren't there because they're grown doing their own things. And he was never there because he was always working. So, you know, they didn't build that bond or relationship. The wife is they're divorced or separated. And so there's no one there that all that he built, these guys built it for, you know. The people are not there that when they were younger and they had them in mind, like you talked about, as they got to the other side, because they didn't take that valuable pause. They didn't take that valuable time. The whole reason why they were doing it is not there at all.
Yeah. Don't miss out.
Don't miss out. It's the reason why we do this podcast, because we want to help you learn how to build stronger marriage and stronger businesses all at the same time. But what we do know is it takes two, not one, but two. So both parties have to be willing to make it happen.
That's right.
In the easy times, in the tough times, and in the really ugly times.
Because there will be ugly times.
There will be if you're being true.
If you're being true.
And because hey, we're two different individuals. It'd be easy if it was just me or just him and we're both alike. But then we'd be bored.
Super.
So the last thing that we want to talk about as we talk about being lessons learned of being married, and then we want to switch over to pitfalls that we found in business, because this is the Black Business Expo. But we wanted to make sure we did shout out to the couples who are married and in business and brought some stuff for you guys. Is apart but together.
Tell me what you mean by that.
What do I mean by apart but together? So often we think that as being married and in business, we have to do everything together. Everything. Every meeting we got to take together. Every trip has to be together. Every conference has to be together. Everything. We just, if I'm doing it, you got to do it. If you're doing it, I got to be there and do it. And I think that goes back to a little bit of knowing your roles. But being apart, you get to cheat.
You do.
You get to cheat because one, you're not in business by yourself. Number two, your partner is your best friend. Should be your best friend. I don't know. We'll see. But your best friend, you're my best friend, babe. You know you're my best friend.
No, you are.
All right. So your best friend, and number three, you're one, right? So you get to cheat because one person doesn't have to do everything. But so often what we learned, we used to show up to every meeting together because we felt like we needed to both be there, because he needed to hear, I needed to hear. And what we really were doing was not trusting each other's abilities, or we hadn't defined the roles that we needed to be in to know who was the best person to go out. We show up at meetings for clients and overwhelm them because it's two of us and one of them. And now we're discussing back and forth like we don't know what we're talking about. So we didn't get the contract, like, because the client was like, y'all are nice, I love you, but I don't know if I want to deal with this on a daily basis because this is a little bit too much.
Yeah. Again, like she said, you can cheat because it's two of you. That's just basic math. You can cheat. And you know, when we first started, she's right. We didn't trust each other to the point of, if I go to this meeting, I couldn't relay the information to whoever,
right,
or relay it back to her when we got back together. And so it really comes down to building trust with one another. I mean, you trusted them enough to marry them, for them to be your spouse or your partner. So you should trust them that you don't have to be at every different thing separately or together. You can do things separately. We have clients that have meetings, and it's a lot of them in one meeting, and I think that you're not as efficient as you can be, because you can send different people to different meetings, and when you come back together, you can discuss that, and you didn't lock up everyone's time in that same one meeting.
Absolutely. So what part of the reason why in the beginning that we didn't trust wasn't because we didn't trust each other as people. Like you said, we married each other. It was more of us not knowing the work side of the person and getting to know that side and the ability, skills and ability that the person had, and not having process and systems in place so that we had templates and guidelines and ways that things needed to flow. Right. And so whether now that we have process and systems, doesn't matter if I leave, like I was down for that 2.5 months, you were able to step in on whatever I was doing. And anytime that you're down, which never happens, it happened a little bit at the end of last year, right?
That's right.
And I was able to take over some things. But if I needed to, those systems and processes are in place to know exactly how to step in and help and work. But for that fact, think about when you get ready to hire, it's not just about him or me, but we wanted to make it duplicatable so that if I fired him in another position, right? Or you suggested that I step down from another position. If that happened, we have to replace that with somebody, and there's a system and process in place for them to slide in and do it better. But when you have two people and you're apart but together, what that means is that you have a common goal. Your goal is the same, and you understand what that common goal, that common mission is. And number two, that now we're maximizing your skills and ability, my skills and ability. We're maximizing time, which means that it could be that you're talking to a new client, I'm talking to a new client. That means we're doubling money at the same hour.
At the same hour,
I mean, you know, you're getting something done that we need done. I'm getting something done that we need done. We're doubling efforts at the same time. So we're maximizing the time that we have. So instead of having 24 hours in a day, we get 48 hours in a day because it's two of us. And then you take the staff, multiply that by staff, or whatever your staff is, and then you multiply it. It's no longer 24 hours. It's whatever that is times the number of people that you have and what they're doing in the company.
And people, that's how you grow, you scale, and you start a true business.
100%. 100%. Yep. So I think that we should kind of also talk about, I think that lends very well into some pitfalls that we have found in businesses as we deal with businesses. We've been in business for 9 years. September will be 10. This is our 10th year coming up. We got to figure out with that, but that's a whole nother story. But some pitfalls that we find in businesses consistently that affect their bottom line, but they can overcome them.
Okay.
And so let's start with just our company is called My Local CFO. And we partner with business owners to provide a financial picture to their operational side. Many times business owners know what they're doing. I always say that the product and service, I'm not worried about. I know it's good. The question is, are you profitable? So often that they're running and they're on this wheel and trying to grow or trying to maintain or trying to make payroll or trying to figure things out. And the more they work, the more exhausted they get, but they're not getting anywhere. And so we come alongside and help to strategically help them plan and grow and accelerate the growth that they have, becoming sustainable and profitable company that can be purposed, live in their purpose and move forward, right?
Right. Yeah. You know, it goes back to, for me, why we started the business.
Yeah.
My dad is a business owner. He's an entrepreneur and still is an entrepreneur. And I think back to being a kid, and the only time I really spent some quality time with him was in the business when we were actually doing work.
Yeah.
And while there's nothing wrong with that, I felt like if he had someone like my local CFO at that time, we could have did some other things like going to football games or doing more traveling and things like that. And so for me, my local CFO was built to help business owners get some of this time back. We talked about the time multiplication of different people. So we want to partner with businesses so that you can get some of your time back, because we can help with the finances. We can take care of that portion for you. So that's one thing off your hamster wheel that you have to run and do. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, yes. So getting your time back. And then the other piece is being able to not just impact yourself in your home, right? Because that's what you're going to business for. A lot of people go into business to impact where they are, to have other options and resources, but to impact your community and your world, whether it's the big world that we're talking about or your world right around you, but being able to impact and reach those dreams, attain those dreams and goals that you have for your life, living on purpose. So that's kind of why we do what we do on a daily basis. And we love it, because so many people are intimidated by finances and numbers and things of that nature. And I like to just say that we're number whisperers, and we love to show you how your actions in the day-to-day translate into dollars that you see or you don't see.
That's right. Numbers are your friend.
Numbers make the world go round. They are your friend. So we have a slogan that numbers never lie, people do.
That's true. That is true.
No judgment. It's just the truth. It's just a fact, right? Numbers never lie. Yep. So with that being said, we've got some pitfalls that we want to talk about. And the first pitfall that we have is staff versus personal relationships. So as we talk about, we kind of that transition of still family-owned businesses first, hiring family and friends in business. How do you be the leader? And because you're not going to be liked all the time, right? But you will get respect. How do you be the leader and as you hire family and friends?
Well, first set the ground rules, especially if whether they're family or whether they're friends. You might be working with a parent, a mother. You might be working with a sister or a brother or a girlfriend. You have to set the rules and draw the lines and say, when I'm at work, I have to be respected. I have to be the boss. And sometimes you're not going to like my decisions, but these are the decisions to get my company or our company where we're trying to go. And they have to understand that and know, okay, when you're outside of the business, I'm still your parent. I'm still your brother, sister. I'm still your buddy or your girlfriend or whatever. And so it is really just setting the boundaries in that, and let them know that this is my company. This is what the legacy that we're trying to build. And if you can't respect that, I can't have you in the organization, because we've seen family members hired and they think it's their business.
Yeah. So definitely there has to be a standard set. Period. Boundary set. Period. All the things we talked about in the first half of this podcast, communication and respect and knowing your role and all of those things, then going to the staff. be it family, friends, or just regular staff, right?
That's right.
What we've seen, how it affects the bottom line when you don't have boundaries and standards and roles and different things of that nature is we start giving them salaries or giving them money and performance is not peak, which means that we're not getting done what we need in a job. So you may be paying for the same work 2 and 3 times because you just let them be lackadaisical or not do what the work is required to do.
Yeah. What it boils down to is you lose efficiency that way, because you're right. They become lackadaisical, or they'll do the job that they want to do versus the job that they're actually paid to do. And if you're not following up, they look busy, right? They look busy like they're doing something, and they're doing something for your company. They're just not doing it at the level or the things that you need them to do to be efficient and truly grow your company. Because a lot of times we start hiring family and friends before we even thought about there's other companies that can be brought in to do that, outsource or applications or software that can be used. And now you have this person that you really don't need anymore.
Right. Yeah. We definitely believe in automating before hiring. And so when you look at, we're in a technology world now, and before you look at hiring someone, number one, you need to define what that role is that you're hiring for, or you end up hiring someone that's hodgepodge and doing everything. And now they're exhausted and nothing's getting done, just like you had, right? You're just dumping all these things on them. But automating and then looking at through the automation of the different processes and systems that you have, the different roles, and then finding where you actually need a human to either manage, maintain, or actually create whatever it is. When you're dealing with family and friends and staff in general, and you don't set those standards and the boundaries, you lose morale amongst just everyone else, right? If you've got one bad apple, what did the adage say? It spoils the bunch. And that's truly true. And then if they're related to you, there's a sensitivity of walking on eggshells because everyone is like, oh, I can't say anything to them because that's so-and-so's sister or daughter or mother or whoever, friend, best friend or whatever. So setting the tone at the office of, no, this is your job. This is your role. This is your supervisor. This is what you're going to do. And then being able to praise and reprimand appropriately, regardless. The other thing is loss of clientele. And these all go back to your bottom line. Loss of clientele because they're just willy-nilly doing whatever they want to do. And your clients are not being served in the way they need to be served. You can actually lose clientele. Could be people that's been with you for years. And so loss of clientele. And then the last one, which is the big one, is the bottom line, your profit. It hurts your profit when you don't set those things in place. Now, let's talk about you, the business owner, versus the staff, you not paying yourself.
Oh my goodness. This is a big one because a lot of times we don't know our value. A lot of times we haven't set the prices properly so that we can get paid as the owner. And let's face it, if you don't have other income coming in, you need to make some money. If you're not making money in your business, it becomes so stressful for you that your business you may even just say, forget it. I'm not going to do this business anymore. I'm going to go back to work. And while that happens, remember, you started your business. Somebody's waiting on you.
Right.
Somebody's waiting on you. And so there's things we could put in place to make sure that we're pricing right. We are learning our value so that you can get paid as an owner and not just as a fulfiller in your business. There may be a painter out there who price everything and he gets paid as a painter, but he or she should also get paid as the owner of that business as well. But is that in the price? So a lot of times I find that not in the price. And what that does, if you're not charging the right thing, then again, it affects your bottom line.
Yeah. Let me give this stat. I gave this stat earlier in another meeting I was in. It's an amazing stat. And it is that the small businesses provide half the labor force for the U.S. Half. I just want to be clear about this. Small businesses provide half of the labor force. That means that small businesses are paying people to work, and those people are taking care of their families based on what the small business owners are paying them to work in their businesses. Half of the labor force. The corporations are not doing it all themselves. Half of the labor force. But small business owners take home on average less than $60,000, around $60,000, but with a second income.
With the second income.
It's not from the business only, with a second income. So what's happening is, and this is a part of my passion for what we do, is number one is making sure that your purpose, you're moving in your purpose and you're serving the problem that's out there, you're providing a solution. But number two, as a business owner, you should not be able to pay people and they're able to take care of their families.
And you're not
able to take care of your families, and you've got to hustle around to find some second time income. Then that means that something's not right and that needs to be fixed. And so we want to make sure that you're paying yourselves. And a lot of people say, oh, but I don't want to pay taxes. I don't want to have to deal with taxes. Well, we found in COVID that problems become when you don't pay yourself correctly. But just on a day-to-day basis, if you want to buy a house or buy a car or anything else, big purchases, have certain credit with different vendors, you want to be able to show them a pay stub and not have them be all up in your business, right? Because they're going to ask you for everything in your business because they don't trust it. They know that businesses don't stay open long. They go out of business very fast. That's a stat that, businesses in 3 to 5 years, they're out of business. So if you made it over the 3-year mark, the 5-year mark, kudos to you. But are you still limping along and are you able to pay yourself? Then you may still be acting as a startup and not have really built the business the way it needs to be to strengthen for legacy, for wealth building, and all the things that need to happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as you said, for the assistance that become available in the midst of a disaster.
Yeah, 100%.
That's really what we found.
The other thing that I found is when business owners don't pay themselves, and I'll leave this as the last note as we go to our third point, is that I talked to some people recently and, they own businesses, they retired, and now because they didn't pay into Social Security, because they didn't pay into certain things, they can't get certain things out. So because they only live for today and didn't plan for tomorrow, which is our next point, is you got to plan for today and tomorrow, right? Not just for today. There's some consequences because number one, they didn't set anything else. And even if they didn't pay themselves, they didn't use other avenues to set wealth aside for retirement, for if something happened, if they got sick or something happened or long-term care or anything like that. And so now where they thrived all these years, they find themselves kind of living with low means.
Yeah, that definitely happens. You a lot of times when you're in business, I call it the under the table. I call it the under the table. You're getting paid cash and you're not reporting it, and everything is good now. But as we saw with the client that you talked about, now they're up in age and they need assistance and things like that. And they didn't pay in because everything was under the table. And so you have to kind of walk that delicate line. We had a client, it's not a client anymore, but we had a client that really went out of business. They decided to shut down. But in their high point when we were working with them, we decided that were they trying to ever acquire any capital? Were they trying to merge or grow the company? Or were they really on the downslope and wanting to slow it and wanting to shut it down? And once we made that decision, they decided that they wanted to slow it down. And so then we began to take more profit out of the business for the owner to plan for the future versus in the business and actually accelerating the business. And so it's a delicate balance when you're in your business. You have to know about today and you have to know about tomorrow and make a plan for it.
Yeah, 100%. So what happens is that you don't just plan for today, and so many business owners only look at today and not the future. And sometimes you need help to do that, right?
Mhm.
It's not, you're not ignorant to go out and find resources or help or advice. You want to tap into that in your network or different places to make sure that you're not just talking about today.
Mhm.
That you're also talking about tomorrow, and you're looking in the business and building as you're growing it.
Mhm.
And it doesn't mean whether you just want to grow it for this local area, whether you want to grow it nationally, internationally, doesn't matter at all what the growth plan is. If you want to have multiple stores or multiple places, or you just want to license and franchise, or whatever it is you want to do, you've got to have a plan for that, or you're just working in the blind, and any number not tracked is a number lost. And any number lost means there's actions behind that number that weren't taken. And then you wonder, why didn't you get to the goal you had for the year or the 5-year mark or the 10-year mark? And it's because you were only planning for today and not for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think, go ahead.
No. I was going to say that kind of rolls into the next thing about making these decisions in the blind. A lot of times, a lot of clients come to us because they say, oh, yeah, I was making plans, but I was looking in my bank account, and the bank account said I could do it, but they didn't account for all the things that those dollars were already named for.
Yeah.
And so they put themselves in a bind, and all of a sudden we're looking for capital. And everybody knows when you're desperate for money, you can't get anything. That's why we're so heavy on planning. We're heavy on planning because if you plan, you know well in advance when you may need capital.
Yeah. And then you can go ahead and get it while you're doing good and things are successful, because you know that there's going to be a lull or something, something's going to happen. This is going to be a slow period. And not to say that just because we see it coming, we can't plan and overachieve and it not happen, but at least there's a plan in place. It's so easy to pivot or tweak a plan than it is to, in the midst of what's happening, in the midst of the fire, in the midst of the crisis, trying to come up with a plan. And we found that out in COVID last year.
Sure.
So I want to end with this last one, because the question was, how do you pay yourself, as a draw or a paycheck? It really depends on the structure that you're in. But we recommend that at some point, everyone gets to an actual paycheck where you got taxes being taken out. And in that way, you're paying into Social Security, you're paying into Medicare, you're paying into some of those things that you may need later, unless you're just balling. If you're balling, there's some other things that you can invest in and do with insurances and things of that nature that maybe you won't need the Social Security and things of that, but you could also be putting in 401k. But it also depends. Everything other than sole proprietor and LLC, you're supposed to take a paycheck. Those you can take a member draw, that type of thing.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier. I'm a big fan of owners taking paychecks, because when it's time to go and actually buy something, you can show pay stubs and you don't have to put them into your business. And because once they get into your business, they're going to dig and the ratios change.
Yeah.
And so I'm a big component of all entities, owners being paid by payroll. However, I do know and understand that in some cases, you just need to take a draw until you get things
until you got consistent income.
Yep, consistent.
I can't believe that we're at the end. Oh my gosh, it's been an hour that fast. We have so enjoyed taking over the Black Business Expo USA once again. This is Sherelle.
And I'm Derek.
With the More Than I Do podcast. Please like and follow us on More Than I Do podcast on Facebook, as well as visit our website. Comment, sign up for our email so that you can know what's going on, as well as if you are a couple in business, we want to talk to you on our show, and you can sign up there too on our website at
www.morethanIdo.life. That's www.morethanIdo.life.
All right, guys, we're back on live, and we're live on our Facebook every Thursday at 7. We want to see you next week. You have a fabulous night. And until next time, take care.
Take care.
Well, well, well. More beyond I do. That's awesome. A podcast on Thursdays. That was fantastic. Great, great, great information. So what I like to do is just talk about who am I, Maxine Phillips McCoy, serving as the host for the Black Business Expo Network today. It has been awesome. It has been a pleasure. It's the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. Yes, we're having speakers from North Carolina all the way from London, England, and even Singapore. That's just to name a few. The Black Business Network is global. It's a global community sharing business knowledge to what? Empower, inspire, and to educate business about business. So whereas you know what? The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for our students in high school to enable them to further their education, to go on to college. We have students who are already in business who need our help. We have students who are getting ready to start a business who could use help. We need you to stop, pause right now, and go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and you will see a scholarship button or a tab. Click that and donate. No amount is too small, and we thank you for contributing. There's been several individuals who've challenged us. Take them up on that challenge. You know, whether it be donating once a month, once a quarter, once a year, or every month. The dates are out there. You can start donating immediately. So let's give thanks to our sponsors. Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO, Moody Capital Partners, and the Black Leaders Worldwide, along with Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, and Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Mastermind. Let's not forget the Black Business Expo Board. And so we're coming back again, reminding you to donate. Again, no amount is too small. So as we're moving forward, we have none other than Michelle Lewis tonight. Michelle Lewis Reeves. She is the Vice President and Chief Inclusion and Diversity Officer for Presbyterian Healthcare Services. Let's bring Michelle up. Let us meet this fantastic lady. There she is. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
It's so good to see you as usual.
Good to see you too, Maxine. I'm glad to be here.
Well, we appreciate you taking your time out and giving us your beautiful smile. And we can't wait to hear all of this great information that you're going to share with us. But before we get started, why don't you give us just a little bit more information about who you are?
Okay. Well, I am just delighted to be here. I did not know you went all the way to Singapore. I just heard that. I'm like, that is fantastic. I'm just in little Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is right in the middle between Texas and Arizona, if you remember. And the population is about 2 million, which is the same size as Phoenix, Arizona.
Wow.
So you can imagine, it's not a large population, but definitely a large piece of land.
Yes.
So we have a lot of Native Americans here, a lot of Hispanic people here. It is the gamut, one of the most diverse states out there. So I have been here for almost 2 years, and for everyone, I am a traditional organizational psychologist. That is my background and my training. I went to school for that some 30 years ago.
We will not tell that, right?
Yep. And I started out on the East Coast from Virginia, and I have moved all the way to the West Coast to California, back to the East Coast to North Carolina, and now back Midwest, right in which is Southwest actually, to New Mexico. So the background is everything from working in consulting organizations to what I'm doing today, which is in healthcare, to owning my own business, which I have done, which is a coaching and consulting business for probably about the last 15 years.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, an array of experiences and states.
In states.
And
6
states.
states and 22 addresses.
6 days, 22 addresses. Oh my gracious, that is awesome. So I know. So I just tell everybody, I said, I just travel the United States. Because I think I've been in 4 states now, you know, so, but yes. So what Michelle and I are going to do tonight is we're going to talk about diversity and health. I mean, we've been talking about diversity the entire day, along with power and purpose and passion. And it's beautiful to just close the evening talking about diversity and health, because there's so much great information we need to be aware of when it comes to health. With the COVID situations and everything that has happened, you know, the disparities when it comes to the African American, you know, race and how it's hit us heavily. And so it's more prevalent for us to really start talking about health in a different way. I know we're talking about from a diversity way. And so I have a few questions that I do want to ask. Sure. And I know that you're going to share this great information and experience with us. And so one of the questions that I thought about was, we hear a lot about disparities in health on the news these days. So how do you define it, and why is this topic important to entrepreneurs?
That's a great question. It's right now probably more than ever. More than ever. Healthcare used to be a thing Obama did, so much so they call it Obamacare, right? Now, healthcare is front and center with COVID, with people dying, with over 500,000, right? We hit the 500,000 mark just this week.
Right.
This weekend alone, actually starting yesterday and all through the weekend. In fact, on Sunday, Kamala Harris will be on TV talking about vaccines.
Okay.
Because the wave now is we have to get vaccines out to the community, to everyone. And so they will talk about, and you'll see it it was in the New York Times today. I'm telling, there's not any place that healthcare is not,
right,
or that health issues are not right now. But right now, the big thing is vaccines. And the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is up for FDA approval.
Okay.
It will be, they suspect, ready to go in the next week or two. And that it will be approved. And there's lots of talk out there about, is it safe? Is it not safe? I'm with the Biden camp and the Kamala Harris camp, which is go get you one.
Okay.
I don't care which one. Go get you one. It's better than dying. And nobody wants to say that.
Right.
But that is what vaccines are good for. So a lot of times they will be talking about the disparities, how Black people don't get it first, how we're afraid of the vaccine. I talked to my hairdresser this morning, which is my sole source of like real community news. and she was really clear. She's like, I don't think we can get it out fast enough. Enough people don't know how to get it, where to get it, if it's safe, if it's trusted. We don't listen to the news on a regular basis or to a news station that we all trust.
Right.
So I look at those types of disparities happening for many, many reasons. The news will say it's just one reason. We don't trust vaccines. Not really, right? There's lots of different reasons. And one of them is information. We don't get information. Today, I'm telling you, I walked into my hairdresser and she's like, now tell me again, where do I go get tested?
Right. Okay.
Because we don't have that information. But what entrepreneurs can do, and what I hope they do, is they're a source of truth, right? I mean, no matter where you're sitting, someone in the community is going to trust you first. They're going to trust you first, especially if you had, or you know, somebody over here or somebody over there. So think of yourself as a communicator. You are part of the community. You build trust with everybody who's there. You're a resource,
right?
When you can be. And I think if nothing else, you're a conduit to the truth. If you don't know the truth, you know how to get to the truth. So I want to see every I don't know why I always go to hair shops. Don't ask me why that's the first thing I think of. I think about hair shops and barber shops. I think about signs in windows. I think about, trusted. We have an effort here called Trusted Advisors in the community. We want entrepreneurs to be on that trusted advisor list. We actually have nominated people. I want you in the trusted advisor list so that you can know the facts, where to go. But I'm telling you right now, it's if people can get it from all sides,
right?
They know the same message that Kamala Harris is saying, which is go get you one, and you are saying is the same message. And that, I can't tell you how important that will be for all of us, because if we can all get vaccinated, and believe me, there will be 5 different vaccines by the summer.
Okay.
Right now you hear about 2 plus 1, right? Moderna and Pfizer.
Right.
And you hear about this J&J, Johnson & Johnson.
Right.
There will be 2 others that they think will be ready in hand by the summer.
Wow.
And if we could get everybody, let's say 80% of the population, vaccinated by the end of the summer, you might actually have a normal football season.
Wow.
You might have a normal Christmas, right?
Yeah.
You might not be totally there until 2022, but you're going to be looking a whole lot better if we can get vaccines out there, mainly so that people do not die.
Right.
Right now we've had more deaths than, I think it's World War I, World War II.
I remember them saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, all of them combined.
Right.
So anyway, that was a long answer to your question, but disparities are real, y'all. It's inequities, it's unfairness. It just means I don't get mine. Right. I don't get the same information that he does or she does, if you know what I mean. Think about it as if you want to be equal, you give everybody, right, a pair of shoes.
Right.
Give everybody a pair of shoes. If you want to be equitable, make sure those shoes fit.
Right. Great analogy. Great analogy.
Yes. That's exactly what you want to be in your business too, right? You want to be able to meet every customer's needs. The same thing.
Right.
So that's what we're trying to do, I think, with healthcare, with many efforts that you'll see now. When the Biden administration has a whole equity effort going on. Wow. But it's for that reason. And it's our small businesses out there that are going to save us ultimately.
Wow, that's great.
Right.
And that wasn't a long answer. I like that answer because it was more in depth, than to give it a high level. For some people are detailed. I'm a detailed person. So it was detailed enough for me, but yet high level for those who want just as, the overview of what's going on with it. So I like that.
Oh, that's good.
What do you believe the entrepreneurs can do to combat these disparities that you're talking about?
So I think there's I call it my method of living, which is also the method of working and the method of being that could really be helpful for all entrepreneurs. I think we can combat this by having character, by having courage, and by having compassion. And so let me tell you what those mean. And I did think about this question, Maxine, because there is one question I knew in advance, and it was this one.
Okay.
But character, every organization, whether I don't care if you 2 people or 25 or 25,000, right? No matter what the size, you can make a stand on how you feel about inequities, about disparities, about the polarization that's going on in the world.
Right.
It is, just make a statement. What do you believe? What is it that you can do? Like right now, every business can say, I'm not for that, right? I'm not going to encourage that. I'm going to encourage people actually talking together and working together and collaborating and doing those things that are what we call closer to a more united world, right? Than a divided world. So if you look at, I give you a good example. Go to the Ben & Jerry's website. Ben & Jerry used to be just a few people making ice cream in the basement or whatever they were doing, but it was in the garage somewhere. It was a real small business.
Right.
You can go to their website today and they have a statement on what is it that they believe about inequities, about this, and Think about it, as big as George Floyd. And let me just tell you, the George Floyd anniversary of George Floyd is coming up. So people are talking about, what are we going to do? What are we going to say? How are we going to make a statement? And even though there's been many, many people before and many, many people, I'm sure afterwards, unfortunately,
Right.
what is it that you will do? So think about your character as a company. And what do you stand for? And will you say it somewhere? Will you make it public? Will you make it known? The second thing is courage then. So when I think about small businesses can be someone who leads in the community rather than someone who's a victim in the community. So think about, how do you lead? How can you, like I was saying, be the communicator, be a source of truth, put a sign up in the window and says, we know, or we'll help you find out. I mean,
Right.
Can you extend yourself? Because I do think businesses are trusted, right? Because you're in business. I mean, just for that fact alone, unless you some side gig, but you know, I mean, for the most
Or
part,
give them a reason not to trust you. Yeah.
right? Or give them a reason not to trust you. You're a source, so you think about, you can take a stand, but you can also be courageous enough to partner with people.
Right.
So here in New Mexico, we had a small, restaurants are in trouble, right? We had a restaurant who decided that they would be courageous enough to support other restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it by buying gift cards from the other restaurants.
Yes.
It made such a name for himself, really, in the sense that they did a story about it, and he's just as much in business as they are.
Right.
And I think about the courage that took. You could sit down and sulk and say, I'm a victim of this COVID thing. Or you can say, you know what, I'm going to be the person. Think about who you are and what you stand for, what your business is about. Can you be courageous enough in the community to do something like that? Because you never know what will happen on the other side.
That's right.
But know that you took a stand, and this can be really hard times. But I think everybody knowing what they're about. Does that mean?
No, this you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. But knowing what you're about and being able to talk about that, be about that, do something in the community that represents that. I don't care if you have a car wash and give it to the other businesses or restaurants, or you think about things that you can do that are just out of the box. This is the time. This is the time. This is the time to stand up and do that. So think about character, think about courage, think about, I think the other thing is compassion. So I think about now, there are a lot of people who have lost their jobs. They have lost their income. They're trying to figure out how to do many things or balance many things, including, and it's hard to think about, but including loss.
Yes.
There's anybody I know right now who hasn't lost someone.
Right.
So I think about small businesses have the opportunity. Again, it may not be your business. It may not be your business, but how do you show a little compassion to people out there and show them that you care?
Right.
Because that will be, I think that's a winning ticket for any business, is to really think about that and how they show up, and the things that you might do or might change just a little bit to accommodate for all the disparities that are going out there.
Wow. I was thinking about what you just said about the restaurant owner who in a situation themselves, but yet they decided to take it upon themselves to purchase gift cards from other restaurants. Them out. And in essence, it's like the more you give, the more you shall receive.
Yes, ma'am.
He ended up being in the news, and if I'm not mistaken, then people started pouring into his business. So he had an abundance.
Yes, ma'am.
It's like giving the little that he had. It was a scarcity for him, but now it's an abundance for all.
Yep.
And if we
and
all go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead and finish, Maxine.
I can say if all of us start thinking that way, when it comes to even healthcare, we know the diversity and disparities are here, but we also need to check in on our neighbors. We need, I know with COVID it's very difficult to go inside the homes or whatever, but it's nothing wrong with knocking on the door and see it, especially if they're elderly over there, or you
Yep.
know that there are very, very young children and a single mom who might need some assistance, who with the food shortage and everything that's going on. That's
Right.
a disparity in itself right there. And so we have to be cognizant, we have to be aware, we have to be on the lookout for our neighbors, opposed to just keeping it to ourselves or staying to ourselves in such a crisis such as this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really wanting to be there, we found, and I do believe, I think every minister would probably give me a shout out right now and say, hallelujah, you're right. Because the more that you think about what can you do for the community, the people you serve every day, and stop being so focused in on you, it'll be an abundance like you've never known.
Yeah.
Right. So there is a here on in New Mexico, we have a university called the University of New Mexico, a fairly large university. They have a section called the Pit.
Mm-hmm.
And the Pit has several entrepreneurs that are in there all the time selling stuff to students. Well, that doesn't work right now, does it? It does not. It does, so there's not school. There's not, I mean, what are you going to do? So a bunch of them could have just, folded up shop and gone home and said, oh, well, and did a pity party. But instead, they were a significant effort to convert where they worked into a vaccine hub. So for the next 6 months, that's going to be where people go get vaccines.
There you go.
They're taken care of now. Everybody who gave up, they've been taken care of by the state, by people.
Right.
Put up funding for them. I think about sometimes, you can lead with your heart and it can get you to the right place.
Wow. It makes me think about if we just come together.
Yes.
I always think about a common cause.
Mm-hmm.
And the common cause is so that everyone will be safe. Everyone can be well. Everyone can be taken care of. And it's not about, again, what's in it for me, but instead, if I got it, why don't I'm going to use my neighbor again, check on my neighbor, make sure that they know where to go to get the vaccine, or call the number for them if they, are unable to call. But just be courageous, like you just said. Just take that step forward in order to help. And then we can start bridging that gap.
Yes.
It does not have to be as wide. It doesn't mean that we're going to totally close it, but we can definitely bring it closer to where you don't have all these large disparities happening all the time.
Yeah. There's something really magical about doing things together.
Yes.
It's not us and them.
Right.
This is a human thing.
Oh, yes.
Because if we don't solve it, believe me, there won't be enough people to support your business.
Right.
This is one of those times where it impacts all of us in every industry, everywhere you go, every single place you go.
Yeah.
We've seen organizations turn it around, make different things. There's a local company here who decided they would make the gloves, the plastic gloves.
Right.
We're here in New Mexico.
Okay.
And we said, you know what? We're going to buy all our gloves from you because they're here. And they made $5 million. $5 million worth of gloves, girl. Who knew?
Who knew?
They didn't know either. But I'm thinking, this is the time when don't count yourself out. It's only going to be temporary. Believe me, it will be temporary unless somebody else crazy gets back in office. I'm just saying.
I'm not commenting.
I'm not commenting either. But I'm saying we have people in place who really are focused on getting this under control.
Right.
And it is an amazing time for organizations, like I said, no matter how big or small, to step up and think, what can I do? And even if I don't know what to do, how can I just make myself available for what needs to be done? And sometimes that's it, right? It's not even, you don't even I don't know if I can make plastic gloves, maybe not, but you can look around, open your eyes, see what's happening out there. You know, there's all kinds of, let me tell you something, the funeral parlor right now needs some help.
They need help. Yeah, they need
Right.
help.
And so I look around, I was like, wow, why wasn't I in that business? But it's something you can help with though. And so I think about every single day we're impacted by our health. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything else. You can't make money, you can't do anything else. So
Yeah, there is a quote that I use quite often when I'm speaking, and it says, "Career is a lifetime, but life is a project." Because when we are little, they're asking us all the time, what do we want to be when we grow up?
Yeah.
And then when we're in middle, we're trying to figure out what, get the career, climb, right? And then
Right.
it get a little bit older and it's like, okay, I guess I'm ready to retire. So what am I going to do after retirement? And so you're all the time thinking of career. So that's why I say career is a lifetime. But then when I come back and echo and say, but life is a project, and you just hit the word, you said it's temporary.
Mhm.
You hope this is going to be temporary. And
Yeah, I
life
love
is
that.
temporary because you have a beginning date and you have an end date.
Yes, you
I
do.
tell everybody it's that dash in the middle, that's where our life truly is. That's where
Yes,
our
ma'am.
purpose. That's why the things that we can do where we can help each other, the empathy and not sympathy, that
Mhm.
we reach out and we can help one another. It's not about me trying to find out what can I do for me. But what
Mhm.
can I do to help man? What can I do to help mankind? What can I do to help my community or even my immediate family? So
Right.
put aside some of those disagreements. Life is too short.
It is
And
way too
COVID, I mean, we know that all along, right? But when COVID happened, oh my gracious. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like nonstop. And I
Mhm.
don't know, but if there might not be a family that has not known of someone or been impacted by it, it's just devastating. And so now is the time to pull all of our resources together. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so glad I am involved with the Black Business Expo.
Yeah.
Because here we have a conglomerate of individuals who coming together and it's for a common cause. The common cause is, first of all, is to educate. And the common cause is to empower and is to inspire. And then is to get funds to help our what? Next generation.
Yeah.
It's to help these youth become the leaders that we need for them to become. And that the disparities can come together and not have such, division in it.
Yeah.
And even in their health, the same thing with their health, because I do a lot of diabetes coaching and I work with parents and their students and I do it online and we talk about health. We talk about eating habits. We talk about how do we help these young people because you're in front of the computers. That's a health
Right.
situation.
Right. You're right. Every single thing you do. So I'm thinking, how do you turn despair into hope?
Go ahead. Tell me. Come on with it.
Every single, I actually hate it when they talk about disparities. I tell you that I cringe when people talk about that word. Oh, we can't get this, we can't get that. We have a chance, and I think all of us have a chance, right, to turn that into something else.
Yes.
I guess my president forever. Barack Obama wrote this book. He said, "The audacity of hope."
Of hope. Yes.
That is the courage of hope, right? That's about trying to get out of. We don't have to buy the lie or buy the myth. We can actually, you, me, everyone else can make a difference.
Make a difference.
Mhm.
And all it takes is
a dash.
One person at a time.
Yes.
Doing what that dash has allowed you to do.
Yep.
Understanding your purpose, using your abilities, your gifts, your strengths, your talents, whatever we want to call them.
Absolutely.
But that's to bring forth and help mankind.
Now tell me, Maxine, was this an interview or was this church? Did we go to church? I think we went to church.
I tell you what, so when I get on this, like, oh my gracious, this really hits a nerve with me because it's like, it's always about, I just won an award last week that's called the Speak Life Encourager.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And that's what I
Congratulations.
do. I encourage people. It's just a natural thing for me. It's one of my spiritual gifts. So you're right. So we might be having church, but it's just amazing how if we could just come together and do some of these things.
Absolutely.
I started asking you another question. Let's see what
Oh,
I
no.
have for you. What would it take? Let's see. What would it take to break out of our familiar patterns regarding inequalities?
Mm. It's interesting because, you know, a lot of those come from our bias. And if y'all know about anything about bias, a lot of it is deep-seated, something that happened way back when you learned way back when, then it's not necessarily conscious. You know, unless you're walking around with saying, "Oh, I'm biased against this or that," you're really, it's really very unconscious.
Right.
We make choices all the time. So get this. So this is a health fact for you.
Okay.
In the average second, just a second, guess how many pieces of information goes by you?
Oh,
Goes by your brain.
it's hard to say.
It's 11 million bits of information. 11 million. Any particular, like right now, you're paying attention to that little thing underneath and me and what's that thing in the background and why is her light not there? All that. Who came in the front door? Was that a noise outside? All that stuff happens. And we can only process 40 pieces of information.
Wow.
So what do? We take shortcuts, mental shortcuts. And literally, that's our bias. Our bias is happening all the time. It's like, oh, I trust him. I trust that. I'm going to park in the back of the parking lot. I'm not. I'm going to, you know, I was joking around with some people who were talking about racism. And I was like, do you know most Black people keep a stick by the door? And that's instinctual type of thing because we're always protecting ourselves.
Right.
Where am I going to be safe? Right.
Okay.
So just know that bias is one of those things that creates a pattern. We do it instinctually, right? You might always go to the same grocery store, park in the same spot, do all these things because you have a bias towards them. So breaking those patterns, especially when you're in your own business, is about creating habits that you know will help. I think one, get rid of your bias, but also contribute to people having a more equitable life and experience and, you know, but even for your customers. So I think about right now, if you walk into, if I had a shop or if I was going to be if I had my own place where people were coming in, or even now if they were coming online, is everybody greeted the same way, same time, the same kind of experience?
Okay.
Does everybody have the same kind of, you know, like if you give out a thank you or something happens at the end,
Right.
Do they get the same type of experience? Think about patterns or habits that you can create that are new habits. They replace the bad ones or the old ones. So that's one of those. I think it's basic, and the company to look at is actually who does it really well is Disney.
Oh, okay.
Disney is global for, you know, and they've been global for quite some time.
Right.
And I don't know if you, right, unless you just don't have any money in your pocket at all. Most people are going to Disney without something in their pocket. But they literally have patterns. I mean, you do the same thing over and over and over again, where you're always being told, you're a great customer. Every single place you go, right? And that doesn't always happen. Sometimes we go to our small businesses and we get treated like crap anyway. Or, you know, it has happened. It has happened. So, but you break your bias by creating new habits that you know is going to create good customer service, that you know is going to create an experience. What's the experience every single time?
Right.
In healthcare, we call it a patient experience. Because every time you come into the hospital, right, we want you to feel like you're welcome there. You're treated with respect. You can have a conversation with your doctor. They won't be talking over your head.
Right.
You know, and you can actually leave that place in better shape than when you came. That experience should happen every single time.
Every time.
Every time. So, but think about that. Replace the habits. it's not and sometimes we want to judge it as good or bad, but think of it as an experience. How do you create an experience every time? How do you do that for your, particularly for those people that may or may not be in the same place that they were even a year ago? So they lost their job or they're in a, it's just a good opportunity for all of us to think about what can we do differently. Yes. It goes back to that same thing. What can we do differently? And be open to what we can see and even what we can't see. Just be open to it.
And that then being observant is so critical, because when you pay attention to your environment, then you can peep opportunities, you can see your options, you can find out what are the trends, what are the patterns. Yeah. So there's so many things that we can be observant of if we just sometimes take the time to be observant. We have this hustle and bustle life at times that we overlook things that are right in our face. Yes. Right in our face.
Yes.
So I remember reading the book called The Field of Dreams, I think it is. And that's where the guy wanted diamonds in the field or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And he had this big old piece of land or farm or whatever. And he was so busy going beyond his own property, his own environment, looking for diamonds, going to the diamond mines and all of that. Well, he ended up selling the property, and the person that purchased the property happened to go down on, if I'm telling the story correctly, I'm not that great of a storyteller, but went to the stream and saw this like a object or something in the water. So he picks it up and he brings it home and he puts it on the mantle. And another friend comes by and he sees it. He said, "Man, where did you get that?" He said, "That rock?" He said, "Yeah, where'd you get that rock?" He said, "Oh, there's plenty of them down there in the stream." And come to find out, those were the diamonds.
Oh,
so
wow.
The diamonds were right there in the yard, in the backyard, on his property, in his environment. But yet he went beyond.
Right.
Didn't even see what he had right there in front of him. And that's why we as business owners have to slow down, take inventory of what we have. And inventory includes our health.
Yes.
It includes the health. It includes me time. It includes the wellness time. It includes taking a time to meditate.
Yes.
And to eat right. And what is eating right? You need to find out what that is for your body.
Yes.
Everybody's body is not the same.
Yes.
So when you start talking about health disparities and diversity, well, even the way our bodies make up is so different.
No, it's not the same, which we all have to pay attention, right? Pay attention. Go to sleep one night without the alarm clock. See how much sleep your body actually needs. I mean, those are little things you can do just to observe. Yeah. I love the story though about the diamonds being right there, right there, right in front of you. You didn't even
right
see
within
it.
Reach. Right.
And
reach.
You know what's funny, Maxine, is there's diamonds right here too with you that you don't even know. I heard lately that we should stop calling it just self-care and kick it up a notch. And call it self-compassion.
Okay.
Self-compassion. Because when I have compassion for somebody else, right, I'm going to do anything I possibly can for that person. But what about compassion for you too?
Oh.
It's a whole nother level of thinking. It's not just going to the bath, it's about finding those diamonds and being able to see those diamonds, right? I can see them in my husband, I can see them in my friend. Can I see them in me?
Wow,
that's a very powerful thing. And I really do believe anybody who's in business for themselves has seen some kind of diamond. And maybe you need to go take I keep a cloth right here to keep my glasses off. Maybe you take your cloth and you got to go polish off your diamond.
Yes.
That's really what it is.
Let it shine.
How valuable it is.
Yes. Oh, wow. I like that. I like that analogy. Yeah. I know the diamonds are there and I love what you said, but also they're within you.
They're within you.
find your diamonds, see those diamonds, believe in those diamonds, know the diamonds, that the diamond that you are.
Yeah.
You know, the diamond that you are. And I always call it, you're a masterpiece. Uniquely
Yeah.
created for a purpose and given natural abilities to reach your destiny. That's one of my statements that I make. Well, I know we're getting close, getting
Yes,
down
there
to
is.
the wire.
I'm going to add one more thing because I just saw this last night. I was watching a part of a TED Talk, and it's a Hispanic woman who's on who's been in television, and she's been in several movies. And right now her name is escaping me, but it is not as important as the message.
Okay.
The message she has was your identity is your superpower. Your identity is your superpower. So I think you have, you just I don't know if we think about it at all. Like if I put up a sign that says Michelle's Consulting, it's really not just the consulting that's the magic. It's Michelle behind the magic.
Right. That's right. That's right.
It's if we have here in New Mexico, we got a guy named Frank.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a place called Frank's Famous Chicken and Waffles. He put the word famous in the title.
Okay.
Frank's Famous Chicken and Waffles. And believe it or not, the best thing on his menu is catfish. That's a whole nother story. But I think about I just think about it's the identity of that. People remember Frank's.
Right.
And they remember Frank, who's a very tall, used to be a New Mexico Lobo basketball player here. He's a pillar of the community. And so people aren't necessarily, granted, if you had bad food, nobody would go there. But I do believe, part of the magic is him. And so every single person here, every single person who has a business, your uniqueness is what sells the business. Every single time.
Yep.
And so I think about your health. I think about taking care of yourself and being compassionate and really just letting yourself be the best that you can be. I don't know how many of us do that, but when you do, I'm telling you, I really do believe your business will thrive.
Yeah.
I think I'll learn from my own mistakes. If I ever get a chance to be on my own again, which I will, I know it will, I will. Right.
Right.
I think, 80% of this battle is just believing that you're going to be, that you're going to be successful. And so that's really where I feel like I just went back to the 70s, but that's where it's at.
Yeah. You say where the rubber meets the road. That's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. With the achievement mindset model that I have a workshop on, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier today, is see where it is that you want to go. Know that you have the knowledge, skills, and abilities. But the most important thing is the very next step, and that's you believing in you.
Yep.
Without you believing in what you saw, if you don't believe in what you know, then how are you going to believe in order to plan it and execute it?
Yes. This is part of what so I work in a healthcare system, and my job is to help people actually believe that they have something to give. Even if you're not a physician, because let me tell you, the majority of the hospital is not run by physicians. That's a very small amount. Right. There's just a whole lot of people who run the hospital who are just doing a job. And to even have them believe that they have a voice, that's part of my job. That's one of the best jobs in the world, to help people realize that they do have a voice. And I, when I'm not doing that, I'm coaching, and I coach outside and other things. But I think people underestimate the power of it. They say it, but it's another thing to really actually practice it.
Right. I know this lady who always say, you have a voice, so use it, and something about let it shine, and it's like, yes, that is so true. We had someone talk about a seat at the table earlier today. And what comes to my mind is that what if they were to invite you to have a seat at the table and you just sit there?
Yes.
And you do not say anything.
That happens all the time, Maxine.
I know. And so that's
All
the
the
other
time.
flip side that we have,
And-
what we have to think about when you talk about having a seat at the table. If you're going to
Yes.
take a seat at the table, then you must use your voice. You must go
Yes.
on and be heard, or say, call that elephant that's in the room. Name it.
Yes, look at anybody who is a mover and a shaker. They didn't just move to the table. They actually shook the table. They shook it up. And a lot of that comes from believing in what you have to say.
Yeah.
And I remember now who did that TED Talk. If you want to look her up, her name is America Ferrera.
Oh, yeah.
America Ferrera is,
Yeah.
she was billed a lot of times for being the overweight
Right.
Hispanic woman, and she didn't want to do that. She actually talks about her whole story of not wanting to be typecast as that, and finally figuring out that her identity of who she was really her superpower. It's a very powerful TED Talk. It just came out not too long ago.
I'm gonna have to go on YouTube. I can find it on YouTube. I'm gonna have to listen to that. Yeah.
I am pretty sure it is there. That is just look up your identity is your superpower.
And it is so true, because your identity is when you understand who you are from your core, and that is your superpower. I would say that's how you leverage who you are, by understanding you yourself. As they say, what, me, myself, and I?
Me, myself, and I. That was a song from the 80s, right? Just me, myself, and I.
Now I'm dating myself.
Yes. Well, I'm dated right with you.
Yes. I know.
It's a wonderful thing, because, it's funny, because when you talk about diversity, right? God bless the word, because it's been just overused and abused. But the beauty of that is really uniqueness, right? My experience down to the core. And it's not just that so if we were on a piece of paper, people will put you and me, Maxine, in the same box.
Okay.
There are Black women in the world, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And this is what Black women do, and da, 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 da. We have experiences way beyond just color and gender.
Yeah.
And diversity itself is rich. I think about every single person's experience is rich, and we can draw from that. So if you think about your own stuff, what makes you you? What have you been through? Right? What have you experienced? What can you bring to the table? That's when, and I will tell you, that's when you can let your creativity come out. That's when the best of your business becomes better and stronger. I think when you start saying, wait a minute, what makes me me? I'm not just a Black woman. I didn't just apply for SB8, right? And say, this is my business, but I'm also from the East Coast who had I had a grandmother who had 7 sisters, and they had sons, and they had daughters. And I think about what you could write about, what you have. I mean, there's just all that. As one of my teenager, in the teenager pool says, all that goodness.
Yes. Yes.
All that goodness is there. So grab it. For all of you, grab it, and then help every person who comes into your business, into your purview, see their own goodness.
Yes.
Isn't that a gift?
That's
right?
a gift. Yes.
When you can walk in and you can say, I see you. In Swahili, it's called sawubona.
Oh, okay.
If you haven't heard that word before, look at sawubona is a Swahili word that means I see you. And isn't it a beautiful thing when you walk into a business, or you purchase, or you become a part, the clientele of anywhere you go?
Right.
Where is the place you want to go back to again and again? It's a place where they see me.
Yes.
They see me. And
wow, that's beautiful. And it's so touching. And the reason why it's so touching is because I celebrated my 10th year in business on January the 28th. And one of the guest speakers said those exact words.
Really?
And it brought me to tears. It brought me absolute to tears, because when you think about, and someone else said earlier today, was imagine you being in a job or in an assignment, I call them assignments, that you have been called to do and you just happen to get paid for it.
Ah, right. You
And
just
so
happen
that's
to
what
get
you're talking about now. You
yes,
know,
ma'am.
when you can see and other can see in you that you're doing exactly what your gift is.
Yep.
And the disparities and the health. There's so many different ways we can take this and go down all these different paths that we're talking about tonight. Yes, there are disparities and we know it, but we also can do some things about it as Black people, as Black entrepreneurs, as making sure that we are taking care of our health, making sure that we are eating according to our bodies, making sure that we are getting the proper rest and the nutritions and even the water, hydrate the body.
Yeah.
Because I know I've been online all day and I keep filling up my big gallon jar so that I can stay hydrated. Because if you're not, it will affect your bones. It's going to affect your joint. It's going to affect your mind, your creativity. So all of that has a part to play, even in you moving forward in your business.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what can we do to help ourselves? You know, let's
Yeah.
not wait around for someone else to always give us a handout to help ourselves. There are things that we can do also to help ourselves. Some of the small things that would make a huge difference.
Absolutely, Maxine. I couldn't agree more. Help yourself and then you will help others.
Yes, 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 yes. I think I might have, oh, well, we're getting close. One more question and we'll make this one short. Let's see.
Make it good.
What could be done to enhance the buy-in? Now, this is really going to the diversity buy-in to choose several ways to tell stories of your business, your employees, and your communities. So, what could be some of the? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the answer. Hold on. What could be done to enhance the buy-ins from executives, leaders, to employees to become emotionally committed to the reasons to fight for equality, to achieve change in your organizations or even within your community? So, what are some of the things that could be done?
I'll go back to what makes, and this is for yourself, what makes you want to change? It is a conscious choice, a very conscious choice to want to change and to buy in, to even think about trying to do anything when it comes to this. It is a polarized, divisive world. People are mad out there for whatever reasons.
Right.
And doing your part then means I have to figure out a way to help you see it for yourself. So, what are the stories that are right around you? What are the things that impact the people who you need to have buy-in from? What kinds of stories are out there that support that? And then how do you help that person or persons have an experience themselves? What does that look like? So I one of the things that's here, where I work with, I'm just going to say it, a bunch of white people. I am the sole person, right? And I try to get them to experience what I've experienced.
Right.
I'm telling them, for example, that the year I was born was the year the hospitals were integrated. I don't know if you know this, it hadn't been that long since we could all be in the hospital at the same time.
Right.
In the same place. There used to be Black hospitals and white hospitals.
Right.
Now there's not. And even telling that story, people go, oh, right? They kind of take a step back. But then you got to let them, or try to have an experience where you can, they can walk in the shoes, or they can actually have an experience of, for example, being discriminated against. So you can do simulation, you can do whatever it is as part of your business, but having the experience is one of the best ways for people to get on board. The other thing is to make people feel guilty. So The opposite, right? Yes, I feel it. I feel the pain of, what it means out there. Then you can also, which is something I did. So there's a group called CEO Action. They're out there for corporate America and other businesses. I believe it's any business actually. And that the CEO of that business is a believer in inclusion and diversity and equity and having those things available. There are other CEOs who have signed up for the same thing.
Okay.
They are doing it in their organization. And so it's literally a pack with, at this point, 1,600 CEOs.
Wow.
And that's the thing that says not only are they doing it, they're pledging to do it, and they're going to help you. And you're going to have other people just like you. And in this case, I needed to have other white men who were advocates already. So it wasn't just me talking. It was showing other people that people like you. Did that make sense? So I'm showing a white man, for example. There are other white men in the world who think inclusion and diversity are important. I'm bringing up Ben and Jerry's website. Those are two white men who own that, right? Ben and Jerry.
Right.
And they believe in trying to do things for our community that are going to increase the equity, help us live more inclusively, collaborate together, live together, be more unified and united as a country. So I think those are the two ways. You either have that experience yourself, or you help people see that this light is not shining all by itself. There's a lot of other people in the world who think this way, and you are not alone.
And that's such a nice statement, that you are not alone. And that's in so many different scenarios. You are not alone. And many times we think we are until we have that conversation, the frank conversation, the open conversation, the conversation that some people steer away from but need to be held. You know, Michelle, all I can say is thank you. Thank you so much, all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yes. Can you spell that, y'all?
I cannot even spell it. Thank you so much. Great content, great information that you just shared with us. So is there a particular, in case someone wants to reach out to you, do you have a connection link that they can feel free to reach out to you on and maybe ask additional questions? Or
you can find me on LinkedIn under Michelle Lewis Reeves. You can find me, that same picture that you saw in the red jacket, which I have everywhere. That's probably the best way to reach me is on LinkedIn. Okay. And I do things on the side. I have, I do give speeches, all that kind of stuff. My main thing though is to help other people find their way and I actually refer a lot of entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So even now I am working on a supplier diversity program for Presbyterian. And that is healthcare. If you are supplying anything to healthcare right now, is a good business to be in. It's a good business to be in. And so I highly recommend it if that's part of your MO, but feel free to find me on LinkedIn. That's probably the best way.
All right. Well, again, I'm going to say we thank you for being a part of the Black Business Expo and sharing your expertise and blessing us with such great information. So I'm going to say I will see you on the other side.
See you on the
Well, everyone.
I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business